Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1601. Helen Qiu. Jiutian was brought to a magnificent square, where a banquet had been prepared. There were many powerful people, hundreds of whom came today. Moreover, each of them had an extraordinary temperament. Except for the maids, more than half of them were powerful people in the Emperor realm, which was terrifying. When Jiutian and several others came, someone came forward to greet them. Master Jiutian. A young man walked straight towards Jiutian. Although they had never seen him, Jiutian's mask was too conspicuous. Anyone who had heard of him would know who he was at a glance. I am Lineage. I have heard of Master Jiutian's name a long time ago. It is a great honor to meet him today. Lineage's tone was sincere and polite. As a young immortal emperor of the Helen family, Jiutian could not feel any arrogance in him, only humility. This made Jiutian sigh even more. The Helen family had been strong for so many years and could compete with the Lord of the Hero Palace without losing. There was indeed a reason for it. The cultivation of the family members gave Jiutian the first impression that they were outstanding. Brother Helen, you're welcome. Jiutian nodded slightly. Master Jiutian, please follow me. Lineage bowed slightly and led the way like a younger generation. He was not unhappy at all because Jiutian rejected the friendship of the Helen family for the first time. He led him to a very close position and said, Master, please take a seat. Many people looked at Jiutian, and their eyes were all shining. It seemed that the Helen family attached great importance to Jiutian. But it was normal to think about it. Let's not talk about Jiutian's strength for the time being. We can ignore it directly. Just talking about his formation and refining ability, plus the deep pavilion he founded, is enough to win respect. What's more, it is difficult for such an outstanding master of refining to not be respected. If he can get the friendship of Master Jiutian, it is obviously something that many people are happy to see. Therefore, many powerful people from various forces came to Jiutian with wine glasses in hand to toast him, and at the same time, they quietly introduced themselves to each other, to meet each other first and pave the way for future relationships. Master Jiutian. Someone shouted in front of Jiutian. Jiutian looked at the other person and saw two people looking at him, a middle-aged man with a smile, and a young man with a sharp look in his eyes. The middle-aged man's cultivation was that of a top-level immortal emperor, and the young man's cultivation was that of a beginner immortal emperor. I am Jojo, and this is my son Jiutian. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Uncle Joe is the current head of the Zhou family, a noble family in Bichang district. The previous generation of the Zhou family had a marriage relationship with our Helen family. Helen Jun next to him said with a smile. Jiutian nodded slightly. I knew before that the Helen family's infiltration in Bichang district was not simply based on strength, but also on marriages and interests. The Helen family has been in this area for too many years. From generation to generation, many women of the Helen family married into various forces in Bichang district. Moreover, once there is a marriage relationship, the Helen family will fully assist their growth. Therefore, many forces with marriage relationships with the Helen family have grown into noble families. Generation after generation, it is almost imaginable how huge the Helen family's network of relationships is. Hello, Senior Joe. Jiutian smiled and nodded in return. In the Helen family, he naturally knew that he should maintain a humble attitude. Now he has accepted the gift from the Helen family. At least on the surface, he is on the Helen family's ship. Master, you are polite. As Master Jiutian, you can just call me by my name. Jojo said with a smile. Brother Joe. Qin Wentian was not polite and called out with a smile. Would that make me a junior? Jiutian, who was standing next to him, was stunned and said rather depressedly, that won't do. Let's talk about our own things. I'll continue to call you Master Jiutian. Haha, Brother Jiutian, feel free to do as you please. Jiutian said with a smile. Master Jiutian, your weapon refining skills naturally don't need my praise. The entire Lihoro city knows that you are very powerful. However, I can't even tell what realm you are in now. Jiutian asked curiously. I'm not as enthusiastic about martial arts as I am about weapon refining, so I won't mention it. Jiutian smiled, and he used the sealing technique to cover up his current cultivation. In fact, I'm a little confused. Since Master Jiutian has such extraordinary achievements in weapon refining, he must have a strong talent in martial arts. Although the master's status is not comparable to Liu Fibei, why didn't Master Jiutian teach Liu Fibei a lesson when he challenged him? Zhou Yan asked with a smile, and suddenly many people looked over here. If Master Jiutian also has a stain, this incident should be considered a small stain. Although he had no reason to fight, he still avoided the fight and did not accept Liu Fibei's challenge. Maybe, as the outside world has said, although my weapon refining is okay, my combat power is very weak. I can't defeat Liu Fibei, so I naturally avoided the fight. Jiutian didn't seem to care about what the other party said, and smiled casually. Really? Zhou Yan's eyes were sharp, and he smiled. I don't believe it. Zhou Yan, don't be rude. Zhou scolded. Zhou Yan showed an apologetic look to Jiutian, smiled, and didn't say anything more. Jiutian looked around casually, and when he saw a figure, his eyes suddenly paused, his pupils contracted, and a cold light flashed. Helen Emperor seemed to feel something. He turned his head and looked, but saw that Jiutian's eyes outside the mask were looking at him calmly, and when he saw him looking at him, he nodded gently. Helen Emperor smiled and nodded in response, then turned his eyes away, but he was a little confused in his heart. His perception has always been very sharp. Just now, he clearly felt a hint of coldness, but why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that his perception was wrong? Or, where did he offend this person? Although he had been guarding outside for a long time, Helen Emperor also knew Jiutian's identity. He was very sure that he had never had any intersection with a master of refining who was good at sealing ability, let alone offending him. Jiutian also paid more attention to Helen Emperor. If possible, he wanted to kill Helen Emperor on the spot. Now that he met him here, he would naturally observe him more. As one of the 9 emperors under the seat of Lihoro Palace, Helen Emperor can be said to be very powerful, but his status in the Helen family does not seem to be too high. At least some people in the Helen family do not respect him that much. That's my uncle, appointed by Lihoro Palace, one of the 9 emperors. Helen Jun said in a low voice when he saw Jiutian looking at Helen Emperor. As a member of the Helen clan, why was he appointed to the Lihoro Palace? Jiutian asked curiously. Of course I got it from the higher-ups. Helen Jun smiled, and Jiutian was slightly startled. The higher-ups might refer to the higher-ups in the Lihoro Palace. He was indeed very resourceful. The palace master must be very dissatisfied. Jiutian said with a smile. This is natural. My Helen family is already powerful. Even in Lihoro City, the North City district is actually controlled by my Helen family. Among the 9 emperors. Helen Jun smiled and didn't continue. He just said, Master, you should know that my Helen family once competed for the position of palace master, so naturally we want to take it back again. Jiutian nodded slightly. Although Helen Jun was humble, he had undisguised pride when it came to the Helen family. As for my uncle, it took a lot of effort to support him to the top. As long as he could sit firmly in that position and not be caught by the Lihoro Palace, it would be enough. However, decades ago, he did a wrong thing, which put his position as emperor in jeopardy. Many people in the family had complaints about him and thought that he had failed the family, Helen Jun said in a voice transmission. He didn't say it to his face. Naturally, he had to take the Helen Emperor into consideration. Seeing that he could say these words to him, Jiutian admired him secretly. If he was really just a master of refining, and did not have the identity of Qin Wentian, it would be easy for him to have a good impression of the Helen family. My sister is out. He Lanjin suddenly said at this time. Jiutian looked forward and saw a line of figures walking over there. His eyes instantly fell on one of them. She was wearing a pure white dress as pure as snow. She was spotless and elegant. Her eyes were bright and shining. She had a straight and beautiful nose, sexy red lips, a snow-white face that was crystal clear, and skin as white as jade. She was like a fairy from heaven. Is she beautiful? My sister is known as the most beautiful woman in Bichang district. Even in the entire Lihoro city, there are few people who can compare with her. He Lanjin smiled and said when he saw Jiutian's eyes. She is indeed beautiful. Jiutian nodded, not hiding anything. This woman was indeed stunning and could not be denied. Fairy Kui was really becoming more and more beautiful and refined, just like a fairy from heaven. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. He Lanjin, do you need to ask about your sister's beauty? Jojo also smiled and spoke. Well, in Lihoro City, Everyone knows Fairy Qin, no matter her beauty or cultivation talent. Helen Jun nodded with a smile. Helen Qin, Helen Mingyu. Jiutian whispered in his heart. Helen Mingyu should be considered Helen Qin's sister. Although they are not biological, the gap between the two girls is too big. Today is Qin's full birthday. Thank you very much for coming. A middle-aged man next to Helen Qin said with a smile. He is Helen Chang, the father of Helen Qin and Helen Jun, and the eldest son of the current head of the Helen family. The old man between him and Helen Qin is the head of the Helen family, Helen Yunchen. Qin is my most beloved granddaughter. You all are doing me a favor by coming here. I will not say much. Let's start the banquet. There is no need to be restrained. Helen Yunchen walked to the main seat and sat down, letting Helen Qin sit next to him. He has many descendants, and Helen Qin's generation has even more, including many sisters. However, Helen Yunchen declared without any concealment that Helen Qin was his most beloved granddaughter, which shows how much he dotes on Helen Qin. Chapter 1602 Summation. Helen Qin looked at her grandfather and said, "Grandpa, we still have guests who haven't arrived yet. Can't we wait a little longer?" "No need. If he comes, he will come naturally. Let's start the feast first," Helen Yunchen said casually. Jiutian lowered his head slightly, and a sharp meaning flashed in his dark eyes. He naturally knew who this guest was referring to. The original deity in the commander's mansion also received an invitation from the Helen family. This banquet was probably prepared for Qin Wentian to see. Yes. Helen Qin smiled gently, elegant and dignified, with her own style. "Qin, today is your birthday party, and your uncle has nothing to prepare. You can accept this gift." Jojo, who was sitting opposite Jiutian, said with a smile, and then presented a stored ring. Although everyone didn't know what was inside, it must be an extremely precious thing. With Helen Qin's status and position, how could she give ordinary things? "Thank you, Uncle Joe." Helen Qin accepted it with a smile. Afterwards, everyone presented birthday gifts one after another. It was obvious that they had prepared them in advance. Although Jiutian did not prepare anything, he would certainly come up with a gift. He took out an imperial weapon and handed it over, saying with a smile, "I didn't prepare anything. Miss Helen, please accept this imperial weapon." Helen Qin looked at Jiutian with a smile, took the magic weapon, and said with a smile, "I have always heard of Master Jiutian. Today I am finally lucky enough to meet him. I am honored to receive the gift from the master." "Miss Helen, you are welcome." Jiutian nodded slightly. "Master Jiutian, you can just call me by my name. No need to be polite. I want to refine a magic weapon in the future. Can you please help me?" Helen Qin asked with a smile. "Of course. If Miss Qin needs it, you can come to the Emperor Pavilion to find me." Jiutian nodded. "Master Jiutian, this girl is very naughty. Don't agree too readily, otherwise, she will annoy you to death," Helen Yunchen said jokingly. As the current head of the Helen family, he did not put on airs in front of Jiutian and seemed very peaceful, which also made Jiutian look at him with new eyes. As the existence of Lihoro City that can compete with Lihoro Palace, everyone in the Helen family has an extraordinary demeanor. "Grandpa, how can you say this about your granddaughter?" Helen Qin rolled her eyes at the grandfather next to her, with a bit of coquettish taste. As an immortal emperor and a peerless beauty, this little girl's side is quite attractive. "Haha, am I wrong?" Helen Yunchen said with a big laugh. Without any majesty, it can be seen that the relationship between the two grandfathers and grandsons must be very good. Commander Qin Wentian of the commander's mansion has arrived. At this time, a voice came from outside, and immediately a lot of eyes looked outside at the same time, and many people showed sharpness in their eyes. "Qin Wentian, are you here?" In the distance, two figures were seen walking over. The leader was wearing a simple white robe, but his handsome face and extraordinary temperament were overwhelming. Even though many people saw him for the first time, they couldn't help but secretly praise him in their hearts. No wonder the Lord of Lihoro Palace would use this person. He was a great man. Qin Wentian only brought one person with him, a maid. He didn't seem to worry that Helen would deal with him. However, everyone understood that as the leader of the commander's mansion, since Helen invited Qin Wentian, he would not be stupid enough to attack Qin Wentian today. That would be a direct declaration of war on Lihoro Palace, and even a provocation to the majesty of the immortal realm. Helen Yunchen stood up, and then everyone stood up. Although Qin Wentian was a junior in front of Helen Yunqian, on the surface, the other party was the leader of the commander's mansion. As the head of the Helen family, he still had to be well-mannered. I am very pleased that Commander Qin can come. Helen Yunqian smiled at Qin Wentian, who was walking over. Please take a seat. Qin Wentian cupped his hands and said, how dare I not come when the head of the Helen family invited me? I hope the head of the family will not blame me for being rude. How could that be? Helen Yunqian smiled. Please take your seat quickly. I thought Commander Qin would not come. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. He walked to a seat next to Master Jiutian and said to the person next to him, can you change your seat? The man was stunned for a moment and looked at Helen Yunqian. Seeing Helen Yunqian nod slightly, he stood up and said, Commander Qin, please. Qin Wentian took a seat with a maid standing behind him. He looked at Jiutian beside him and said with a smile, Master Jiutian is not on the pavilion, why are you here? Everyone showed a mocking look when seeing this scene. Before, Jiutian went to the commander's mansion to pay a visit to Qin Wentian, and then took over the Gu auction house. But no one expected that Jiutian would stand on the side of Helen family so soon. Qin Wentian must be feeling very uncomfortable. Jiutian showed a hint of embarrassment and said with a smile, Commander, I came to visit because of the invitation of the Helen family. I see. Qin Wentian nodded. A maid came to change the wine glass for Qin Wentian. He poured himself a glass of wine, raised his glass to Jiutian and said with a smile, then I wish Master Jiutian a bright future. Thank you, Commander. Jiutian seemed a little embarrassed and clinked glasses with Qin Wentian. Seeing this scene, Helen Yunqian was naturally happy. He smiled and said, in recent decades, it is an honor for our Helen family that the two most famous up-and-coming talents of our little city can sit together and drink with us. His words were not exaggerated. In the past 50 years, Qin Wentian and Jiutian have risen one after another. Qin Wentian became famous for martial arts. Not long ago, a battle shook Lihoro City. Everyone knows how domineering and powerful he is. Jiutian is famous for refining equipment all over the world. He has the potential to become the #1 equipment refiner in Lihoro City. Even if we push it back 100 years, these two people are definitely the two most outstanding people in the past 100 years. However, the people present would never have dreamed that the two people who were fatally competing with each other at the moment were actually the same person. His original body was famous for fighting, and his external incarnation appeared as a master of refining. Not long ago, Commander Qin's battle shocked the Northern Territory. Today, I see that he is indeed outstanding. Helen Qiyu toasts Commander Qin. There was a faint gleam in Helen Qiyu's beautiful eyes, and she raised her glass to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian just glanced at Helen Qiyu indifferently. Even though Helen Qiyu was stunningly beautiful, his eyes were extremely calm. He said casually, since today is your birthday banquet, I will give you face, please. Having said that, he slowly raised the glass and drank it all. This was very impolite. A strange look flashed in Helen Qiyu's beautiful eyes. She also drank the wine and then said, it is a pity that I didn't watch the battle in person in the past. Now that Commander Qin has come to my Helen family, could you please give me some advice? You are not my opponent. Qin Wentian glanced at her indifferently, still not giving her any face. Helen Qiyu's face froze. She was such a person, and no one had ever given her such a lack of face. However, she still controlled her emotions and said with a smile, Commander Qin is a little too confident. Don't say that you and I are at the same level. Even if you are a little stronger, you are not my opponent. Qin Wentian's tone did not hide his strength. His eyes suddenly swept to the figure opposite him and said coldly, if Emperor Helen is willing to spar with me, I am willing to help. Emperor Helen's eyes were as cold as knives, staring at Qin Wentian like a poisonous snake. Ever since Qin Wentian stepped into here, his eyes had never left Qin Wentian. Of course, he knew that Qin Wentian hated him to the core, but he also wanted to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. This man had broken into his imperial palace that year. Because of Qin Wentian, many of his descendants died, and because of him, his power was greatly damaged. He was under great pressure from the Lihoro Palace, and there were signs of him losing power in the Helen family. Emperor Helen's eyes were extremely cold. Although the two of them had a deep hatred, he was also very wary of Qin Wentian. When he was still a beginner immortal emperor, he dared to break into the imperial palace alone and fight against the Wu immortal emperor. When he stepped into the intermediate immortal emperor, he fought at the Gu auction house and killed more than 10 immortal emperors. Therefore, The person he once disdained now made him lose confidence in defeating the opponent. Thinking back to the time when he brought Bei Ming Yaohuang and Qin Wentian into the imperial palace, he never cared about a small person at that time, but this small person has now grown to this point. Commander Qin, I invited you here today. I'm sure many people will misunderstand my meaning. The Helen clan has been standing in Lihoro City for many years, but it doesn't have many enemies. It's not that we are afraid of trouble, but because we don't want to make many enemies. You have some conflicts with him, but I know everything about what happened back then. Although my son is wrong, you and Yi Kai and I were bandits back then. Even if it was any of the 9 emperors, they would have dealt with you at all costs. What's more, it was the Lihoro Palace that made the final move. Therefore, this conflict is not unsolvable. After Helen Yunqian finished speaking, everyone present was shocked and looked at Helen Yunqian in surprise. Even Qin Wentian had a strange look in his eyes. As the head of the Helen clan, he invited him here to mediate? Of course, Qin Wentian would not believe just because of the other party's words. He was stunned for a moment and then smiled and said, "Will Helen Emperor agree?" He caused Helen Emperor to suffer a great loss back then. Can the hatred between the two be resolved so easily? Of course, as long as Commander Qin is willing to stop, I promise that Helen will never take any action against Commander Qin from now on. As for Yukai and Ayu, I also understand. You should know the purpose of Lihoro Palace imprisoning her. If Commander Qin is willing to become a friend of Helen, Helen will also do its best for Yukai and Ayu. Helen Yunqian said, trying to pull Qin Wentian to his side. Let's not talk about other things. Can I trust the head of the family? Qin Wentian sneered. I can make the decision to marry my Helen woman as a concubine, and no matter her status and appearance in the Helen family, she will never be inferior. Helen Yunqian said, and everyone's heart trembled. Even Qin Wentian secretly admired him. He was worthy of being a powerful leader. But I want Helen Emperor to die. Qin Wentian's voice was cold and indifferent. There was no room for maneuver. In this situation, Yi Kai was imprisoned and Helen Emperor was also there. It was impossible for him to change sides. P.S. I'm in Singapore and I checked into the hotel a little late. Sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1603 News about Lady Xiao. Helen Yunqian's expression darkened, and everyone looked at him. Someone said, Commander Qin, don't go too far. The head of the Helen family has given you enough face and is even willing to marry the daughter of the Helen family as a concubine. Why are you still so aggressive? The conflict between Emperor Helen and I is probably unsolvable, so one of us must die, right? Qin Wentian looked at Emperor Helen and smiled. Emperor Helen stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. If he had known that Qin Wentian would be like this, he should have killed him at all costs back then. In that case, I won't say much. Commander Qin, think about it carefully after you go back. My Helen family will not take any action against Commander Qin. I hope that the concession of the Helen family can win Commander Qin's friendship. Helen Yunqian looked at Qin Wentian and said, let's not talk about this for now. I toast to Commander Qin. Please. Qin Wentian raised his glass, and both of them drank it directly. Because of Qin Wentian's presence, the atmosphere of the banquet was not so relaxed, so after drinking a few glasses, Qin Wentian said, there are still things to deal with in the commander's mansion. Qin will take his leave now. Okay, in that case, Commander Qin, take care. Qiwayu, see Commander Qin off for me. Helen Yunqian said. Yes, Grandpa. Helen Qiwayu stood up, walked to Commander Qin and said, Commander Qin, I'll see you off. You're welcome, I can go by myself. Qin Wentian stood up and left the table, but Helen Qiwayu just smiled and still stood by, leading Qin Wentian out, and Qin Wentian's maid quietly followed behind. Commander Qin, why are you so unkind? My Helen clan has been standing in Lihoro City for many years. At that time, the palace master was not there. My grandfather treated you like this not because he was afraid of trouble, but because he respected you as a person. He even didn't want to pursue the hatred of my uncle's family. Helen Qiwayu said softly. It must be said that beautiful women have advantages, especially the most beautiful women. Helen Qiwayu's words did not make Qin Wentian feel disgusted. Some things are better if Miss Helen knows them well. If Helen Mingyu, the daughter of Helen Emperor, was like you, and Helen Emperor could be like the people of Helen clan, perhaps there would be no hatred today. Qin Wentian smiled and replied. Helen Qiu's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing a thoughtful look. She smiled lightly and said, I hope Commander Qin can figure it out. After sending Qin Wentian out of Helen clan, Helen Qiu, the host of today's banquet, went back. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered with sharpness. This Helen clan is very powerful. This banquet, first, let him see the power of Helen. Second, it could create a gap between him and Jiutian, but unfortunately Helen didn't know that he was Jiutian and Jiutian was him. Third, and also very important, this point is more obscure, but very scary, Helen sent an invitation for peace, although he rejected it directly, but if it reached the ears of the palace master of Lihoro Palace, what would he think? Would he be suspicious? After Qin Wentian left, many people at the Helen banquet expressed anger at Qin Wentian's attitude and hoped that Helen would take action against him, but Helen Yunqian did not express his position and never mentioned the matter. After Helen Qiu went back, everyone began to enjoy the banquet, and the guests and hosts were happy. A few months later, a guest came to the commander's mansion and went directly to Qin Wentian, who met him immediately. Commander Qin, is the situation in the North City District okay recently? Xiaoyu Xiandi asked with a smile. The visitor was the close woman of the palace master of Lihoro, Xiaoyu Xiandi. She had a beautiful smile in her eyes and a bit of extraordinary temperament. Everything is fine. There has been no movement in the North City recently, and the Helen family is also very quiet for the time being. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and the two sat together to drink tea. Really? Purple Moon Immortal Emperor smiled lightly and said, but I heard that some time ago, the Helen family held a birthday banquet for Helen Qiu and invited Commander Qin to attend. Qin Wentian's heart moved slightly. Sure enough, the palace master actually sent Purple Moon Immortal Emperor to inquire about this matter. But he was still a little confused. Even if the palace master would be suspicious, there was no need to do it so obviously, right? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded calmly. Moreover, the Helen family is very cunning, and even wants to make peace with me and marry the Helen family's woman to me. Qin Wentian shook his head as he said this. Such a good thing, why don't you agree, Commander Qin? Purple Moon Immortal Emperor smiled ambiguously, his expression was somewhat tempting. Qin Wentian looked at the elegant and dignified Purple Moon Immortal Emperor in this expression, secretly thinking that the palace master really knew how to enjoy it, and said with a smile, not to mention that this matter is likely to be a conspiracy of the Helen family, even if it is not, would I agree? Purple Moon Immortal Emperor's beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at her, and seeing the offensive in the other's beautiful eyes, Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Fairy, you look at me like this, it will be unbearable. Really? How can it be unbearable? Purple Moon Immortal Emperor smiled ambiguously, adding a little bit of feminine attitude to him. Don't, the palace master will kill me. Qin Wentian looked away, and Purple Moon Immortal Emperor smiled lightly, with a few strange lights flashing in his eyes. Which woman in the world doesn't like to be appreciated? What's more, Qin Wentian only admired, but still didn't dare to blaspheme her, so she naturally wouldn't mind. Commander Qin, the palace master asked me to come and pass on a message. If Commander Qin makes great contributions in the future, he can even let your Qianai leave the Lihoro prison. The Purple Moon Immortal Emperor suddenly said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and he looked at the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor and nodded. Fairy, please thank the palace master for my kindness. Well, I still have to go somewhere else, so I'll take my leave first. The Purple Moon Immortal Emperor stood up. I'll see the fairy off. Qin Wentian stood up and sent the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor away. After the other party left, he couldn't help but look thoughtful. At this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. He immediately took out the communication crystal and asked, what does Lady Xiao want to see Qin about? Commander Qin promised to come to my South City Commander's mansion when he is free. So, are you free now? Lady Xiao's voice with a bit of charm sounded in Qin Wentian's mind. He smiled and said, Lady Xiao, I can't leave for the time being. Really? What if I know an important news? Lady Xiao seemed very confident and still smiled lightly and said, about your Qianai. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Important news about your Qianai? He looked up at the Purple Moon Immortal Emperor who had already left, and his eyes narrowed. He said, Lady Xiao, can you tell Qin what the news is? Come to my commander's mansion and I'll tell you. Lady Xiao giggled. Qin Wentian put down the communication crystal, and then his figure flashed and went directly out. Qin Wentian walked into the commander's mansion in the south of Lihoro City. A maid led him to the beautiful lakeside garden. This was not his first time to come to this commander's mansion. Although the last time he came here was by the lake, this time he was in the garden. Commander Qin, please stay here for a while. Our commander will come later. The maid smiled and said, then bowed and left, leaving Qin Wentian alone. The garden was full of fragrance. There was brewed tea on the table. He picked up the teacup and sipped the tea quietly. However, after waiting for some time, there was still no trace of Xiao Miran. His immortal thoughts could not help but spread outside the garden to the place where Xiao Miran and Jiutian went last time. The lake was sparkling. In the lake, there was a beauty bathing. Her wet long hair was scattered there, and her skin exposed on the water was smooth and delicate, as if it could be blown away. That face was extremely charming, and her charming manner was fully revealed in her smile. Qin Wentian withdrew his immortal thoughts in silence, and then he heard the charming voice of Lady Xiao. You have already seen it. Why are you running away? Commander Qin, do you want to bathe with us? The water temperature is very comfortable. Miss Xiao, do you know why I am here? Qin Wentian asked. Come here, I'll tell you. Miss Xiao giggled. Qin Wentian stood up and flashed. Soon he came to the lakeside with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the beauty bathing in the lake. Is it okay now? Qin Wentian asked calmly while looking at the woman bathing in the lake. Miss Xiao walked towards the lakeside step by step. Her upper body gradually emerged from the water. Her skin was as white as snow. She was wrapped in a thin shirt that was soaked and tightly attached to her body. Her devilish figure was almost translucent, which was simply exciting. Miss Xiao put her hands on her long hair and threw it back, adding endless charm. Step by step, Xiao Miran stood beside Qin Wentian, charming and smiling. Commander Qin, do you want to listen now, or wait for me to change clothes first? I'll wait here for a moment. Qin Wentian said calmly, but his heart was very restless. Such a picture, as long as he was still a normal person, he could not be calm. However, at his level, his state of mind was extraordinary, and his self-control was naturally very strong. Okay, then Commander Qin, wait for me for a moment. Xiao Miran's eyes seemed to be able to seduce people's souls. She passed by Qin Wentian, leaving a fragrant breeze. Qin Wentian came to a pavilion and sat down, waiting quietly. Not long after, Xiao Miran came out in a close-fitting nightgown. The whole person was white and rosy, with a different style, but equally tempting. Xiao Miran, can you tell me now? Qin Wentian asked. Are you so anxious? Don't tell me that I have no charm in front of you. Xiao Miran said resentfully. Miss Xiao, don't you know how charming you are? It's just that you know that the person in Lihoro prison should have been me, so I am naturally concerned about your Qian's news. I hope you can tell me. Qin Wentian said with a wry smile. Hold me, and I will tell you in your ear. Miss Xiao smiled charmingly. Qin Wentian's face was dark. Seeing Miss Xiao's beautiful eyes staring at him, he knew that this female devil would not give up until she achieved her goal. Walking forward, Qin Wentian hugged Miss Xiao's body and whispered in her ear, can you tell me now? Miss Xiao also hugged Qin Wentian with both hands. Her whole body seemed to be attached to him, extremely seductive. She breathed into Qin Wentian's ear and slowly said, I got the news that the Changsheng realm wants to transfer Yi Qian away from Lihoro Palace. Chapter 1604, Changsheng City. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered with strange colors. Wouldn't he take him there? He knew that what Lady Xiao said might be true. If Yi Qian was really taken away from Lihoro Palace, the Lord of Lihoro Palace would certainly be suspicious of him and would not give him a chance to make a name for himself, especially in the immortal realm. Standing up, Qin Wentian glanced at the stunning beauty lying there lazily, and said, I'll go back first. Let me know if there's anything. As he said that, he put on his robe and walked away. Lady Xiao sat up instantly when she saw this scene. Her extremely charming body trembled with anger. Her resentful eyes stared at Qin Wentian's departing figure. This bastard, he's really a bastard. He just left like that? But then she giggled again, charming and infinite. She slowly stood up. Her devilish figure was enough to make countless women envious. She gently stroked her tender and boneless body with her hands, revealing a charming smile that moved people's hearts. It was a pity that no one could see her so seductive at this moment. After Qin Wentian left, He did not think too much about what happened with Xiaomiren. It was purely an accident. He had no feelings for Xiaomiren. Moreover, it was Xiaomiren who took the initiative. He did not feel that he owed her anything. After a few months, an order came from Lihoro Palace. The palace master would take the various emperors and the commanders of the command house to Changsheng City. However, the North City district was not peaceful, so Qin Wentian was allowed to guard it with peace of mind. In the next 100 years, he would take him to Changsheng realm to visit the Lord. The reason why there was a message was that according to convention, Qin Wentian was to be taken there, and naturally it could not be concealed, so Qin Wentian was notified. Not long after this order came, there was news from Xiaomiren that Jiutian would be transferred from Lihoro Palace Lihoro Prison to Changsheng realm. As for what would happen specifically, Xiaomiren said that she was not too clear. After Qin Wentian learned all this, he felt that time was running out. On this day, Jiutian came to visit Helen. Helen's city of Helen received Jiutian, and his daughter Helen Qiyu accompanied him. Master Jiutian, how come you have time to come to my Helen clan? Helen Cheng said with a kind tone and a friendly smile. I heard that the Changsheng Realm Grand Meeting, which takes place once every 100 years, is about to begin. The Changsheng Realm Lord will summon the 9 Realm Palace Lords and the various emperors to attend the meeting. At that time, many top forces in the Changsheng Realm will also visit the Changsheng Realm Lord to participate in the meeting. I wonder if the Helen clan will go to Changsheng City. Jiutian asked. Oh. A strange light flashed in Helen Cheng's eyes, and he asked, Master Jiutian is right, but, Master, are you interested in this matter? Well, Lihoro City is too small. I want to go out and see if I can have a chance to gain a foothold in Changsheng City and let the Emperor Pavilion expand there. Jiutian said slowly. Helen Cheng looked at Jiutian and said, I didn't expect that Master had such ambitions. In this case, Master, why don't you go with us? My Helen family has a space transmission formation that leads directly to Changsheng City. It can directly cross the endless area and reach Changsheng City. In Lihoro City, only Lihoro Palace and my Helen family can do this. In that case, I thank you very much. Jiutian nodded. Master Jiutian, don't forget the Emperor's soldier you promised me. Helen Qiyu beside him smiled softly. She was noble and dignified and her smile was unique. Miss Qiyu, if you want to refine the Emperor's soldier, you can come to me at any time. Jiutian smiled and nodded. Okay. Helen Qiyu smiled gently, and Jiutian said goodbye. After he left, Helen Cheng asked Helen Qiyu, Qiyu, what do you think of Jiutian? He is mysterious and very smart. He seems easygoing and harmless, but in fact he is also a very dangerous person. As for his weapon refining ability, there is no need to say more. But what really makes me curious is the martial arts ability of Master Jiutian. He became famous for refining weapons. The only time he made a move was at the Yan family. That battle was a martial arts battle of formations, but he was able to crush high-level people with absolute strength. Although it was a formation battle, it was also strength. His combat effectiveness is difficult to guess. Helen Qiyu said slowly. Regarding Jiutian's combat effectiveness, it is a problem that many people habitually ignore. His weapon refining ability is enough to cover it up and make people not pay attention to it. He once rejected Liu Fei's challenge and was criticized, but is his combat effectiveness really weak? He was able to rise in such a short period of time, how could he be harmless? When he first appeared, he appeared as a master of formations, helping various forces, big and small, to carve formations, and he accepted everyone who came. When the time was right, he directly stepped into the Yan family. In one battle, he humiliated the Yan family and made the reputation of Master Jiutian. Later, several crises, including Xiaohao's attempt to kill Dijek, were resolved by him. After the Gu auction house was closed down, he quickly entered the North City district. His speed and timing were astonishing. Helen Cheng spoke slowly. Qiyu, this man and Qin Wentian are definitely remarkable figures. If they grow up, they will surely create a storm in the world of immortality. Father is so optimistic about them. Helen Qiyu asked, don't you think Qin Wentian is too arrogant? When he first took office, he killed 3 deputy generals. In one battle at the Gu auction house, he killed more than 10 immortal emperors, including several top immortal emperors, which shocked the North City district. Not to mention that he had the capital to be arrogant, he had to do this because he had been patient for the past 50 years. He had to do this because he wanted to let the Lord of Lihoro Palace see that although Qin, you are extremely talented, even your father has to say that any one of these two people is probably much more outstanding than you. Helen Cheng smiled and said, it is still unknown whether Qin Wentian is an enemy or a friend. Dishan, don't think that he has really stood with my Helen family, but these two people are both worthy of being won over. If Qin likes them, perhaps your grandfather may agree. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Helen Qin glared at her father, and Helen Cheng laughed. Okay, I won't say anything. Your Taoist partner is naturally chosen by you. Your father just thinks that it is even more difficult for the younger generation of Lihoro City to find someone more outstanding than these two. Helen Qin's beautiful eyes flickered. She thought of many people in her mind, and then murmured, there is no Lihoro City, but what about Changsheng City? Helen Cheng's eyes flashed with a sharpness when he heard his daughter's whisper. Changsheng City? Indeed, that is where the geniuses gather. The real top forces are all in Changsheng City. Many forces are at the same level as their Helen family. The Helen family is the top force in the Changsheng realm, and even competed with the Lihoro Palace Master for the position of the Nine Realms Palace Master. Their power is certainly not limited to Lihoro City, otherwise, how can they compete with the Lihoro Palace Master? Although the Helen family is a force that came out of Lihoro City, their roots have always been in Lihoro City, but there is also a Helen family in Changsheng City, the largest city in the Changsheng realm, and the Helen family in Changsheng City has become extremely powerful after countless years of development. In Changsheng City, the Helen family's teleportation array lit up with a dazzling light, and then a group of strong men descended. It was Helen Yunshin who brought many young people from Lihoro City. Master. Many people were waiting here to greet them. Seeing them coming, they all bowed slightly. Big brother. A majestic middle-aged man came forward and shouted to Helen Yunshin. It was the second son of Helen Yunshin's generation, Helen Yunhei. He was very powerful. Now, people from his lineage have always been in charge of Changsheng City. Uncle. There were several immortal emperors beside Helen Yunhei, both men and women, who shouted to Helen Yunshin. Qin has grown up to be so beautiful. Helen Yunhei looked at Helen Qin and smiled. Meet the second grandfather. Helen Qin bowed slightly. Well, you are already a mid-level immortal emperor. Your grandfather often praises you. I haven't seen you for a long time. As expected, you are not only as beautiful as a fairy, but also have not fallen behind in cultivation. You can find a good family with outstanding family background. Helen Yunhei said with a smile. Helen Yunshin frowned slightly. The people around him also showed a strange look when they heard this. Let's go. The banquet is ready. Brother, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. Helen Yunhei said with a smile. This time, in order to welcome you, I have prepared a lot of good wine and invited some distinguished guests to accompany you. Well. Helen Yunshin nodded and said, is father okay? The old man has been busy practicing. He is like a dragon that can't be seen from head to tail. I haven't been able to contact him for a long time. Brother, you know how important this step is to him. Helen Yunhei spoke up. Their father was the one who competed with the Lihoro Palace Master for the position of Palace Master. Yes. Helen Yunshin didn't say anything. Behind him, a young man next to Helen Qin glanced at the person next to Helen Qin and asked, Sister Qin, this person seems very unfamiliar. Is he not from my Helen family? This is Master Jiutian, a guest of my Helen family. We happen to be traveling together, so we came here together. Helen Qin responded. Master. The young man smiled and said, the title of Master is not something that everyone can call. I wonder what kind of Master Jiutian is. Master of Formations, Master of Refining. Helen Qin responded indifferently, and her voice seemed a little unhappy. After all, Jiutian was his guest, and the young man's words clearly revealed a bit of disdain. Oh? In Lihoro City, can you be called a master as long as you know some formations and refining? The young man smiled and said, in Changsheng City, people who can be called masters are not ordinary people. What do you mean? Helen Qin frowned and asked coldly. Don't be angry, Sister Qin. I just said it casually. It doesn't mean anything. Among the guests invited by Grandpa today, there happens to be a master of refining. Then, I can learn from this master. The young man said with a smile. Qin Wentian next to him was wearing a mask, and his eyes flickered. It seemed that the powerful Helen family was not so united internally. Of course, his goal of this trip was not the Helen family, but the Changsheng Palace. As for him wearing a mask at this moment, he was the real original Qin Wentian, not the incarnation of Jiutian. When he changed into Jiutian's clothes, and then used a sealing treasure to cover up the breath in his body, and finally put on the mask, as long as he did not break the seal and release the breath, no one could find it. Chapter 1605, Top Powers in Changsheng City. Qin Wentian had been standing there quietly. The Helen family was of the same lineage. Although Helen Yunqian was the head of the family, he knew that the real person in power was Helen Yunqian's father, the old ancestor of the Helen family, who had fought with the Lord of Lihoro Palace for the throne. If there was no such person, what would the Helen family use to fight the Lord of Lihoro Palace? Helen Yunqian was the eldest son and was in charge of Lihoro City, while the ancestor of the Helen family seemed to have been opening up territory and gaining a foothold in Changsheng City with his second son. Therefore, Qin Wentian could vaguely guess the origin of the contradictions within the Helen family. Perhaps the people of Helen Yunhei's lineage were no longer very convinced of the head of the family, Helen Yunqian. His guest was caught in the crossfire. They couldn't speak directly to the people of Helen Yunqian's lineage, but pointed the finger at him. However, this seemed to be something between the younger generation, and Helen Yunhei pretended not to hear it. A hint of anger flashed across Helen Qiuayu's stunning face. She was cold and had a cool temperament. Helen Xianlang, Master Jiutian is a guest, please be respectful. Sister Qiuayu, you must have misunderstood. It is normal for masters to ask for advice. How can there be any disrespect? The young man said indifferently and looked at Qin Wentian. Master Jiutian, what do you think? He dragged the word master very heavily, as if he was intentionally mocking it. Qin Wentian's eyes were deep and cold behind the black mask. He glanced at Helen Xianlang and said softly, are you talking to me? Helen Xianlang was stunned and smiled. Master is really interesting. Of course, he is talking to you. Oh. Qin Wentian nodded, it depends on who is asking for advice. As you said, not everyone can be called a master, so not everyone can ask me for advice. Similarly, not everyone is qualified to talk to me. As he said that, he glanced at Helen Xianlang and then looked away. There seemed to be a cold irony in his eyes. Helen Xianlang's eyes froze there. He was stunned by Qin Wentian's voice. After reacting, he suddenly showed a strange smile and said, I have heard that some so-called masters have strange tempers and are very arrogant. Today, I see that they are indeed worthy of their reputation. After all, they are just from a place like Lihoro City. As he said that, he just smiled coldly and did not look at Qin Wentian again. Helen Qiuayu ignored him, glanced at Qin Wentian, and said in a voice transmission, Master Dishan, I'm sorry. No problem. Qin Wentian smiled and glanced at Helen Qiuayu. Her delicate and flawless face attracted the attention of many young people. Although they were blood relatives, they still couldn't help but look at such a beautiful Helen Qiuayu. Helen Qiuayu, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the northern region of Lihoro City, was definitely the most beautiful woman in the entire Helen family. Not long after, everyone came to the open banquet area. The banquet had been prepared long ago. Many people had already taken their seats. They were all very powerful figures. At a glance, almost all of them were emperors. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he secretly thought that Changsheng City was worthy of being the most prosperous city in the Changsheng realm. Here, it was the absolute center of the Changsheng realm. Ordinary immortal emperors were afraid that they had no capital to be proud of. All eyes were turned towards Helen Yunqian and his group. Most of the eyes of the older generation fell on Helen Yunqian, while the eyes of the younger generation were instantly locked on Helen Qiuayu. Beautiful women are always the easiest to attract attention, especially beauties like Helen Qiuayu. Brother, today I have invited some top forces in the Changsheng realm to come and welcome you. This is the strong man from the Jiutian clan, one of the oldest families in the Changsheng realm. Our ancestors once fought side by side with the lord of the Changsheng realm. The Jiutian clan now controls the huge magic weapon trading industry in the Changsheng realm. In this Changsheng city, the magic weapon trading industry owned by the Jiutian clan ranks first. This is the elder of the Jiutian clan, Jiutian Hao. Helen Yunhei pointed to a middle-aged man and introduced him to Helen Yunqian. Helen Yunqian was startled and took a look at Jiutian Hao. Although he had been guarding Lihoro City and was in charge of the foundation of the Helen clan, as the head of the Helen clan, how could he not know the Jiutian clan? The Jiutian clan was definitely a super family. He didn't expect that Helen Yunhei would have a relationship with him. Elder Jiutian. Helen Yunxian nodded politely, but he saw Jiutian Hao just sitting there, nodding slightly, as a response. Jiutian immediately understood the gap between the two sides. Changsheng City is worthy of being the first city in the entire Changsheng realm. The power of the aristocratic families here is even more powerful to the point of suffocating. The status of an elder of the Jiutian family is no less than that of Helen Yunxian, the head of the Helen family. There is a Jiutian palace in the Nine Realms Palace. Could it be related to the Jiutian family? Qin Wentian asked Helen Qiyu in a voice transmission. Well, the ancestor of the Jiutian family once fought with the Realm Master. The Jiutian palace in the Nine Realms Palace was specially established for the Jiutian family. Moreover, it was passed down from generation to generation by the people of the Jiutian family. It is definitely not comparable to the Lord of the Lihoro Palace. Helen Qiyu responded, but her brows were furrowed. Helen Yunhei even had a relationship with the Jiutian family. She felt something was wrong. Next to Jiutian Hao was a young immortal emperor, with dazzling light flashing in his eyes. He kept staring at Helen Qiyu. His eyes could be described as somewhat unscrupulous. Helen Qiyu glanced at him lightly and nodded slightly, but the young man did not feel embarrassed at all, but just showed a slightly evil smile, which made Helen Qiyu feel a little uncomfortable. This is the Sword Soul sect. I believe that Big Brother has heard of it. Helen Yunhei pointed to a large force and smiled. The Sword Soul sect of the unparalleled Sword Master. Helen Yunxian said, and an old man sitting there nodded with a smile. His eyes were full of sword light, very sharp, and nodded, that's right. Helen Yunhei smiled and pointed to another direction, saying, this is the Xingqian sect. Helen Yunxian's expression condensed again. It was another top force. Today, Helen Yunhei invited the three top forces in the Changsheng realm to come, and his intention was not simple. The people of the Helen clan who came from Lihoro City all found something unusual. Although they met the people of the three top forces, they were not in a relaxed mood. Yunhei, you said that Helen Qiyu of the Helen clan had a stunning beauty and amazing talent. I didn't believe it before, but now I see that it is indeed as you said. Jiutian clan elder Jiutian Hao looked at Helen Qiyu with a smile, as if he was looking at his daughter-in-law. The Helen clan has been growing stronger over the years. I didn't expect that there are such extraordinary people not only in Changsheng City, but also in Lihoro City. The old man of the Sword Soul sect also smiled and spoke. Qin Wentian found a very interesting phenomenon. These people were accompanied by young immortal emperors, and their eyes looking at Helen Qiyu were a bit taut. Then, the meaning of this banquet is self-evident. Helen Yunhei, he didn't arrange a welcoming banquet for Helen Yunxian and others, but a blind date banquet for Helen Qiyu. The faces of Helen Yunxian and the others changed. Helen Yunhei smiled and said, brother, please take your seats. We are ready to start the banquet. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. These people came for Helen Qiyu. There was no need for him to get involved in this mess. He smiled and bowed to Helen Yunxian and said, since we have arrived in Changsheng City, Senior Helen, will take my leave first. Helen Yunxian, Helen Qiyu and the others were all stunned, but they didn't say much. Jiutian originally wanted to come to Changsheng City with the Helen family. Now that the situation within their Helen family was like this, it was normal for Jiutian to want to leave. Master Jiutian, don't you want to learn the art of refining? There are real extraordinary masters of refining in Jiutian clan. Why is Master Jiutian in such a hurry to leave? Helen Xianlang glanced back at Qin Wentian and said lightly. Qin Wentian frowned. Helen Xianlang was still holding on to him? Master Jiutian, Jiutian clan is the top power. Although I believe in your refining ability, you still shouldn't get involved. After all, it's not good for you to offend Jiutian clan. Helen Qiyu's voice reached Qin Wentian's ears, reminding Qin Wentian privately. Goodbye. Qin Wentian replied, then glanced at Helen Xianlang with disdain, and turned to leave. Helen Xianlang, what's going on? Someone from Jiutian clan asked. Nothing. This person claimed to be a master of refining weapons. I told him that there are real extraordinary masters of refining weapons here. Not everyone is qualified to be called a master. And the fact is that some masters left in disgrace. I don't know where Sister Qiyu knew them. Helen Xianlang said casually. Helen Xianlang, don't go too far. Helen Qiyu frowned and said. She was very unhappy with Helen Yunhei's arrangement. He wanted to use her. Once these powerful children really took a fancy to her, then Helen Yunhei would use the family's relationship and make her compromise on the grounds of family interests, right? Although these people are the top figures of various forces, they are just the descendants of elders. Obviously, this does not meet her ideal of a Taoist partner. Did I say something wrong? Helen Xianlang was stunned, then smiled at Qin Wentian, who turned around and said, Master Dian, what do you think? Qin Wentian's eyes under the mask suddenly flashed with an evil smile, and he slowly walked back to Helen Qiuayu's side. Under Helen Xianlang's surprised gaze, Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and actually held Helen Qiuayu's hand directly. At this moment, Helen Qiuayu's body suddenly trembled, but for some reason, she did not refuse, but let Qin Wentian hold her hand. She even showed a touching and charming smile on her face, and gently leaned on Qin Wentian's arm. At this moment, everyone's eyes were collectively frozen there, looking at the charming Helen Qiuayu. Chapter 1606, A Heart That Moves. Helen Qiuayu was born extremely beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the northern district of Lihoro City. Even in the world of immortality, she was also a top beauty. She was elegant and dignified, but at this moment, she showed a bird-like posture. Her beautiful eyes were dark and bright, and her face was full of a bright smile. She was absolutely charming. HMPH. Xuanyun clan elder Xuanyun Hao suddenly snorted coldly, and his face became particularly ugly. He swept his cold eyes over Helen Yunhei. The faces of the strong men of Jianhan sect and Xingshan sect were not very good, which made Helen Yunhei, who had not paid attention to the situation here, change his face. He held a banquet today to welcome Helen Yunxian, but he really wanted to use Helen Qiuayu to let Helen Qiuayu marry these top forces. This is their common method. If someone from the three major forces falls in love with Helen Qiuayu, then he can ask his father for her. Helen Yunhei is very likely to oppose it, but for the sake of the family's overall situation, his father will consider the overall situation of the Helen family. Helen Yunxian's influence will continue to weaken, and the position of the head of the family should be his. Brother, when has Qiuayu ever been betrothed to someone else? Helen Yunhei looked at his brother Helen Yunxian and said. Helen Yunxian glanced at him coldly and said coldly, Qiuayu's own life event is up to her to decide, so how can there be any betrothal? Yes. Helen Yunhei remained calm and asked, This Master Dishan, why haven't I heard you mention it before? Which top force is he from? Master Dishan is a top weapon refining master. He opened up the Emperor Pavilion by himself, and he doesn't need to come from any force. Helen Yunxian said coldly. A mid-level immortal emperor opened up a force. A sneer came from the young man sitting next to Xuanyun Hao. My Xuanyun clan has many weapon refining masters, including many top-level ones. Before, I heard from Helen Xianlang that you wanted to seek advice from him. Xuanyun Hao also spoke, sitting there with a somewhat arrogant attitude, and his eyes were filled with contempt as he glanced at Qin Wentian. That's just some people being self-righteous. I never asked for advice, and I don't intend to ask Xuanyun clan to prove anything. This itself is a very boring thing. Qin Wentian said lightly, but the young man next to Xuanyun Hao stood up and said with a smile, I think it's quite interesting. I have an imperial weapon on me, which was forged by the weapon-making master of my Xuanyun clan. Since you also call yourself a weapon-making master, you can just take out the magic weapon you are most satisfied with and see it. As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for Qin Wentian to reply, a terrible breath was seen, and the young man from the Xuanyun clan showed an evil smile. He sacrificed a magic weapon, the imperial light was dazzling, and the starlight hung down from the sky. In an instant, a momentum of the creation of the world came from the imperial weapon, and the brilliance that permeated it could kill people. The imperial weapon that appeared in the young man's hand was just a ring, which he wore directly on his finger. He took a step forward, smiled at Qin Wentian and said, Master Dian, how about this magic weapon? As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled slightly, and he took out a magic weapon glove. Similarly, there was a terrifying light of sealing descending from the sky, and there were also super strong repressive rules. He put the glove on his hand and stretched it forward. In an instant, infinite sealing power fell down, like an extremely terrifying sealing handprint. With a slight clench of his palm, the power of the rules of the creation of the world was directly sealed. The evil smile on the young man's face disappeared instantly, and his steps froze there. Qin Wentian smiled and continued to clench his hands. The young man's body trembled violently, as if he was directly held there by an invisible sealing hand. The magic weapon ring in your hand is quite powerful. You can take out a magic weapon at random, and it has such power. I need to take out the magic weapon I have personally refined to suppress it. The Jiutian family is well deserved. Qin Wentian responded to the other party's words. Although it was a compliment, it made the young man feel hot on his face and ashamed. The people around him all had sharp eyes, and Helen Kui looked at Qin Wentian in surprise, and then her beautiful eyes were shining. Although this guy took out a lot of magic weapons for auction in Lineage City, it seems that he still has many good things in his hands and is reluctant to take them out. The name of the master is well deserved. Is this glove really the work of the master? Jiutian Hao stood up, his eyes flashing. The Jiutian family is most famous for the magic weapon trading. Jiutian Hao is naturally an expert in this area. If this glove is really made by Qin Wentian, this person is definitely a terrible weapon refining genius. Of course, his weapon refining ability is second to none in Lineage City. Helen Kui said. Well, master, if you are free, you can come to our Jiutian family in the future. Jiutian Hao was instantly polite to Dion, then glanced at his son and said, why don't you apologize to the master and leave? The young man's expression froze, his face looked a little unnatural, but when he saw Jiutian Hao's sharp eyes, he still bowed and said, Master Dion, I'm sorry for the offense. It doesn't matter. Qin Wentian said casually, thinking to himself that these people were indeed not simple guys. Helen Yunhei's expression changed repeatedly. He took a step forward and said, what are you all standing for? Master Dion, please take your seat. Qin Wentian glanced at Helen Yunhei and felt ridiculous. He said coldly, no, Di has something else to do, so I won't stay here. Goodbye. This. Helen Yunhei's expression changed slightly, and Qin Wentian was too lazy to pay attention. He turned around and left. Helen Kui still held his hand and said softly, I'll take you there. The two went out, but heard an indifferent voice, wait. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a terrifying pair of eyes shooting at him, as if an invisible sword directly pierced Qin Wentian's eyes and pierced into his soul. Sword Soul Sect, unparalleled sword control, soul control sword, kills people invisibly. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly became extremely terrifying. At a glance, the holy sword intent pierced through, and only a scream was heard. The Sword Soul Sect strong man covered his eyes with both hands, and blood oozed out. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, turned around and continued to go out. The people of the Sword Soul Sect stood up, but heard Jiutian Hao say, can't afford to lose. The man stiffened, then slowly sat down and looked at the young man beside him. The other party moved his hands away and slowly opened his eyes. Strands of blood were still flowing. His eyes were extremely scary. If Qin Wentian hadn't shown mercy, he would have been blind. This person is also good at soul attack methods. The voice of the young immortal emperor was a little trembling. Just now, it seemed that he had experienced a great horror. Helen Yuntian's eyes flashed with dazzling light. This Master Dishan was indeed mysterious. It seemed that what happened today was not necessarily a bad thing. He glanced in the direction where Qin Wentian left, and saw Qin Wentian and Helen Kui holding hands and walking side by side. A faint smile flashed in his eyes. As for Helen Xianlang, his face had already turned ashen. He realized that the person he had been mocking was far superior to him. He suppressed the Jiutian clan with his weapon refining and defeated the Sword Soul clan with his soul attack. As for him, the other party seemed to have never really looked at him seriously from beginning to end. Only now did he realize that it was full of disdain. Helen Kui sent Qin Wentian outside the Helen clan, and then she let go of his hand. She looked at Qin Wentian with a smile and said, Master Dion, have you taken enough advantage? I'm just trying to help you. If it weren't for me, how embarrassed would you be? Qin Wentian shrugged. Well, I have to thank you. Helen Kui rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, which was very interesting. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded seriously. Helen Kui didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so shameless. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, then smiled and said, then how can Master Dion thank me? How about marrying me? Qin Wentian looked at Helen Kui with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't expect that this elegant and dignified first beauty of the Helen family would have such a playful side. It seems that what everyone shows on the outside is not necessarily their true self. At that moment, Helen Kui had no vigilance against him, otherwise she wouldn't have joked like this. This made Qin Wentian feel a little strange. What would she think if she knew that he was using her in the future? Such a beauty, then I would rather obey your command. Qin Wentian smiled faintly. Helen Qiuai glared at him fiercely, but with a faint smile. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, "You have so many secrets. Liu Fibei challenged you, but you refused. Now, the immortal emperor of the Sword Soul sect can't even stand a glance from you. You can imagine your strength, which is definitely not inferior to Liu Fibei. Coupled with your ability to refine equipment, how many secrets do you have hidden? Perhaps my biggest secret is a conspiracy to meet you and gain your trust," Qin Wentian said with a smile. "Really? Then you succeeded." Helen Qiuai smiled and said, "But if you want me to be more refined, can you take off the mask and let me see it? You are not afraid that I am too ugly, are you?" Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Don't worry, if you really see my face, I will definitely not be an old man. Perhaps, I am more handsome than you imagined, and you will be surprised." "Really?" Helen Qiuai blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Wentian. "You have taken advantage of me, but you still don't let me see it. Isn't it unfair? No one has seen my face under the mask yet. You want to be the first, but this is not enough." Qin Wentian showed a wicked smile. Helen Qiuai seemed to hear the implication of his words. Her face turned slightly red, and she was a little shy, which made her even more charming and unparalleled. "Haha, I'm leaving." Qin Wentian laughed loudly, then turned around, and his figure flashed, and he broke through the air. Looking at his leaving back, Helen Qiuai stood there in a daze, and then a bright and moving smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, which was extremely beautiful. Chapter 1607, Changsheng City Commander. Changsheng City is very big. As the power center of Changsheng Realm, the city where Changsheng Realm Lord resides, it is conceivable that this city is prosperous and powerful. There is no suspense. This is the largest main city in Changsheng Realm. Changsheng Realm Lord will summon the palace masters of the 9 realm palaces to come to Changsheng Realm every 100 years. This is also the time for the 9 realm palace to pay tribute. The emperor under the seat of the 9 realm palace pays tribute every 10 years, but the major palace masters pay tribute every 100 years. Every 100 years, it will be a feast. Not only will the strong men of the 9 realm palace come to Changsheng City together, but some of the top forces in Changsheng Realm will also gather together to enjoy this feast. And the time for this feast will be 7 days later. Because of the upcoming feast, Changsheng City has been particularly lively these days. The major powerful forces in the vast Changsheng Realm have come from a distance of millions of miles to watch the ceremony, not wanting to miss this opportunity. After all, for the people in the Changsheng Realm, being able to watch such a grand ceremony is quite helpful to their state of mind. Moreover, only the strong people from the major forces are qualified to come. Small forces and weak people cannot cross the endless vast territory to come here, and they do not have enough resources to support them to use the space transmission formation. The major command offices in Changsheng City have also become busy. This city is divided into 36 areas. The leaders of each area are the top immortal emperors, standing at the absolute peak. As long as they take one step forward, they will be qualified to compete for the position of the Lord of the 9 Realms Palace. Moreover, Changsheng City has 4 great commanders, each of whom is in charge of 9 major areas. Their cultivation is even more terrifying. They are all at the same level as the Palace Master of the 9 Realms Palace and are the guardians of this city. The Realm Master cannot have the leisure to manage the affairs of Changsheng City. Naturally, the 4 great commanders will share the responsibility for him. If the cultivation of the 4 great commanders is not high enough, how can they deter the top forces in Changsheng City? Being able to be called a top force means that there are people at the level of Palace Master. People of this level are between the realm of Immortal Emperor and the realm of Realm Master. They can be called half-step Realm Masters. Some people also call it the realm of Saints, which means that from this step on, they have truly entered the realm of transcendence and sainthood. When Xiangxiang reaches the immortal stage, it means shedding the mortal body and becoming an immortal. Whether it is a king or an emperor, they are all immortals, but if you transcend the realm of the emperor, it means that you are above the immortal and have transformed into a saint, and you can be called a saint. Qin Wentian walked in the prosperous streets of Changsheng City. At this moment, he was wearing a simple white robe, and his whole body was spotless. He took off his mask and restored his original face. At this moment, the void shook, and a terrifying aura came towards this side. Qin Wentian looked up and saw a group of powerful men in the distance. They were wearing special silver armor, thin and sharp, reflecting a terrifying light, and stepping on terrifying flying beasts. People retreated wherever they passed. What a heroic army! Qin Wentian said in his heart. The weakest ones were all at the top level of Immortal King, and there were many immortal emperors. Such an army was only placed in Changsheng City. If it was placed in a small city, it would definitely be super shocking. This army came to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian slightly stepped aside, still looking up at the people in the void, only to see a cold and sharp look looking at him. This look was extremely terrifying, like a flash of lightning directly penetrating into Qin Wentian's eyes, as sharp and terrifying as a sword out of its sheath. Qin Wentian felt a force invading, and he frowned slightly. Seeing that the other party's expression became a little colder, his casual frown relaxed again, and he didn't care. The other side swept through the void with a mighty force, carrying a strong and majestic aura, revealing an arrogant attitude. Really proud. Qin Wentian murmured as he watched the army leave. Of course, Commander Zhao's army is proud. A man walked over and laughed softly. Qin Wentian looked at him. It was an old man in the initial stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. The Commander Zhao that the old gentleman is talking about is Commander Zhao Yu. Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Of course, Zhao Yu is the youngest commander in Changsheng City. He is a peerless genius who has been fully cultivated by the top force Sword Soul sect in Changsheng City. His pride has long been famous in Changsheng City. Moreover, he has such capital. Even the commander-in-chief values him very much, and Zhao Yu has never given face to the commander-in-chief. The World Master once praised him, and the commanders he led are as proud as him. The old man said with a smile, counting the top young geniuses in Changsheng City, and seemed to be quite proud. But I heard that Commander Zhao Yu is not only proud, but can even be called arrogant. He is surrounded by beautiful women, and he even forced a daughter of a powerful family to be his concubine. Qin Wentian laughed casually. Obviously, after he came to the Immortal Realm, he had a certain understanding of the major forces and commanders in the Immortal Realm. Among the 36 commanders, the news about Commander Zhao Yu left a deep impression on him. This is a genius from the Sword Soul sect. The Sword Soul sect has fully trained him and pushed him to the position of commander. The Sword Soul sect's goal is obviously not to stop there, but to train a Nine Realms Palace Master. This is completely possible. The major top forces in the Immortal Realm have done this before, and many have succeeded in history. Commander Zhao is a top young genius, and even the World Master has paid attention to him. It is normal for him to be surrounded by beautiful women. The major top forces are even willing to send their daughters to the commander's mansion, and even to take them as concubines. If it were an ordinary beautiful woman, Commander Zhao would not look down on her. As for the incident back then, Commander Zhao took the initiative to pursue her. Although there were some conflicts in the middle, the other party agreed in the end, so there was nothing wrong with it. The old man said with a smile. It seems that the old man admires Commander Zhao very much. Qin Wentian didn't say much, and asked with a smile. Of course, before taking office, Commander Zhao challenged 36 commanders in succession, and only lost 3 battles. At that time, Commander Zhao had just entered the top level of the Immortal Emperor. Such a brilliant record was a sensation at the time and shocked Changsheng City. You have to know that among the 36 commanders of Changsheng City, which one is not the peak Immortal Emperor with top combat power? The old man exclaimed sincerely, I don't know when there will be a person like Commander Zhao again. Now, among the 9 commanders in the northern area, Commander Zhao is the first. Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, it is indeed extraordinary. After saying that, Qin Wentian stepped away. The old man looked at Qin Wentian's back and smiled, young man, don't be dissatisfied. Maybe you think you are outstanding, but Changsheng City is so big, how many people like Commander Zhao are there? I remember what the old man said. Qin Wentian smiled and said. A few days later, a sensational event occurred in the 9 areas of the northern region of Changsheng City. 3 commanders were challenged by the same person and lost one after another. This man was dressed in white, handsome and elegant. What was even more terrifying was that his cultivation was only at the intermediate level of the Immortal Emperor. When he challenged the first commander, the commander simply disdained him and asked the deputy commander to challenge him and drive him away. However, he was defeated miserably and was defeated in one move. He had no power to fight back. After that, The commander went to fight and was crushed and defeated by the opponent with absolute advantage. This news caused quite a stir. Later, the mysterious strong man challenged the other two commanders one after another, and defeated the two commanders without any suspense. For a time, there was a great uproar in the North Territory. There were so many immortal emperors in Changsheng City. Although the peak immortal emperors were powerful, they were by no means rare. Those who could serve as commanders were definitely the strongest among the top immortal emperors. However, 3 commanders were challenged and defeated by one person, and the other party was at the intermediate level of the immortal emperor. Such news, at the time when the feast of the Changsheng realm was about to be held, could not help but cause a stir. Many people speculated that the sudden appearance of such a powerful and mysterious figure at this time must be for the purpose of becoming famous. The purpose of becoming famous is very simple. On the day of the longevity feast, he would attract the attention of the Lord of the Realm and the Hall of Longevity. If he could get their favor, he would rise to the top. Just when everyone was immersed in this news, a letter of challenge was sent to the first commander's mansion in the Northern Territory, the commander's mansion where Xiaoyu was. Once this news came out, the Northern Territory was shaken. They realized that the real purpose of the mysterious challenger was not the 3 commanders at all, but Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, the top genius of the Sword Soul sect, was just like the mysterious man now. He relied on challenges to get to the top, got the attention of the Hall of Longevity, and ascended to the commander's seat. Now, someone has fought against the 3 commanders and challenged Xiaoyu. The purpose is self-evident. For a time, the land of the Northern Territory was shaken. On this day, many people gathered outside the commander's mansion where Xiaoyu was. They all came to watch the challenge of the mysterious man. The door of the commander's mansion was open. Many people could see Xiaoyu sitting inside, hugging his left and right. They were all top beauties, charming and stunning, but without a trace of worldly temperament. Their charm was tinged with a touch of nobility. They were all women of extraordinary birth, and were married to Xiaoyu as concubines. Seeing them now beautiful and elegant without losing their charm, many people secretly thought that Xiaoyu really knew how to enjoy himself, and trained his concubines so outstandingly. Even today, Xiaoyu did not have a wife, he only took concubines. In his opinion, he was still too early to reach his peak, and his wife in the future must be a woman of peerless elegance. This Xiaoyu is really confident. People outside couldn't help but sigh when they saw Xiaoyu enjoying himself. Well, it seems that Xiaoyu is full of confidence, but with his strength, although the challenger is mysterious, it must still be difficult for him to defeat Xiaoyu. Everyone talked about it. At this moment, a figure in white stepped towards them from the distant void. This person crossed the void with his hands behind his back. He looked extremely unrestrained. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. Compared with the peerless genius Xiaoyu of the Sword Soul sect who was sitting there, his temperament was not inferior at all. Chapter 1608, Sage Sword Spirit. Here he comes. Many people looked at Qin Wentian who was walking in the void, and couldn't help comparing him with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a leader of the young generation of the Sword Soul sect. Many elders had already been surpassed by him. Now there were not many people in the entire Sword Soul sect who could beat him. He had a pair of sword eyebrows, extremely bright eyes, and a face with a bit of weird handsomeness. Although he knew that Qin Wentian had arrived, he still didn't look up, but just drank and chatted with the 2 beauties beside him, as if he didn't care about this challenge at all. As for the mysterious person who challenged, no one knew his name, which force he came from, and who he was. It seemed that he was a peerless genius who appeared out of thin air in Changsheng City and wanted to use Xiaoyu to become famous. The fact is just as they guessed. Qin Wentian really wanted to use Xiaoyu to become famous. He looked at the resumes of the 36 commanders of Changsheng City. Xiaoyu is a genius, a peerless genius cultivated by the Sword Soul sect. He has not let down the Sword Soul sect's high hopes. He's extremely proud, has a high opinion of himself, and is quite lustful. He has many concubines, including more than 10 beauties, all of whom are daughters of powerful forces in Changsheng City and are extremely beautiful. He thinks that ordinary women are not even worthy of being his concubines. These are obviously his shortcomings, but these shortcomings are all covered up by his brilliance, and instead become the topic of discussion. Under the brilliance of the peerless genius of the Sword Soul sect and the youngest commander of Changsheng City, the so-called pride and the clouds of beauties around him seem to be the most normal things. No one cares. This can be seen from the conversation between the old man and Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian walked forward step by step, walked towards the commander's mansion, looked at Xiaoyu inside, and released his aura. The meaning of challenge is self-evident. In the crowd in the distance, an old man looked at Qin Wentian in astonishment, and walked out and said, "It's really you." Qin Wentian turned his eyes and smiled at the old man. It turned out that this was the immortal emperor he met on the road that day. "Hello, old sir," Qin Wentian said with a smile. The old man's eyes flickered, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Little guy, although you are talented, you can win against the 3 commanders in a row, which shows your strength. However, you must not do things that you can't do just because you want to become famous. If you give up the battle now and apologize to Commander Xiao, maybe Commander Xiao will let you go. Challenging a commander is not a fun thing. The commander of a party is the most powerful person. You can't challenge him whenever you want. If you dare to challenge the majesty of the commander, if you win, it's fine. If you lose, no one dares to say anything if you are killed on the spot. You came to challenge yourself, so of course you have to pay the price. Otherwise, won't anyone dare to challenge you in the future? Such things have happened many times in the history of the Changsheng realm. When challengers defeat the commanders, they gain fame, but they dare not really do anything to the commanders. However, if they lose, the best result is serious injury, and it is also very common to be abolished or even killed. Thank you, old sir, but I still want to try. Qin Wentian nodded and smiled at the old man. The old man looked at Qin Wentian and sighed, "Why bother? You talented young people have stepped into the emperor realm at such a young age. Is fame so important to you?" Qin Wentian smiled and didn't say much. Fame? What he needs most now is fame, fame in Changsheng City. Lihuro Palace deliberately didn't bring him here, so he can only come here by himself, otherwise, he will always be in a passive state and be played around by the master of Lihuro Palace. There are many people who want to use me to become famous. You are not the first one. The reason why I am sitting here to meet you is purely because you defeated several commanders. Therefore, I will meet you. Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at Qin Wentian from a distance. His voice was proud and cold. "Now, I will give you 2 choices. The first choice is that because you challenged the majesty of the commander's mansion, you will kneel down 3 times in front of the commander's mansion. I will pretend that nothing happened and you leave." "What about the second one?" Qin Wentian asked. "You die." Xiaoyu said indifferently, with an unquestionable tone. "It is indeed as proud as the rumors say." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Maybe there will be a third choice, you lose." Xiaoyu, who was sitting there, raised his mouth with a sarcastic sneer. He lost? A mid-level immortal emperor challenged a top immortal emperor with unparalleled combat power. This sounds like a very ridiculous joke, and presumably, all the people watching at this moment are waiting to see this joke. Xiaoyu stood up holding his beautiful concubine, and then his body slowly hung in the air. The beautiful concubine beside him followed him. Moreover, the 2 beauties were both at the realm of immortal emperor. Although the realm of immortal emperor was not high in Changsheng City, it was quite amazing for Xiaoyu's 2 concubines. The third choice? Do you want to borrow my fame by the method I used when I became famous? Xiaoyu's ironic smile was a little weird, and he said, "For me, it is the road to fame, but for you, it is the road to death." After the voice fell, he let go of the 2 beautiful concubines, stepped forward, and said, "Killing you, just raise your hand. Please teach me, Commander Xiao." Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Xiaoyu calmly, with a faint smile on his face. The calmness gave people a sense of lightness. Such a person made people dare not despise him. That kind of demeanor should have extraordinary power, otherwise, he would not dare to stand here. However, the person he was facing was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's aura suddenly changed. In just a moment, the vast space suddenly became extremely oppressive, making people feel a sense of suffocation, as if the entire world changed with his temperament. This ability was too terrifying. He didn't even move, and the world became extremely sharp and heavy. His eyes suddenly trembled. In just a moment, 2 terrifying lightning bolts seemed to appear in the void, crossing the space, slashing and killing, rushing into Qin Wentian's eyes, and directly hitting Qin Wentian's soul. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt that there seemed to be terrifying void swords in his soul, violently shuttling. His soul seemed to be under the rolling and roaring waves of the sea, like a lone boat bearing the attack of the storm. Xiao Yu's eyes and his figure seemed to be directly imprinted in Qin Wentian's soul. There are few people who are good at soul attack, and it is even rarer to have such a powerful soul attack. If it were an ordinary immortal emperor, his soul would probably collapse and die in an instant, dying in Xiao Yu's hands. However, Qin Wentian is also good at soul power. In an instant, his soul bolt seemed to decompose, become invisible, and be everywhere. Even if the sword storm rushed in madly and destroyed everything, it was still difficult to destroy Qin Wentian's soul. Qin Wentian's eyes also changed. His eyes became extremely strange, as if they were spinning, hiding the world inside. In an instant, Xiao Yu felt that he was trapped in the pupil technique space, as if the actual sword of light came across the void and rushed into his body. At the same time, there was also a terrible soul sword that came in. This glance was not only an attack on the soul, but also an attack on the flesh. At a glance, the double attack came together. Xiao Yu raised his sword eyebrows, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so powerful, with a strong soul, and could directly attack with the power of the soul. He smiled scornfully and took a step forward. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The endless sword might directly broke through Qin Wentian's pupil space, and the extremely powerful attack force directly penetrated it. Then, a super strong domain was born. It was a world-destroying sword domain. It seemed that ancient figures appeared, like ancient sages, appearing in the world with different world-shattering sword might, and killed Qin Wentian. In just a moment, the space where Qin Wentian was seemed to be torn into nothingness, completely collapsed and destroyed. Qin Wentian's body was gleaming with the most dazzling spatial power. His body seemed to be in another spatial world. A supreme sword domain was born. 10,000 swords whistled from the sky, crossing the void and killing the sage sword soul summoned by Xiao Yu. For a moment, the whole space turned into an endless and violent sword world. A scream was heard. A strong man who was close to him was chopped by a diffuse sword intent. One arm was directly cut off and shattered. Everyone was horrified and retreated frantically. They found that the void outside the commander's mansion had turned into a sword intent world, wrapped in an endless storm. Anyone who leaned against it would be strangled directly. Buzz! Xiao Yu's body seemed to disappear and merged into the body of a sage. The sage sword soul descended directly in front of Qin Wentian. The infinite sword power was like a violent storm, slashing down. The thunder sword slashed everything, killing gods who stood in the way. The sage sword soul was too terrifying, as if the sage had resurrected. Endless light emerged from Qin Wentian's body, and the sword of light bloomed, crushing everything in its path, colliding with the sage sword soul. Endless light was imprinted on the sword soul's body, and then, the sage was destroyed. But this was not the end. The sword of light descended from another direction, and a sage sword soul descended. He had supreme pressure, and with one step, the sword force became stronger. With a few steps, it seemed as if the whole world would be destroyed. Qin Wentian directly crossed the void and descended in front of the opponent. The extremely overbearing fist of light blasted out, colliding head-on with the opponent and crushing the sword soul. However, this still did not end. Sage sword souls were constantly controlled by Xiao Yu, and they were killing endlessly, determined to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Qin Wentian's body was shining with divine light, and the infinite brilliance of the stars fell. The light fist burst out. At this moment, it seemed as if thousands of arms were blasting out in different directions, and the attacks in each direction were surprisingly powerful. There was a faint sound of Sanskrit, like the power of a great Buddha. Rumble. The void seemed to explode and shatter, all the sword spirits collapsed, and the people watching the battle were shocked. This mysterious man could actually fight against Commander Xiao Yu. Chapter 1609, Falling from the Altar. The two people in the void became more and more violent as they fought. Xiao Yu could use the sword spirits of the sages to fight. It seemed that the ancient figures were summoned to be reborn, exerting their power, and fighting for Xiao Yu. For many people, this was the first time they saw how powerful Xiao Yu was. Many people were moved by it. He was worthy of being the peerless genius of the Sword Soul sect. The sages of the Sword Soul sect transformed into sword spirits from generation to generation. Who could stop them? However, what shocked everyone even more was Qin Wentian's strength. This mysterious strong man who won consecutive victories over the three commanders, his every attack was shining with unparalleled light, his whole body was shrouded in light, like a real god, and even a faint Buddha light was shining, making his temperament extremely extraordinary. Moreover, The light fist attack he sent out could be dispersed, turning into thousands of fist rays, and the attack power of each fist ray was equally powerful, shattering the sword spirit attacks of the sages summoned by Xiaoyu. Everyone could feel that Qin Wentian's realm was lower than Xiaoyu's. He was only at the middle level, but he could fight with the immortal realm to such an extent. How terrifying it was. This meant that if he entered the top-level immortal emperor realm, it was very likely that Xiaoyu would be defeated by him, and the possibility was very high, which meant that in terms of combat power, he was more talented than the Sword Soul Sex Peerless prodigy Xiaoyu. After fighting continuously and failing to defeat Qin Wentian, the light in Xiaoyu's eyes became more and more terrifying. He fired soul attacks from his eyes, but Qin Wentian's eyes were full of bright light, and he looked at him fearlessly. Whether it was soul attacks or spell attacks, he could not defeat his opponent, which made Xiaoyu feel humiliated. How would everyone look at him when a middle-level immortal emperor fought with him to such an extent? Thinking of this, his killing intent became stronger. In the starry sky, endless starlight fell down. One by one, the sword souls of the sages seemed to come from the sky and rush directly into his body. At this moment, Xiaoyu's whole person became more and more terrifying. His spiritual will was transforming as the sword souls of the sages entered his body. His eyes seemed to shoot multiple rays of light. The power emanating from his body actually surged and became much stronger. The world was suffocating, and the sword intent wanted to tear the sky apart. The sound of puffing and puffing continued, and the screams continued. The people watching the battle in the distance became extremely terrified. Their bodies continued to retreat rapidly to the distance, while releasing their own strength to resist the occasional extraordinary sword intent that emanated from the battlefield. Just a ray of sword intent that leaked out could tear people apart directly. Several people's arms were directly torn or their bodies were pierced. It was very miserable. Moreover, they were affected by watching the battle here themselves, not by the intention of the two sides of the battle. It can only be said that Xiaoyu could no longer perfectly control this superpower, so it overflowed. Xiaoyu stepped out, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a phantom. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to fall into a realm of sword souls. The world of sword souls, the whole world seemed illusory. When Xiaoyu took that step, his body seemed to have turned into a sage. A pair of huge faces appeared in front of Qin Wentian's eyes. The endless light of the void turned into an invisible killing intent, penetrated through, and directly descended into Qin Wentian's body. He could not defend at all. This attacking force was too overbearing. Qin Wentian looked up and saw Xiaoyu, who had turned into a sage. His whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of golden Buddha light. The body of the Buddha had the holy intention of Vajra. Coupled with the immortal magic attribute of his body, he could be called immortal. He allowed the terrifying sword intent to penetrate through him. His eyes were still sharp to the extreme. He raised his palm, and the big handprint like a god attached with the power of great light, crossed the void, and directly slapped down, hitting Xiaoyu's huge body. But at this moment, Xiaoyu's body seemed to have turned into an illusion. The extremely powerful lifelike light handprint just passed through his body and failed to hide him. This scene made Qin Wentian look condensed. What's the use of a powerful attack if it can't hit the opponent? This is the body of nothingness commanded by Xiaoyu. It's too powerful. Although this mysterious man is scary enough, it's still impossible to defeat Xiaoyu. Although the spectators were in danger, no one was willing to leave. They thought it would be a one-sided game and the mysterious man who challenged Xiaoyu would not be Xiaoyu's opponent at all, but they saw a real battle between super-powerful immortal emperors, which was worth the trip. How can you defeat me? An extremely overbearing voice came from Xiaoyu's mouth. He stretched out his finger and shot a finger at Qin Wentian. This space seemed to have a series of terrifying sword rivers, killing and killing. The whole void seemed to be torn apart. When the sword river hit Qin Wentian's body, the golden body continued to shatter and could not hold on. Qin Wentian's super-strong life breath, an ancient tree of life wrapped around his body, allowing the opponent's attack to penetrate. The crowd saw that Qin Wentian was still shining with light, as if he was also an immortal existence. How can you kill me? Qin Wentian's body was still bright, illuminating the world, constantly turning into a supreme sort of killing light, hitting Xiaoyu. Nothing is truly immortal. As long as you are human, you will die. Xiaoyu's voice seemed to be emitted from his mind, spreading throughout the world, still overbearing. He approached Qin Wentian step by step. With every step he took, the killing power from the void became stronger, wanting to shatter Qin Wentian's body and kill him completely. Even with an immortal body, he can still kill. Qin Wentian's white robe fluttered wildly, making a terrifying whistling sound. Facing Xiao Yu's strength, his momentum not only did not weaken, but became stronger. The light on his body became brighter and brighter. Finally, Xiao Yu's body descended in front of him, and he pointed directly at his forehead. At this moment, it seemed that many sage sword spirits bloomed directly from Xiao Yu's fingertips, killing everything. No one could resist such an attack. Boom! The void emitted a terrible sonic boom, and Xiao Yu's attack rushed into Qin Wentian's forehead. Everyone was trembling. This time, Qin Wentian was doomed to die. No matter how powerful the immortal body was, it could not stop such a domineering force. There was only one way to die. You are right. There is no immortal. It's just that you have to watch. The body of nothingness will also be annihilated. Another thought-like voice resounded between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian grabbed the void with his palm. The strongest hand of God turned into a terrible space vortex, which enveloped Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu's body was about to turn into nothingness again, but Qin Wentian did not attack his body. He only attacked the space in front of him. The terrible space vortex was going to tear the void apart. In this space, even if you are truly in nothingness, you will be destroyed. The space vortex turned into a storm of destruction, constantly penetrating Xiao Yu's body. His body, which was like that of a sage, trembled. His body gradually staggered, and his hands attacked at the same time. Endless attacks shot out from his pupils, trying to kill Qin Wentian. Boom! The space storm became stronger. The domineering light, the power of the magic, the power of space, and the power of the sword were going to destroy everything. Ah! A miserable voice came out. Xiao Yu's body gradually solidified, and his whole body trembled constantly, as if he was bearing an extremely terrifying force and his body was about to be torn apart. Commander Xiao, you lost. Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and waved his palm suddenly, and Xiao Yu's body was directly shaken away, like a kite with a broken string. With a puff, blood spurted out of his mouth. The power of the sages completely dissipated, and the momentum of the whole person was gone, becoming extremely decadent, without the peerless spirit just now. When Xiao Yu's body fell to the ground, everyone seemed to be still immersed in the battle, and their eyes were blank for a while. Defeated. The peerless genius of the Sword Soul sect, the youngest commander of Changsheng City, was defeated by this mysterious handsome young man, who defeated Xiao Yu with the realm of the middle-level immortal emperor. Xiao Yu is now one of the top 3 leaders in the entire Changsheng City. He was defeated by a young middle-level immortal emperor. This was unimaginable before. However, the fact happened before his eyes. Xiao Yu was defeated thoroughly. Xiao Yu's 2 concubines flashed and came to Xiao Yu's side. They reached out to help him, but Xiao Yu shook their hands away and said in a low voice, "Get lost." At this moment, Xiao Yu's pride seemed to be shattered in this battle. The 2 concubines were pale. They understood what this battle meant to Xiao Yu. As a peerless genius cultivated by the Sword Soul sect, Xiao Yu had never experienced such a great defeat. All his glory, reputation, and pride will be wiped out in this battle. This can be seen from the eyes of the onlookers. Xiao Yu, the first leader of the North City District, fell from the altar in one battle, and fell so miserably. When everyone looked at Qin Wentian again, their eyes were also different. Before, they thought Qin Wentian was just a genius who wanted to become famous, but now, they know that although he is still a genius who wants to become famous, he is not ignorant of life and death, but a genius who can stir up a storm in Changsheng City. The old man's heart was beating wildly before, and he looked at all this in a daze, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. He actually won, defeated Xiao Yu. He couldn't take his eyes off Qin Wentian. Then, he saw Qin Wentian turned around and left, without even leaving his name. He was still so mysterious, coming and going like the wind. No one knew who he was, where he came from. The Northern Territory was shaken, Changsheng City was shaken, and Jiutian sect was shaken, all because of a battle. The youngest commander of Changsheng City, the peerless genius of Jiutian sect, Xiao Yu, who was famous for challenging, was defeated by a mysterious young man of the middle level of the immortal emperor. This mysterious man fought against 4 major commanders and won consecutively, including the immortal territory. Many commanders were trembling with fear, worried that before the Changsheng City feast was held, the mysterious man would suddenly appear in front of them, challenge them, and make their reputation fall to the ground. But the mysterious man disappeared, and did not appear again until the day of the feast. He did not challenge other commanders, but countless people were looking forward to his appearance again, wanting to know who he was and where he came from. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1610, Palace of Eternal Life. Changsheng City is getting more and more lively. With the coming of the feast, the storm of Qin Wentian's strong victory over Xiaoyu has gradually faded. More people have begun to discuss which figures will emerge at this Changsheng City feast. Of course, many people also speculate that a mysterious strong man who defeated Xiaoyu will appear at the time of the feast. After all, he challenged Xiaoyu in order to become famous, attract the attention of Changsheng Palace, and even let the World Master pay attention to him. Xiaoyu was a genius who was once named and paid attention to by the World Master. What an honor it is. However, now that he has been defeated, the World Master may also hear about it. The day of the grand feast finally arrived. Helen Clan, the place where the strong men of Helen Yunshin's lineage were. Helen Yunshin looked at the masked young man in front of him with some surprise, and said, "Why did Master Jiutian come from Lihoro City again? I encountered a little emergency a few days ago, so I rushed back to Lihoro City, but it was not a small consumption, so I had to go to Helen Clan again. I troubled Helen Clan to send me here. I am very grateful," Jiutian said with a smile. Helen Yunshin had no idea that the two appearances were the original body and the incarnation. If he really wanted to care, the one in front of him at this moment was the real Jiutian. "When did you become so polite? Last time here, someone was very dishonest." Helen Qiwayu, who was beside Helen Yunshin, smiled with her bright eyes, and looked at Qin Wentian with a different light in her beautiful eyes. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Jiutian's eyes. Last time, he teased Helen Qiwayu, and the effect was obvious. Now, Helen Qiwayu's vigilance against him has almost disappeared. I'm afraid she is almost treating him as her own. Fairy Qiwayu, I really couldn't stand those people last time, so I offended them. You should not bear a grudge against me, Jiutian said with a smile. Humph, that depends on how Master Jiutian performs in the future, Helen Qiwayu said with a sweet smile. She was usually dignified and noble, but now she was smiling all the time, which was particularly charming. She looked at Jiutian with her beautiful eyes, thinking that this guy actually made her not bear a grudge. Last time, this guy was very bold. Helen Yunshin, who was standing next to him, smiled meaningfully when he heard the conversation between the two. He also valued Jiutian very much. This genius weapon refiner was not ordinary outstanding. Although he had won his friendship was not so solid after all. Once encountering special circumstances, it would be easy to collapse. But if Jiutian and Helen Qiwayu were together, the situation would be different. The key point was that Helen Qiwayu seemed to have a good impression of Jiutian now. In addition, Jiutian's weapon refinement talent and the tip of the iceberg of his ability that day when facing the attack of the Sword Soul Sect strongmen made him feel more and more that Jiutian was extraordinary. If they could really be together, Helen Yunshin would be very supportive. Let's go. Master Jiutian is also here for this feast. Let's go, Helen Yunshin said. Grandpa, are we going there by ourselves? Helen Qiwayu asked. We will meet up with your second grandfather and his family. Although there are some conflicts between us, the Helen family is one and must not be divided. Otherwise, there are already many top forces in Changsheng City. How can our Helen family continue to grow? If your second grandfather really reaches a certain level, even if he wants my position as the head of the family, I will give it to him, Helen Yunshin said. His words were very bold. Helen Qiwayu wanted to say something, but did not speak. He just nodded slightly. Helen Yunshin summoned everyone and then met up with Helen Yunhei and his family. Seeing Jiutian appear, Helen Xianlang's face instantly became very ugly. Last time, he had been mocking Qin Wentian, trying to use him to embarrass Helen Yunshin and his family. However, later, Qin Wentian took out the Emperor's soldiers and shocked the people of Jiutian clan. They were very polite to him. After that, the soul attacks of the Sword Soul Sect strong men could not do anything to the other party, and even suffered backlash. Master Jiutian. Helen Yunhei saw Jiutian appear, walked over and nodded slightly to him, I am sorry for offending you last time. I hope Master Jiutian will not blame me. As he said that, he looked directly at Helen Xianlang and said, "Come here and apologize to Master Jiutian." Helen Xianlang's face turned pale in an instant. Looking at his grandfather and seeing Helen Yunhei's stern eyes, he walked in front of Jiutian and said, "Master Jiutian, I am sorry for offending you last time. I hope Master Jiutian will forgive me." Jiutian looked calm when he saw the performance of the two. This Helen Yunhei was indeed not an ordinary person. Glancing at Helen Xianlang, he said lightly, "It's okay, but the Helen family is an extraordinary force, and I have always admired it, but what I saw last time was really disappointing. Although the Helen family is extraordinary, there are many powerful forces in Changsheng City. For the prosperity of the Helen family, some things have to be done, which makes Master Jiutian laugh." Helen Yunhei looked at Jiutian and said with a smile, "If I had known that Qiuyu had such a good match, I wouldn't have to be so smart." Although Helen Qiuyu didn't have a good impression of Helen Yunhei, she couldn't help blushing when she heard this. Obviously, the last incident made Helen Yunhei and others misunderstand, and Helen Yunchen and others didn't explain anything, so Helen Yunhei said so. She secretly glanced at Jiutian, with a bit of shyness in her beautiful eyes, bright and moving. How could Jiutian not understand that he was misunderstood when he saw this scene? Since Helen Yunchen and others didn't explain, he didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. "Brother, let's go," Helen Yunhei said to Helen Yunchen, and many powerful people of the Helen family gathered, and then flew in the air, heading straight to the location of the Changsheng Palace. In the void, there were strong men flying in the air, and many of them were heading in the same direction, the center of Changsheng City, the direction of Changsheng Palace. It is worthy of being the heyday of Changsheng realm. I wonder how many heroes will appear this time. As they approached Changsheng Palace, more and more strong men appeared. Some young immortal emperors were extraordinary and terrifying. Yes, the Changsheng realm is vast, and there are many geniuses. Let's talk about our North Territory's first commander Xiaoyu, who is an extraordinary figure and a peerless genius. He was named by the Lord of the Realm. However, just a few days ago, he was defeated by a mysterious strong middle-level immortal emperor, causing a shock in the North Territory. This person, I am afraid, also came here for this feast, Helen Yunhei said. Although I don't know who he is, he must be a great man of his generation. Qiuyu, his cultivation is the same as yours. You still need to work hard, Helen Yunchen said to Helen Qiuyu with an expectant look. Although Helen Qiuyu is very talented, there is still a gap between him and Xiaoyu. The other party is a well-known figure in Changsheng City, but even such a person was defeated by someone who crossed the realm. You can imagine how many Xianjiao there are in Changsheng realm. Yes, Helen Qiuyu nodded seriously. She also heard about that battle. The person who defeated Xiaoyu was said to be miraculous. She glanced at Jiutian beside her and said with a smile, "Jiutian, the mysterious man is also in the same realm as you, and it is rumored that he is handsome and extraordinary. What do you think?" Oh, Jiutian didn't know how to answer. Was he asking him to praise himself or belittle himself? Helen Qiuyu thought Jiutian was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer, so she couldn't help but smile softly. The Hall of Eternal Life, where the Lord of the Eternal Life realm ruled the Eternal Life realm, was a magnificent city towering above the sky. Outside the Hall of Eternal Life, there was a staircase thousands of feet high, on which was carved a statue of the Lord of the Eternal Life realm, worshipped by countless people. People often came here, bowed down to the statue, and worshipped it as if it were a god. As the master of a realm, the Lord of the Changsheng realm has supreme authority and invincible power in the Changsheng realm. He is the object of worship and the goal of yearning for countless people. In this world that advocates martial arts, the Lord of the Changsheng realm is the god of this realm. On this day, under the 10,000 feet stairs of the Changsheng Hall, endless people gathered. No one stood in the void. All those who came had to come down from the void from afar and then walk to it. They could only look up at the Changsheng Hall. No one dared to look down at this towering magnificent city. That would be disrespectful to the Lord of the Realm. Outside the Changsheng Hall, 10 high platforms were built. There were 9 platforms in the 9 directions, 9,000 feet high, with thrones on the top, which were extremely noble. These were the places where the Lord of the 9 Realms Palace sat when he came to worship the Lord of the Realm. The 9,000 feet high platform and the Palace Lord's throne were to show the noble status of the 9 Realms Palace. In the center, There was also an independent high platform, which was very wide. On the high platform, it could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people, like a giant martial arts arena. Under the 10 Directions platform, countless people gathered. They were all enthusiastic and looking forward. Today, they had the opportunity to see the top figures of the immortal realm with their own eyes. Those super powerful figures who dominated one side would gather here. The people of the Helen clan had also arrived. Standing below, Helen Qiu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she whispered, "Is this 10 Directions platform built temporarily?" Of course, it doesn't exist on weekdays. It is only built once every 100 years, but it is not difficult for extraordinary strong people. Helen Yunchen said. Jiutian's eyes flickered, thinking that it was a big deal, but Helen Yunchen was right. There were people who were good at some special attributes, who could easily build such a platform. The Immortal Hall obviously had no shortage of such people. The Xuanyun clan's people have arrived. Helen Yunhe said. In a certain direction, many Xuanyun clan masters gathered together and surrounded a person. Xuanyun Hao, whom Qin Wentian had seen in Helen clan that day, was also in the crowd, but he was not conspicuous. He was just a figure next to him. The majestic figure who was surrounded was the master of Xuanyun Palace, one of the masters of Jinji Palace. When he arrived, he swept his eyes across the vast crowd with a look of contempt. Then he looked at the statue of Changsheng Realm Master and bowed. As the master of Jinji Palace, he still had an extremely pious intention, as if he was worshipping a god. Although the palace master and the realm master seemed to be only one step away, the gap between them was something that only people like them could understand. Chapter 1611, The Lord of Nine Realms Palace. In addition to many powerful men of the Xuanyun clan, many leaders of forces in the Xuanyun Palace territory came with the Xuanyun Palace Master. They came with the Xuanyun Palace Master and saw the Xuanyun Palace Master bowing to the statue of the Lord of the Immortal Realm. They also bowed in the direction of the statue. Everyone's eyes were filled with piety, at least on the surface. At this time, a man walked down step by step. He actually walked down from the 10,000 feet of stairs, with his head held high and his temperament proud and outstanding. He looked very young, with his hands behind his back, calm and relaxed. Facing the vast crowd, his face was always full of arrogance, and he walked down the stairs step by step. Palace Master of Xiangxing Palace. Beside Emperor Yan, Helen Yanhe said, "This person is a disciple of the Realm Master, extremely outstanding, and was favored by the Realm Master. He was arranged in Xiangxing Palace, one of the palace masters of the 9 realm palaces." Emperor Yan nodded secretly. No wonder he walked down the stairs with an arrogant demeanor. When the palace master of Xiangxing Palace came down, many powerful people immediately came forward. Obviously, they were all people from his Xiangxing Palace and the major forces in his territory. They were very proud and seemed to be honored. Their palace master was a disciple of the realm master and was deeply loved. This was different from others. Xuanyun, good morning. The palace master of Xiangxing Palace nodded to the palace master of Xuanyun Palace. You are also good morning. The palace master of Xuanyun smiled and returned the greeting. There was a sound of breaking air in the distance, and a group of people came whistling like a gust of wind. Many people avoided them, and then saw 2 lines of powerful people coming together, with an extremely powerful lineup. Although the 2 leaders of the 2 lines of strong men looked different, their temperaments were somewhat similar. They were filled with a strong fighting spirit, as if they were born to be fighting maniacs. The Master of the Gemini Palace. Helen Yunhe said, "The Master of the Gemini Palace has always been held by 2 people at the same time. These 2 are the masters of one palace. It is rumored that the Master of the Gemini Palace is the disciple of that person. I wonder if it is true." Helen Yunchen said in a low voice. "According to what my father knows, it is indeed true." Helen Yunhe responded. Jiutian's eyes flickered. "Who is that person?" As if seeing Jiutian's doubts, Helen Yunhe said, "In the Changsheng realm, there is another realm master level existence. Although he does not like to form forces and travel around, his tyrannical strength is unquestionable. He is said to be a good friend of the realm master. As for the specific relationship, outsiders do not know, but it is rumored that his 2 disciples were arranged by the realm master to serve as the palace chairman of the Gemini Palace of the 9 Realms Palace, that is, the Master of the Gemini Palace." Jiutian nodded slightly. "Is there another realm master?" "The palace master of the Dragon Rider Palace has arrived." Another group of people with extraordinary temperaments arrived. They rode on demon dragons, and the earth shook. The crowds retreated to let them pass. The people of the Dragon Rider Palace walked into the crowd. The head of the group, the extremely majestic palace master of the Dragon Rider Palace wearing armor, glanced at the other palace masters who had arrived, and nodded to them. Like the Jiutian Palace, the Dragon Rider Palace was also directly established when the Realm Master ruled the Changsheng realm. The first Palace Master was a person who followed a Realm Master to fight. The current Palace Master of the Dragon Rider Palace is his descendant. Every time a Palace Master appeared, Helen Yunhei would introduce him. Although he just said it casually, it seemed as if he was deliberately introducing him to Jiutian. There is another Realm Palace, the Qin Palace. The first Palace Masters of these three Realm Palaces were all old men next to the Realm Master. However, nowadays, the Palace Masters of Jiutian Palace and Lonqi Palace are still the first-generation descendants, but the Qin Palace is not. Back then, a Palace Master of the Qin Palace made a mistake and was too arrogant, which angered the Realm Master. He directly ordered them to be abolished. Considering the old friendship, he did not kill them, but exiled them. Moreover, the title of Qin Palace was still retained. Otherwise, there might be no Qin Palace in the Nine Realms Palace. Helen Yunhei continued. As he spoke, his eyes pointed to the people coming from a distance and said, "Speaking of Qin Palace, they are here. You guys from Lihao Palace are here too." Helen Yunhei smiled. Jiutian looked in another direction and then saw the Palace Master of Lihao Palace leading the powerful men. Behind the Palace Master of Lihao Palace were the Grand Commanders Yu Shuang, the three commanders of Lihao City, Zai Hao, Zio Miran, Yin Chu, Chen Guardian and other Guardian Elders. In addition, Helen Emperor and the other 9 emperors were also in the crowd. It seemed that only Qin Wentian was there. The Palace Master of Lihao Palace was obviously on guard against Qin Wentian, especially now that Yuqianai was suddenly transferred away. He would not let Qin Wentian have the opportunity to emerge and appear in the vision of the Realm Master. After all, he knew Qin Wentian's talent. If Qin Wentian was not capable, he would not put him in the position of the commander of the North City District to contain the Helen family. The foundation of Lihao Palace is relatively weak among the 9 Realms Palaces. There are also Kanshu Palace and Zhengjin Palace. These 3 palaces are in the same position and are adjacent to each other. In the 9 Realms Palace, the foundation is weaker. Jiutian Palace, Lonqi Palace, and Qin Palace, the first generation of Palace Masters are all old people who follow the Realm Master. The remaining 3 palaces, Gemini Palace has a person of the same level as the Realm Master backing it up, Shiangxing Palace is the Realm Master's disciple, and as for the remaining palace, Desolate Heaven Palace, it is known as the strongest palace in the 9 Realms Palace. Jiutian nodded secretly and remembered the 9 Realms Palaces in his heart. As time passed, this area became more and more lively, and the Palace Masters of the 9 Realms Palaces brought people here. Desolate Heaven Palace also came. The Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace was extremely majestic, standing there with an air of looking down on the world, standing in the middle palace. The other 8 Palace Masters, even the Palace Master of Shiangxing Palace, the Realm Master's direct disciple, were quite polite to him, and they implicitly regarded him as the leader, which showed how powerful the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace was. Does the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace have no background? Jiutian asked curiously. It is precisely because he has no background and relies on himself to fight step by step to become the strongest that he is more terrifying. The Realm Masters all think highly of him and once wanted to accept him as a disciple. However, the Palace Master of Desolate Heaven Palace said that although he respects the Realm Master very much, the two have different paths of cultivation. He has his own path to go and will break out a path to the Realm Master realm by himself. Helen Yunhei said. Is this rejecting the Realm Master? Isn't he afraid of making the Realm Master unhappy? Jiutian whispered. This Desolate Heaven Palace is really overbearing. Even if the cultivation path of the Changsheng Realm Master is not suitable for him, the status of a Realm Master disciple is also very impressive, and occasional guidance is also good. He actually refused and dared to reject the Realm Master. The Realm Lord governs the endless area, how can he be so narrow-minded? The Palace Master of the Desolate Heaven Palace is someone he admires very much and is also his subordinate. Even if he doesn't become his disciple, it doesn't matter. He just laughed it off when he heard the words of the Palace Master of the Desolate Heaven Palace. Yes. Jiutian nodded gently, and the palace master of the 9 realms palace led the people to land under the 9 high platforms and waited silently. Finally, in front of them, in the direction of the Changsheng palace, people came one after another. There were 2 women standing in front. Not only were they powerful, but their faces were also stunning. So beautiful. Helen Qiuai next to Jiutian couldn't help but praise. As a beautiful woman in Lihoro City, Helen Qiuai's appearance was beyond doubt, but she couldn't help but feel amazed when she saw these 2 women. They had a transcendent temperament and exuded a sense of nobility. What do you think of the women around the realm, Lord? Helen Yunchen smiled and said. Hello, fairies. The Lord of the 9 Realms Palace bowed and greeted them. Except for the Lord of the Desolate Heaven Palace who just nodded, the other 8 lords bowed to show respect, even the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Emperor Tian was quite shocked when he saw this scene. The Lord of the 9 Realms Palace was such a person, with a very high status and position, looking down on the crowd and ruling a region. But in front of 2 women, they had to bow and greet them. What an honor it was. Of course, Emperor Tian understood that this was not because the 2 women had high cultivation, nor because they were beautiful, but because they were the women of the Lord of the Longevity Realm. Beside him, Helen Qiuai saw Emperor Tian's expression and asked with a faint smile, "What's wrong with you?" Tian glanced at Helen Qiuai beside him, and a bright light flashed in his sharp eyes. He smiled and said, "I'm thinking that in the future, my woman will be like the 2 fairies, high above, and worshipped by all." When Helen Qiuai saw those deep and bright eyes, her heart trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but she saw that Tian turned his eyes away and didn't continue to look at her, which made her feel a little disappointed. Who was he talking to? Could it be her? Helen Qiuai seemed a little absent-minded. It was hard to imagine that someone like her would be moved by a word from an outsider. "Father is here." At this time, Helen Yunchen spoke, and Helen Qiuai immediately came to her senses and looked towards the direction of the 10,000-foot high platform. She saw that many top forces in Changsheng City were heading in that direction, but they didn't dare to climb the high platform, but just found their own position on the stairs under the high platform. Among them was the real soul of the Helen clan, the strongest of the Helen clan. "Let's go over there too," Helen Yunhei said. As the top power in Changsheng City, they were qualified to occupy a place on the stairs, and the power that followed the Lord of the 9 Realms Palace could have their own place on the high steps where they were. As for ordinary people, they could only look up at all this from below. Emperor Tian, together. Helen Yunchen looked at Emperor Tian and asked. Yes. Emperor Tian nodded slightly. Seeing this scene, Helen Yunchen smiled. The Lord of the Lihoro Palace was also here. If Emperor Tian was with them, the meaning would be very obvious. Many people began to climb the stairs. They were all powerful people from all sides. The Lord of the 9 Realms Palace also walked to his own high platform and sat on the throne at the top of the high platform, with great majesty. Emperor Tian, along with the people of the Helen clan, came to the extremely high stairs of the Changsheng Palace, which was faintly parallel to the high platform of the 9 Realms Palace. Here, only people from the top forces could reach the position. Chapter 1612 Red Dust Palace. The two brothers Helen Yunchen and Helen Yunhei walked up to an old man and shouted to him respectfully, "Father." "Well, sit down." The old man was Helen Jiangshan, the hero of the Helen clan. He was a person who was extraordinary and saintly, and a half-step world master. He once competed with the Lihoro Palace Master for the position of Palace Master. Although he failed, his strength was still unquestionable, and his power was extremely great. He was even able to influence Changsheng City and transferred Yiqian Yu to Changsheng City. It can be seen that although he did not take the position of Palace Master, he would never be willing to give up. If he got the chance, he could still replace him. "Grandpa! Great-grandpa!" Many people of the Helen clan bowed and shouted. Helen Jiangshan looked at everyone and nodded with a smile, then his eyes fell on Tian and said, "Who are you?" Everyone here should be of his Helen bloodline, but he did not recognize Tian, so he asked this question. "Father, Master Tian is an extraordinary weapon refining master with extremely strong weapon refining ability. Now he has opened the Emperor Pavilion in Lihoro City." Helen Yunchen responded on behalf of Tian. "Junior Tian, meet Senior Helen." Tian nodded slightly to Helen Jiangshan, neither humble nor arrogant. "Father, Master Tian is really amazing." On that day, He took out the Emperor's weapon and competed with the Emperor's weapon refined by Jiutian clan. Qin, this girl, is in love with him. Helen Yunhei also smiled. Oh. Helen Jiangshan's eyes flashed. He knew about the little things about his two sons, but they knew the limits. No matter what grudges they had in their hearts, they were all dedicated to the strength of the Helen clan. At this moment, the two of them praised one person at the same time, which meant that the mysterious man with a mask in front of them was really capable. Qin girl is about to grow up. Helen Jiangshan smiled at Helen Qin, making her a little shy, and she didn't answer. Although she was very close to her grandfather Helen Yunqian, she was not very familiar with this great-grandfather, but she knew His Majesty. Master Jiutian. At this time, a voice came. Jiutian turned his eyes and looked towards a high platform. He saw that there was the place where the Lord of Lihuro Palace was. As for the person who spoke, it was the leader of the central city, Zai Hao. Master Jiutian is from my Lihuro city, and D Pavilion is also a force in my Lihuro city. Why is the master not in my Lihuro city, but there? Zai Hao said lightly, with a little coldness in his voice, obviously intending to provoke. Sure enough, the Lord of Lihuro Palace looked in the direction of Jiutian, and there seemed to be a dazzling red light in his eyes. Even the fairy Zai beside him looked at Jiutian coldly. Back then, the scandal of the commander's mansion in the central city was a hot topic. It was she who went there in person to stop Zai Hao and allow the Emperor Pavilion to continue to exist. Unexpectedly, Jiutian has become a member of the Helen family now. I don't know if the palace master will blame me for not doing my job well. It's a long story. Thanks to Commander Zai Hao, D's Emperor Pavilion almost couldn't be opened. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, I had to find another way and went to the North Territory, where I got to know the Helen family. Now, I am not here on behalf of the Emperor Pavilion, but as a friend of the Helen family. Jiutian responded calmly. This was undoubtedly a counterattack. Telling that I was with the Helen family because you, Zai Hao, forced me to be with him. Let's see what the Palace Master Lihuro will think. When the Palace Master Lihuro heard this, he really glanced at Zai Hao, causing Zai Hao's face to freeze, and his eyes staring at Jiutian were even colder. Jiutian of the Emperor Pavilion, I meet the Palace Master. Jiutian nodded to the Palace Master of Lihuro. The Palace Master of Lihuro glanced at him indifferently without responding. Who doesn't know the relationship between him and the Helen family? Has Jiutian chosen a camp? Seeing the expression of the Palace Master of Lihuro, Jiutian's eyes flickered. It seems that after returning, he can move the Emperor Pavilion to the land of the northern region. If there is any change, the Helen family should take it for him. It is impossible to have both to deal with the two major forces. Now, the Master is in the light and he is in the dark. The best way is to let the Lihuro Palace and the Helen family fight. Master Jiutian, how are you? At this time, Zuiniwen Hao from the Zuiniwen Palace shouted in another direction. Jiutian's eyes turned again and looked in that direction. Senior Zuiniwen. Jiutian was quite low-key. He was not as domineering as Qin Wentian was in the Helen family before. On the contrary, he remained humble enough. Master, you are too polite. Just call me Zuiniwen Hao. I still remember your demeanor that day. If I am lucky enough to invite Master Jiutian to visit my Zuiniwen clan, I will be very happy. Zuiniwen Hao said. If I am free someday, I will definitely visit you. Jiutian responded with a smile. Zuiniwen Hao really gave himself face. Speaking at this time would undoubtedly give the Lord of Lihuro Palace a warning. Although it was a simple sentence, it was also helping him in the side. These old guys knew how to behave. Sure enough, the Lord of Lihuro Palace's eyes flickered slightly. Although they were both in the Nine Realms Palace, his position as the Lord of Lihuro Palace was in a precarious situation. If he was not careful, he might lose it. Otherwise, the old man Helen Jiangshan would not dare to keep staring at him. But who can shake the Zuiniwen Palace's position? Passed down from generation to generation, with a profound foundation, this Jiutian was able to get the favor of the Zuiniwen clan, which shows that he is really very capable. All the top forces in Changsheng City have arrived one after another. The strong men in Jilfang Palace looked at the throne on the 10,000 feet stairs. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, as if coming from the sky. Then, a shadow landed on the throne, and then the shadow gradually solidified, turning into an extremely handsome young man. He looked only in his 20s, with a peerless elegance. He put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone was stunned, and then saw that the appearance of the Lord of Changsheng realm changed, and soon returned to his original appearance. He looked about 50 years old, with an immortal style and outstanding temperament, like a real immortal. Everyone stood up, including the Lord of Jinji Palace, and looked at the young man on the throne. Countless people bowed and shouted loudly, "Greetings to the Lord of the realm." The Lord of Changsheng realm slowly sat down and sat on the throne. No one dared to look up until he spoke. "Sit down." The Lord of the immortal realm waved his hand and said with a smile. Suddenly, everyone looked up and said, "Thank you, Lord of the realm." After the voice fell, many people sat down one after another, feeling a little speechless. When the Lord of the realm appeared, he was actually a handsome young man. No one knew what he was doing outside. It seemed that he had hurried here at the critical moment of the banquet. However, no one dared to ask. The Lord of the realm was at such a level that he was beyond the immortal realm. Naturally, he was often outside. How could he stay in the Palace of Immortality all the time? As for all the things in the immortal realm, there were naturally subordinates of the Palace of Immortality or people from the Nine Realms Palace to help him. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. The 9 Palace Masters have guarded all the places for me. Thank you for your hard work. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said. As a disciple of the Lord of the Realm, the Palace Master of the Xiangxing Palace responded first, "This is what we should do. How can it be said to be hard work? Lord of the Realm, please don't embarrass us." The Palace Masters said one after another. "Although I am the Lord of the Immortal Realm, all the affairs of the Immortal Realm are shared by you." Helen should say, "Come, give me some wine." The Lord of the Immortal Realm said, and suddenly behind him, many young and beautiful women flashed out and served a banquet. Suddenly, fairy music sounded in the void, and then a group of women in white clothes and light gauze masks came with the starlight, slowly floating down and landing on the high platform in the middle. The dance of the fairies in the Red Dust Fairy Palace has always amazed the world, and today we can appreciate it quietly again. The Lord of the Immortal Realm said with a smile. The Red Dust Fairy Palace is a top force, composed of extremely beautiful women. Not only are they extraordinary in strength, but they are also unparalleled in music and dance. If you want to invite them, you need to pay a great price. Although these women are masked, their hazy beauty can still see their stunning posture, as well as their dancing posture and invisible music, which are all extremely beautiful. Seeing this scene, Emperor Yuan couldn't help but praise it. What a beautiful dance, what a moving voice. Everyone was appreciating quietly, with amazement flashing in their eyes. The starlight on the high platform was bright, like a dream. From it, Jiutian felt a vague sense of familiarity. At this moment, the dreamy starry sky seemed to be sprinkled with moonlight. Under the moon, an extremely enchanting and sexy figure appeared. The moonlight shone on her body, like a fairy in the moon palace. Although she stood there quietly, she still made people feel extremely stunning. The moment she moved, just a simple movement made everyone's heart tremble. Beautiful, the Red Dust Fairy Palace is well deserved, so beautiful. Someone couldn't help but praise. Jiutian's body was stiff there, staring blankly at the figure in the void. No wonder he felt familiar. At this moment, the beauty under the moon was so familiar. Once, in the Helen Imperial City where Helen Emperor was, on the lake, under the moonlight, that stunning dance was still unforgettable. Now, it reappears. The eyes of the Helen family's people flickered. A strange light flashed in Helen Qiwayu's beautiful eyes. She looked at the figure in the void and said, "Grandpa, is she really from the Red Dust Immortal Palace?" Well, if someone hadn't branded Helen ditching with that dance back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't know about this. It is precisely for this reason that we have the opportunity to transfer her out of the Lihuro Palace prison and let her atone for her sins today. The Red Dust Immortal Palace was implicated in this matter, so they should apologize. Helen Yunshin didn't dare to say it directly, but told Helen Qiwayu through voice transmission. Helen Qiwayu's beautiful eyes flickered. Seeing Jiutian staring at the beautiful figure in the void motionlessly, the corners of her lips pouted slightly. She touched Jiutian and said with a smile, "It seems that the beauty has fallen." Jiutian's eyes flickered, and he heard Helen Qiwayu say, "Do you know who she is?" Jiutian shook his head. Helen Qiwayu transmitted the message, "Yukianayu." It was she and Qin Wentian who caused trouble in Helen Imperial City back then. The younger generation captured and imprisoned them. The Lord of Lihuro Palace used this to threaten Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian to come to Bicheng District and want to deal with her Helen family. However, the proud Commander Qin did not come today. Maybe it's because the Lord of Lihoro Palace did not want him to show up. P.S. I went to the countryside to visit the graves today, so the update is a little late. Sorry. Chapter 1613, Emperor Yan goes to battle? Emperor Yan's eyes were sharp. Yi Qianai was transferred out of Lihoro prison. The Lord of Lihoro Palace certainly didn't want Qin Wentian to come here. Isn't Yi Qianai a bandit? Why did he become a member of Hongjian Palace? Emperor Yan asked with pretended curiosity. Hongjian Palace has amazing dances. Among them, Falling in the Red Dust and Beauty Under the Moon are the two most amazing dances in Hongjian Palace. Ordinary people can't even see them. If these two dances are performed by the fairies of Hongjian Palace, they can turn people upside down. After Emperor Yu was killed, no one knew that he had a daughter. It was probably at that time that Yi Qianai relied on her amazing beauty and talent to practice in Hongjian Palace. Helen Yunshan beside him whispered, "Don't underestimate the dance of the Red Dust Fairy Palace. If this dance is performed with their unique abilities, it can enchant people and make them fall in love with it. It even contains some physical skills, which is very powerful." Yes, Jiutian nodded lightly, and the dance on the high platform was so stunning that it finally stopped slowly. The Red Dust Fairies knelt on one knee one after another, and Yi Qianai in the middle also knelt on one knee. Everyone said in unison, "The Red Dust Fairy Palace apologizes to the Realm Lord." "Oh? What crime have they committed by dancing like this?" the Realm Lord of Longevity asked with a smile. "My Red Dust Palace once accepted Yi Qianai as a disciple, but I didn't expect that she was the daughter of the great thief Yi back then. Moreover, she became abandoned again decades ago and brought disaster to the territory ruled by the Lihoro Palace. Now, I specially let Yi Qianai perform a dance to apologize to the Realm Master and ask the Realm Master to punish her." A fairy said softly. The Realm Master of Longevity smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the fairies of the Red Dust Palace would become bandits. It's a new thing. I wonder who it is." "Junior Yi Qianai, apologize to the Realm Master." Yi Qianai lowered her head and said. The Realm Master of Longevity looked at her and said with a smile, "I don't know the details of this matter for now. You should withdraw first. After the banquet, go to the Changsheng Palace to wait for orders. I will make a decision after I understand it." "Yes, Realm Master." The fairies of the Red Dust Palace stood up and then floated away. After 100 years, the forces in Changsheng City are still strong. In the past 100 years, have there been any people who have transcended the Emperor Realm? Changsheng Realm Lord asked with a smile. "Realm Lord, Zuanun Mo of my Zuanun clan has broken through the Emperor Realm." Only one voice came out. The person who spoke was the Palace Lord of Zuanun Palace. At the same time, he was also the soul of Zuanun clan. Because he was busy with the affairs of Zuanun Palace, he did not directly manage Zuanun clan in Changsheng City, but his status in Zuanun clan was supreme. Did the great elder Zuanun break through? Changsheng Realm Lord's eyes quickly fell on one person, and then smiled slightly. "Realm Lord, it is also thanks to my blessing that I have the opportunity to break through." Zuanun Mo stood up and bowed to Changsheng Realm Lord. "Don't flatter me. Your breakthrough has nothing to do with me." The Lord of the Longevity Realm said jokingly, "Sit down. Don't be so reserved." "Thank you, Lord." Zuanun Mo sat down. Then, the strong man from the Sword Soul sect also spoke up, saying that someone in their sect had broken through and entered that level. The Lord of the Longevity Realm stroked his beard and was quite happy. He asked, "Where's Xiaoyu? I remember that the little guy Xiaoyu from the Sword Soul sect is extremely talented. Now he is the commander-in-chief of my Changsheng City. I should remember it correctly, right?" Everyone's eyes fixed, and the people from the Sword Soul sect were silent. It was originally a very glorious thing to be remembered by the Lord of the Realm, but just a few days ago, Xiaoyu's defeat had already spread. Xiaoyu's expression was also frozen there. If it were in the past, he would definitely stand up proudly, but now, not only did he feel ashamed, he could of course also feel the strange expressions of the people from the Sword Soul sect. "I'm here," the Lord of the Realm asked, and Xiaoyu finally stood up, with his head down. "Xiaoyu, why are you so listless?" the Lord of the Changsheng Realm asked with a smile. "Reporting to the Lord, a few days ago, a mysterious strong man appeared in my Changsheng City and challenged the 4 commanders of the Northern Territory one after another. All 4 commanders were defeated, including Xiaoyu." The Lord of the Sword Soul sect spoke up. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm's eyes flashed, But he still asked with a smile, "Which force is this person here today? I don't know where he came from, and it seems that he is not here today." The Lord of the Sword Soul Sect said. "Interesting." The Lord of the Changsheng realm smiled and said, "It seems that many extraordinary people in the Imperial realm have been born in Changsheng City in recent years. Although I am the Lord of the realm, the size is actually handed over to the Nine Realms Palace and the commanders. I don't know much about the affairs of the Changsheng realm. Today, I take this opportunity to see the talents of my Changsheng realm in recent years. As usual, everyone who comes today can participate in the Imperial realm competition. I will reward those who win the top 10 seats." Many people in the Imperial realm showed sharp eyes. In this grand event that only happens once in 100 years, the Lord of the Changsheng realm will summon the Nine Realms Palace of the Changsheng realm and the strong men of various forces to gather here to share the feast. In fact, it is just a gathering of him, the Lord of the realm, and his subordinates, enjoying fine wine and food, beautiful women dancing, and martial arts battles. For the martial arts world, the martial arts battle is undoubtedly the most anticipated, especially to be able to perform in front of the Lord of the realm, and there are also heavy rewards. This is such a rare opportunity, once in 100 years. They all understood that this was an opportunity, not just a superficial martial arts competition. The truly outstanding people would enter the vision of the Changsheng Hall and be promoted and reused in the future. Now, many people in high positions in the Changsheng Hall, including the Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace, the 36 commanders, the 4 great commanders, and many extraordinary figures in the Changsheng Hall, many of whom came out of the once-a-century feast. The Changsheng realm did not need to deliberately select the younger generation of geniuses. Once a century was a high frequency for the Emperor realm. As long as the genius grew up, he would not miss it and would be used by them. Therefore, this feast only had the Emperor realm competition. The top figures in the Emperor realm could be used directly by the Changsheng realm and placed directly in many positions. Those who want to participate in the battle, all go up to the high platform. A figure walked out. It was the guardian of the Changsheng realm lord. He was extraordinary and a close figure of the realm lord. Although he might not be as powerful as the palace master of the Nine Realms Palace, he was a close minister of the realm lord and his status was not inferior at all. In an instant, figures broke through the air and landed on the platform. They were all powerful emperors, and most of them were top-level immortal emperors. The lineup was super scary. Most of them came from the major forces in Changsheng City, and some of them were powerful forces in the territory of Jiutian Palace. They came here to fight for a future. If they could enter the top 10, not only would they be given precious rewards by the Realm Master, but they might also be reused. Even if they did not enter the top 10, as long as they were outstanding enough, they still had the hope of being noticed by Changsheng Palace and entrusted with important tasks in the future. Is there no one from our Helen family who will take action? Helen Jiangshan looked at the people of the Helen family and asked, all the major top forces have sent strong men to fight. Don't let me down. As soon as these words came out, 5 people from the Helen family immediately stood up and went straight to the platform. They were all people at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. Helen Qiuayu's beautiful eyes flickered. Seeing the powerful people from all sides descending on the platform, she was a little eager to make a move. Qiuayu, your realm is a little low. Wait until you enter the top level of the immortal Emperor realm before going. Helen Yunshan said to Helen Qiuayu beside him. It is not so easy to cross the realm, especially for those who have walked out. There are many extraordinary figures among the top immortal emperors, including some extremely dazzling beings in Changsheng City. Not to mention Helen Qiuayu, it would be a miracle if one of the 5 strong men who came out of the Helen family could enter the top 10. Yes, Grandpa. There was a hint of loss in Helen Qiuayu's beautiful eyes. She looked at Jiutian beside her, blinked and said, it seems that this time, we can only be spectators. Really? A strange light flashed in Jiutian's dark eyes. Helen Qiuayu suddenly said, by the way, you haven't told me the purpose of your coming to Changsheng City. Is it also to watch the feast of the Changsheng realm this time? No. Jiutian shook his head. Then why? Helen Qiuayu asked in confusion. This guy, who is here, actually denied it. To participate. Jiutian smiled and stood up, which made Helen Qiuayu's beautiful eyes stunned. Then a strange color flashed across her face, and she said, Jiutian, do you want to join the battle? Helen Yunshan also looked at Jiutian, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a sharpness. Jiutian, do you want to join the battle? Yes, I want to join the battle. Jiutian nodded. Master Jiutian, you are famous for refining weapons in Lihoro City, but this is a martial arts competition. Moreover, many of them are top-level immortal emperors, and their combat power is extremely outstanding. They have already stood at the peak of the emperor realm. Although I don't doubt the master's combat power, after all, the realm is lower. Do you want to consider it again? Qin Wentian said tactfully. Although this battle was stopped at a certain point, it was inevitable that sometimes he could not stop the accidental injuries. Jiutian, who is at the intermediate level of the immortal emperor realm, went out to participate in the battle. Even if he retreated unscathed, he would probably be hit. Jiutian, you are not really going to join the battle, are you? Qin Wentian looked at Jiutian with her beautiful eyes. Even though this guy has extraordinary weapon refining ability, he is only a mid-level immortal emperor after all. In battle, he is not allowed to use the emperor's weapon. How can he compete with those top-level geniuses? Don't you believe me? Jiutian said. It's not that I don't believe you. Although you have extraordinary weapon refining ability, but... Qin Wentian's eyes were anxious, and she didn't know how to persuade him. I'll go. Jiutian didn't say much. His figure flashed and he broke through the air and landed on the battle stage. The appearance of Jiutian attracted the attention of Lihoro Palace. Many people's eyes flickered. Many forces came to Lihoro Palace, and naturally they knew the name of Jiutian. People from the Yan family, Liu family, Mo family and other forces all came. At the beginning, Liu Fibei challenged Jiutian, and Jiutian refused to fight. Now, he actually stepped onto this extraordinary battle stage. Liu Fibei sat in the crowd of Liu family, his eyes flickered. Are you looking for death? Fairy Xiao, who was beside Lihoro Palace Master, said coldly. She was still very unhappy about Jiutian and Qin being together. Let's see what he is capable of. Lihoro Palace Master said calmly. Chapter 1614, The Eye of Seal. Jiutian has always been famous for refining weapons in Lihoro City. No one doubts his identity as a master of refining weapons. But so far, he has hardly taken action. It was only when he went to Yan's family to become famous that he fought a few battles and formation battles. Later, he refused Liu Fibei's challenge. Therefore, the people of Lihoro City are not clear about Jiutian's combat power. Now, there are hundreds of strong men on the high platform, all of whom are extraordinary immortal emperors from various extraordinary forces in Changsheng City and the main city of the Nine Realms Palace. As for ordinary immortal emperors, even if they are at the top level, they dare not go up easily. It is conceivable how cruel the next challenge will be. In this case, even if the people of Lihoro City are optimistic about Jiutian's strength, he can't stand out. As a mid-level immortal emperor, he can only be cannon fodder. On the contrary, they hope to see one person, the mysterious man who defeated 4 commanders including Xiao Yu in a row. However, this mysterious existence did not appear. Today's battle will end when the time is right and the winner will be decided. As long as one side admits defeat, the battle will cease immediately. The rules are also very simple. You all stand on the edge and walk out at will. You can challenge anyone you want. The 10 people who can stay on top will be the top 10. The Guardian of the Realm Master said to everyone. He didn't need to say that everyone knew the rules. The rules of this competition were very free and not so serious. Under the eyes of the Realm Master and the strong men from all sides, no one could play tricks. It was still easy to see who was strong and who was weak. Except for the top 10 seats, there was no need to divide the others. If you can't win, you will be eliminated. I saw that the extremely vast central platform suddenly lit up with an extremely bright light. The surrounding area seemed to have a transparent light curtain, like a barrier formation, protecting the battle platform inside to prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading outward. The battle between the top immortal emperors was extremely widespread, so it was naturally necessary to control it. This platform was a super formation. Many lights appeared on the edge of the land, turning into a circular light curtain that could wrap a person inside. If the participants in the battle were on a truce, they could sit inside and watch the battle without worrying about being affected. Everyone stepped in one after another, hundreds of people, all entered. Why bother with Jiutian? Qin Wentian sighed. He is at the intermediate level of the immortal emperor, and he will definitely become the first target of others. As long as he fights, he may lose. Why bother? Maybe there will be a surprise. Helen Yunhei said with a smile. Maybe there will be, maybe he can cross the border to fight, but that is against ordinary top-level immortal emperors, and here, there are many extraordinary top-level immortal emperors, how can he cross them? Helen Yunchen shook his head. He did not look down on Jiutian. In fact, he was very confident in Jiutian. If this was a mid-level immortal emperor battle stage, he would even believe that Jiutian might be able to enter the top 10, but unfortunately this was not the case. On the high platform, a person walked out. This person was at the top level of the immortal emperor, and was a strong man from the Sword Soul sect. Jiutian had seen him before, in the Helen family of Changsheng City. After he walked out, his eyes fell directly on Jiutian. On that day in the Helen clan, a man from his Sword Soul sect had attacked the man in front of him, but was almost blinded and his eyes were bleeding. Now that he met him here, this matter obviously had to be resolved. Although it was not Jiutian that day, but the original body, for Jiutian, there was actually no difference. Therefore, when he saw the other party's eyes, he knew that he would have to fight in the first battle. Since you are a master of refining, why do you have to appear on the battlefield of martial arts competition? This place is not suitable for you. The top immortal emperor of the Sword Soul sect spoke indifferently. His eyes were extremely terrifying, like a sharp sword that could penetrate the soul. Qin Wentian had fought with two people from the Sword Soul sect, one of whom was even Xiao Yu. Jiutian naturally understood what the Sword Soul sect was good at. His eyes were as dark as ink outside the mask. Jiutian said calmly, whether it is suitable or not is naturally not a matter of words. This guy. Helen Yunhei looked at Jiutian and said, the person who challenged him is Xiaomo from the Sword Soul sect. He is very strong. Although he is not as powerful as Xiao Yu, he is more than enough to defeat ordinary top-level immortal emperors. A trace of worry flashed in Helen Qiuayu's beautiful eyes. Helen Yunchen glanced at her and smiled. Don't worry, even if Jiutian loses, his life will not be in danger. He will know his limits. Who is worried? Helen Qiuayu's pretty face blushed and denied. Helen Yunchen smiled without saying anything, and his eyes once again looked at the vast high platform in the center. Hundreds of strong men stood in the light curtain at the edge of the high platform. Only Xiaomo and Jiutian from the Sword Soul sect stood in the center of the battlefield. Xiaomo's eyes were as sharp as swords. He stepped forward with a cold smile, and his soul turned into sword intent, which penetrated directly into Jiutian's eyes. The sword energy was rampant and could kill souls. Qin Wentian practiced the Immortal Sutra, and the incarnation of Jiutian was naturally the same. The Immortal Sutra is to cultivate the soul, not the attribute power. They are connected in mind, so there is naturally no problem. Xiao Yu's sword soul can't do anything to Qin Wentian, so how can Xiaomo kill Jiutian's soul? He also looked at it, and the holy will turned into a sword soul, rushing directly into Xiaomo's eyes. There seemed to be a terrible force colliding between the two eyes. Bang! Xiaomo's eyes flashed, and the bright light shot out of his eyes crazily. He stepped forward, and a wisp of sword soul was born between heaven and earth, killing into Jiutian's body. There were sages who appeared, containing different sword soul powers. Although they were not as powerful as Xiao Yu, they were still very scary. The black robe on Emperor Jian moved with the wind, his black hair danced, and his eyes suddenly changed, becoming more terrifying, like an extremely dark sealing vortex. Boom, boom, boom. The dark and terrifying sealing vortex suddenly appeared in the void, directly sealing those sword souls in it. The sage sword souls struggled violently, but the sealing vortex shot out from Emperor Jian's eyes became more and more terrifying, as if a pair of sealing eyes appeared between heaven and earth, constantly shooting out extremely terrifying sealing power, making it impossible for those sage sword souls to break free. The whole void was in turmoil. This world gradually turned into a sealed domain world. It not only had to seal the sage sword soul, but also Xiaomo's own power. When the terrible seal light hit Xiaomo's body, Xiaomo's sword light was bright, and he fought against it. But the seal directly sealed the sword curtain together, and the void was sealed in it. Gradually, Xiaomo's body was eroded and sealed little by little. If it continued, Xiaomo's whole body would be sealed along with that space. I give up. Xiaomo shouted loudly. He could no longer sense the falling of the star rules. His resistance was getting weaker and weaker, while the opponent's power was getting stronger and stronger. If he continued, the consequences would be disastrous. Emperor Jian's eyes shot out a terrible light, and the endless seal rules instantly collapsed and disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Xiaomo looked ashen. From beginning to end, Emperor Jian didn't even really make a move. He just bloomed the rules with his eyes, and he was defeated directly. What a shameful defeat. What was even more terrifying was that his opponent was only a mid-level immortal emperor. This simply made him too ashamed to continue staying. With a flash of his figure, Xiaomo lowered his head and flashed away to the bottom of the high platform in disgrace. He simply couldn't face anyone. The people of the Sword Soul sect stared at Jiutian with a slightly unpleasant look in their eyes. Their Sword Soul sect disciple Xiaomo had fought in the first game, but he ended up losing miserably with such an outcome. It was difficult for them to have a good impression of Jiutian. Not simple. The vast crowd watching the game sighed in their hearts. Sure enough, no genius should be underestimated. A mid-level immortal emperor directly crushed Xiaomo of the Sword Soul sect with a sealing technique. The people of the Helen clan were stunned, and Qin Wentian was even more stunned. He felt that he was very optimistic about Jiutian. In his heart, he had a glimmer of hope for Jiutian's victory, but such an outcome still shocked him. Xiaomo was actually vulnerable in front of Jiutian. With such a gap, whose realm was higher? Is Jiutian really just a genius weapon master? It's ridiculous. Even without the identity of a weapon master, Jiutian is still a top figure who can easily show his style. It seems that I still underestimated him. Qin Wentian sighed, and looked deeply at Qin Wentian next to him, hoping that she could get along with Jiutian. At this time, Qin Wentian's beautiful eyes also froze there. Thinking of what Jiutian said when she sent him off, she suddenly became more and more curious about Jiutian's appearance. His strength surprised her, so his appearance must be as handsome as he said, right? The people of the Helen family looked towards the direction of the Lihuro Palace with interest. Sure enough, the Lihuro Palace master looked a little unhappy when he saw this scene, and his commander Xiahao was even more so. It's just a victory, it's nothing. Xiahao said coldly, and the beautiful Xiao next to him smiled without saying a word. This Xiahao must be very unhappy. Not far away, Liu Fibei's face looked even uglier. When he challenged the weapon refining master Jiutian, the Liu family had spread the news that Jiutian did not dare to accept the challenge. Now it seems that Jiutian really did not dare to accept the challenge? Perhaps, Jiutian simply disdained to accept the challenge. From the beginning to the end, Jiutian looked down on himself, the pride of the Liu family. Thinking of this, Liu Fibei clenched his fists and felt humiliated. Jiutian himself did not have time to care about the thoughts of outsiders. He returned to the light curtain of the edge of the land. Soon someone came out and challenged others. With the outbreak of a series of battles, this martial arts feast really kicked off a wonderful prelude, and some extraordinary people continued to emerge. Especially some of the top immortal emperors of the top forces, who can be called unparalleled in the emperor realm and have super terrible combat power. They challenged their opponents and almost killed them in seconds. They were extremely domineering. In such a battlefield, Jiutian also felt the pressure coming. P.S. Today we played a game in the official account, saying that more chapters will be updated if more than 99% of the votes are cast. I thought it would be 100%, but I didn't expect so many people wanted Wuhan to take a break. Haha, then Wuhan will take a break today and we'll update more chapters tomorrow. Thanks brothers. Please search on Watch It to follow me and watch Yukai dance. Chapter 1615 Asking for Trouble. Because Jiutian won the first battle and easily defeated a top immortal emperor of the Sword Soul sect, no one challenged him next. After all, no one wanted to touch those powerful people too early. Although, even if Jiutian won this battle, they did not think that Jiutian could be so powerful, but at least, the top 100 should be no problem. There are hundreds of people here. Even if all of them fight and discuss, it is enough to ensure that Jiutian is safe for the time being. Everyone will choose a more reliable opponent. Unless someone deliberately targets Jiutian. Time passed little by little, and Jiutian was watching the battle. He saw many powerful people who deserved his attention. Although the leaders of this duel did not participate in the battle, they should not be underestimated. Many of them are top forces in Changsheng City. Finally, the violent battle continued, and many figures disappeared in the light curtain at the edge of the platform. Only a few hundred people were left. As for the mid-level immortal emperors, they were almost extinct. Only 3 people were still there. They were all mid-level immortal emperors with super combat power. Otherwise, they would not have stayed until now. When there were only 100 people left on the stage, There was a brief pause on the stage, and no one continued to walk out. This confrontation was a free duel, and you could choose to go out or not, and you could also randomly challenge anyone. If you were too weak, you couldn't escape, but if you were very strong, you didn't have to go out, and naturally no one dared to deal with you. Even if there was, you could directly defeat and crush the opponent when challenged. Now, those who remained on the stage all considered themselves to be quite powerful elites, and were unwilling to easily go out and challenge others, which led to the current situation. 3 mid-level immortal emperors, it's time to leave the battlefield. Why don't you come out and wait for others to challenge you? A domineering voice came out. The person who spoke was a strong man from Xianluomen, a top force in Changsheng City. He was very powerful. He had a well-proportioned figure and stood there like an unshakable god of war. Before, he had fought 2 duels. In these 2 duels, he used 1 move and 3 moves respectively, injuring 2 top immortal emperor opponents. It's the Black Hand Immortal Emperor, a Rashomon Extraordinary Immortal Emperor. His strength can be ranked in the top 30. He spoke to break the deadlock. It seems that he is ready to let the 3 mid-level immortal emperors be eliminated first. Someone whispered. Since the Black Hand Immortal Emperor said so, the 3 mid-level immortal emperors must be eliminated first. Jiutian's eyes flashed and he glanced at the Black Hand Immortal Emperor. The other 2 mid-level immortal emperors showed a cold light. One of them said, "Who said that you need to leave if your realm is lower? Your realm has reached this point, and many people have given you face. When you step into the top level of Immortal Emperor, you may have the opportunity to show your style on this battlefield, but now, it is far from enough." The Black Hand Immortal Emperor's voice was indifferent. Another mid-level Immortal Emperor sneered and said, "In this case, then I will ask the Black Hand Immortal Emperor for advice." After that, the mid-level Immortal Emperor walked out and challenged the Black Hand Immortal Emperor. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor's eyes were extremely cold, and he stepped out. He stretched out his hands, and turned into a dark power that rolled wildly. Pitch-black arms appeared one after another, shining like phantoms. Terrible dark lightning appeared in the void, and thousands of arms danced at the same time, which frightened everyone. The Xianluo sect's Xianluo knife, which incorporates the power of the magic attribute, is even more domineering. Everyone trembled, and the middle-level Immortal Emperor also looked extremely solemn. Although he couldn't help but stand up to challenge, he actually knew how terrible the Black Hand Immortal Emperor was, especially when he really faced the Black Hand Immortal Emperor and saw the dark arms that violently covered the world. He felt a doomsday power. "Are you sure you want to fight?" The Black Hand Immortal Emperor's voice was extremely cold, and thousands of dark arms wrapped around the heaven and earth, covering the sky like a dragnet. Endless dark magic swords shone with the light of destruction, constantly wreaking havoc in the void, tearing apart everything that existed. The mid-level Immortal Emperor stood there, his face stiff and embarrassed, his body trembling slightly, regretting his impulsiveness just now. Only when he really faced the Black Hand Immortal Emperor directly, did he understand how powerful the other party was. "I give up." As if he had made a very difficult decision, the middle-level Immortal Emperor spoke, and the light of destruction in the sky disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor glanced at Jiutian and another middle-level Immortal Emperor, and said coldly, "What about you?" The other Immortal Emperor's face changed slightly, and his expression was slightly ugly. Jiutian also raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Do you like to meddle in other people's business?" The Black Hand Immortal Emperor glanced at Jiutian, and a black knife light flashed in his eyes, and said, "Get out." Jiutian frowned and raised his eyebrows, then slowly stepped out. Everyone sighed when they saw this scene. It seems that the Black Hand Immortal Emperor is going to drive the 3 middle-level Immortal Emperors out of the battlefield first. The middle-level Immortal Emperor is still a little low in realm after all, and it is easy to be targeted. Even though he defeated Xiaomo of the Sword Soul sect with great force, resulting in no one challenging him for a long time, he still can't escape as the battle goes on. Helen Yunshin whispered. "Maybe, there will be surprises." Helen Qiyu said softly. She also thought that Jiutian could not hold on for long before, but the previous battle made her more confident in Jiutian, so she had some fantasies. Difficult, this time it's the Black Hand Immortal Emperor, he is not Xiaomo. In this high-platform battlefield, the Black Hand Immortal Emperor can be in the top 30. Helen Yunhei said, "He obviously knows more about the big figures in the immortal world. This Black Hand Immortal Emperor is a very powerful figure in Xianluo sect, How could he not know that he is much stronger than the previous Xiaomo? It can even be said that the two are not in the same level. If Xiaomo has the strength of the top 100, the Black Hand Immortal Emperor has the combat power of the top 30. The gap is too big. Helen Qiyu curled her lips and looked at the battlefield ahead. She saw that the Black Hand Immortal Emperor had already taken action when he saw Jiutian walk out. When the dark arms in the sky chopped out like a net, the void was impenetrable to winds and rain and was about to be chopped into pieces. Many people suffocated. It seemed that Jiutian's words had obviously offended the Black Hand Immortal Emperor, and he was going to be ruthless to him, not even giving him a chance to admit defeat. Xiahou sneered at this scene. He wanted to become famous in Changsheng City by borrowing the Helen family? It's not that easy. Jiutian looked up, and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. The terrible seal eye shot out a dazzling seal light, which turned into a rule field and sealed the void. In an instant, a terrible seal force stretched across Jiutian's sky, sealing the space. The terrible destructive blade light chopped down directly, but it only hit the seal force, breaking the seal continuously. As Emperor Tian took a step forward, it seemed as if endless rune lights shone in the void, surrounding him. Soon, Emperor Tian was completely wrapped in the power of the seal, as if he was in the abyss of the seal. When the Black Hand Immortal Emperor shattered the power of the seal, Emperor Tian actually walked towards the opponent's terrible attack without hesitation. At this moment, when those infinite destructive dark lightnings struck down, they actually fell directly into the abyss of the seal. Emperor Tian's palm shot out a flash of the seal door. The seal door gathered the starlight of heaven and earth, and it was extremely deep, as if it contained a space of 10,000 feet. All attacks that fell into it were sealed in it. Go! Emperor Tian shot it out, and the seal door rushed directly into the violent Xianluo killing space, shuttled through the storm, and continued to expand and expand, swallowing all attack seals, like a flash of lightning and heading straight for the Black Hand Immortal Emperor. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed. He gathered infinite starlight. His demonic power was overwhelming, and he slashed out with another heavenly Luo sword technique. Everything in the world was to be destroyed. There was no truly invincible power. Although the sealed door looked terrible, as long as the attack was strong enough, it would definitely be able to shatter it. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor had practiced for many years and he would never doubt this. Just as the Black Hand Immortal Emperor thought, the extremely powerful attack fell and shattered the sealed door, but this was not the end. Emperor Tian's eyes became extremely terrifying and shot directly at him. A series of saintly sword intentions penetrated directly, accompanied by soul attacks. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor trembled all over, and then he saw a pair of huge and terrifying sealed eyes. The sealing power continued to erode into his body along with those terrible attacks. He roared, and the violent demonic power ravaged the world. The knife light slashed out again, killing everything, but Emperor Tian's figure flashed and avoided the terrible knife technique. His eyes were still fixed on him, causing the power in the Black Hand Immortal Emperor's body to be continuously weakened. Domain. Emperor Tian uttered a voice. The sealed eye sealed this space and cut off the brilliance of the stars. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor's expression suddenly became embarrassed. Emperor Tian was eating away his power bit by bit. Boom. With extremely violent pressure, the Black Hand Immortal Emperor crossed the void and descended in front of Emperor Tian. Many phantom arms slashed out at the same time, and the world was full of death lightning. However, at this moment, a terrible demonic power erupted from Emperor Tian, like a revived super-powerful demon. A terrifying black tortoise shadow appeared, guarding his body, allowing the violent attack to kill him. His sealed eye continued to attack, making the Black Hand Immortal Emperor's ability weaker and weaker. Puff. A terrible lightning holy will penetrated through, and the Black Hand Immortal Emperor screamed, his eyes bleeding, and his body's defense was instantly disintegrated and destroyed. Then the sword will raged in his body, causing his body to tremble constantly, tearing out blood. I give up. The Black Hand Immortal Emperor shouted miserably. Emperor Tian retracted the attack, and then the Black Hand Immortal Emperor's body fell on the high platform with a dull sound. Why bother jumping out? Emperor Tian's eyes were still dark and deep. He glanced at the Black Hand Immortal Emperor on the ground, and then turned back to his position, as if nothing had happened. However, this was indeed a huge impact on everyone. This battle meant that Emperor Tian was enough to impact the top 30, and even, he had a chance to enter the top 10. In the next battle, no one would dare to challenge him easily. Chapter 1616, One Step to the Top 10. The Black-Hand Immortal Emperor was in a miserable state. The once famous and terrifying Xianluo sect transcendent Immortal Emperor was seriously injured and defeated. He stumbled down the platform, which was in sharp contrast to his previous arrogant attitude. The winner, Jiutian, was as calm as ever, as if defeating the Black-Hand Immortal Emperor was just a trivial matter and nothing to brag about. He closed his eyes and rested, not asking about external affairs. At this moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at him, knowing that this person must not be easily provoked. The people of the Helen clan and the people of Lihoro City were already stunned. He was too strong, so strong that it was beyond their expectations. Is this really the weapon-refining Master Jiutian who never took action? His martial arts strength is actually so strong. Grandpa, do you think he can make it to the top 10 and get the reward from the Realm Lord? Helen Qiuayu's beautiful eyes became brighter as she asked Helen Yunqian. Helen Yunqian was speechless. He didn't know what to say. The top 10, of course, is difficult. It's too difficult. There are at least a dozen or 20 terrifying figures from the top forces. They are all hot candidates for the top 10. It's difficult for a mid-level immortal emperor to compete with him. However, he had made 2 wrong predictions before. Can he really treat Jiutian as an ordinary mid-level immortal emperor? Every time he thought that Jiutian was not good enough, the other party gave him a strong surprise and proved his strength with absolute strength. In the battle just now, the Black-Hand Immortal Emperor seemed to be a sure winner. He was the extraordinary Immortal Emperor of Xianluo sect. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that Jiutian, a mid-level Immortal Emperor, had no hope. What was the result? Now, he couldn't tell for sure, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. The battle continued. In addition to Jiutian, the other mid-level Immortal Emperor was eventually eliminated. Except for Qin Wentian, all the people on the high platform battlefield were top-level Immortal Emperors. Moreover, some of them could even be said to be super powerful figures who had locked in the top 10 seats. For example, Zuanetun clan Zuanetun Xiangang, his body protecting Xiangang was extremely powerful, and his defense and attack were all extraordinary. He could turn thousands of soldiers into an attack, like an undefeated god of war. Although with his strength, he didn't need to stand up to challenge and no one dared to touch him, but he still walked out several times, tempered his own strength, and crushed his opponent with one blow every time. There was also the Xianlong Saint son of the Shenlong cult, who was terrible and could summon Xianlong to fight. He was powerful and invincible. Jian Lizzie of the Sword Soul clan was a figure as famous as Xiao Yu in those days, with extraordinary combat power, but he was much older than Xiao Yu, so he didn't have the reputation of Xiao Yu's genius. The Purple Sun Immortal Emperor, the disciple of the Poison Saint, the heart-stealing young master, the young master of the Sun Moon Villa, the disciple of the Book Saint of the Sunset Academy, and other extraordinary figures are all extremely powerful. There are immortal emperors who have been famous for a long time and practiced for many years, and there are immortal emperors with extraordinary talents. Each of them is extremely strong and is considered to be able to challenge the top 10 seats. If you want to seize the top 10, you must step on them to move forward. The difficulty can be imagined. Emperor Jian's strong victory over the Black-Hand Immortal Emperor directly led to no one challenging him next. Gradually, fewer and fewer people appeared on the high platform battlefield. After many battles, only 30 people were left. However, at this time, the battle also entered a white-hot stage. Every confrontation was a collapse of the sky and the earth. If it were not for the large formation on the battlefield, its power would inevitably affect the vast area of the Changsheng Palace. The top 30. Helen Qiuayu actually felt a little nervous. Jiutian only took 2 battles to enter the top 30. If one person is eliminated in each battle, there will be 15 people left after one round of battle, which is only one step away from the top 10. Unless he is challenged continuously, it can only be said that others think he is weak, so they challenged him continuously. Another battle broke out, and only 29 people were left on the platform. At this time, a majestic figure like a god stepped out. He was huge and turned into a giant. His eyes were extremely terrifying, shining with white light. Every step he took, the platform trembled. The gatekeeper of the ancient tomb. In Changsheng City, there is a magical sect called the Ancient Tomb Sect. There are many strong people. They live in the Holy Tomb. The person in front of him is a tomb keeper. He rarely comes out on weekdays. Now, because of this feast, he has come to participate in this battle. The Gravikeeper's eyes flashed and fell directly on Jiutian, saying, "Come out." Everyone's eyes were fixed. Among the remaining masters, Jiutian was definitely an alternative existence. His cultivation was the lowest among all of them, only at the level of a mid-level immortal emperor, but he still stayed on the battlefield and was not eliminated. It was a miracle. Now, the Gravikeeper challenged him. This mid-level immortal emperor should leave the high-platform battlefield, right? Thinking of the powerful ability of the Gravikeeper, everyone showed an interesting look. What would happen if his ability confronted Jiutian's sealing technique? Jiutian stepped out, and the Gravikeeper didn't say much. His eyes turned white directly. The Emperor's light fell from the void, and the stars shone together. The white light directly turned into endless petrification rule power. In an instant, the world was petrified. Jiutian only felt that his body was getting stiffer and stiffer, and he was about to be petrified alive. The terrifying power of rules circulated around him, blocking the erosion of the petrified power, but the petrified rules that fell from the sky petrified the entire void, as if a huge rock had wrapped the entire void where Emperor Qin was. The white eyes were so terrifying that they petrified the void of heaven and earth. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the Gravikeeper stepped out, trampling on the void, and the heaven and earth seemed to be shattered. He raised his huge palm and punched the petrified space in front of him. This punch shattered the space. With a loud rumbling sound, the petrified space had a terrifying shock wave, and the space was about to be annihilated and shattered, and it was going to smash and destroy Emperor Qin's body together. How domineering! Helen Qiu's face turned pale in an instant. She had strong expectations before, hoping that Emperor Qin could create a miracle and enter the top 10, but when she really saw the Gravikeeper's move, she realized how terrible these people who were still on the battlefield were. At this moment, she only had one extravagant hope, that Emperor Qin was alive. This blow shattered the petrified space, enough to shatter everything, including Emperor Qin's body. The petrified space was constantly annihilated and shattered, and the rules were in turmoil. A figure slowly appeared inside. He was in an independent sealed space. Surprisingly, he sealed himself inside and was not shattered. The Guardian's eyes flashed, and the white light in his eyes became more terrifying. He shot towards Jiutian. A pair of terrifying sealed eyes appeared behind Jiutian, absorbing the light of the stars. Endless sealed light shot out and collided with the petrified power in the void. The petrified rules and the sealed rules clashed between heaven and earth. The crisp sound of clicking continued to be heard, and the scope of petrification continued to expand, spreading towards the 8 directions of heaven and earth, to completely cover the space where Jiutian was, and the sealed rules continued to evolve, like a terrifying sealing formation, confronting the petrified rules. Seeing that he could not do anything to Emperor Qin, the Gravikeeper trampled on the heaven and earth, punched out, shattered everything, and shattered the petrification rules and the sealing rules together. He grabbed through the air with his palm, which was extremely domineering, and turned directly into a giant spirit hand, grabbing towards Emperor Qin's body. The petrification rules that fell down instantly petrified the space covered by the big hand. The rules on Emperor Qin's body soared up and rushed into the sky. A sealed door appeared, swallowing everything, with a sealed space inside, and directly sealed the terrible big handprint in it, and hit the Gravikeeper at the same time. At the same time, a series of terrible space scrolls on his body floated out, brushing across the heaven and earth, and unexpectedly turned into a huge scroll of heaven and earth, a complete piece, like a peerless imperial weapon, sealing this piece of heaven and earth. The imperial light fell madly on the scroll. It was the light of the seal, but it isolated the other party's petrification rules. The Gravikeeper looked up and shouted angrily. Infinite sound waves shook the heaven and earth, crushing the withered and rotten, and bombarded the scroll, but the terrible shock wave was deeply trapped in it, as if it was also sealed. The scroll of the map of heaven and earth dropped an infinite sealing light, which spread madly and soon covered the whole heaven and earth. The Gravikeeper found it increasingly difficult to mobilize the rules of heaven and earth. This whole space was filled with the light of the sealed avenue, which was infinite and endless, and sealed off all the power of the rules between heaven and earth. He roared and rushed towards Jiutian to kill him. He obviously knew that he had to fight quickly, otherwise it would be extremely disadvantageous for him to continue fighting like this. How could Jiutian give him a chance? The sealed door appeared again and flew forward, trying to seal the tomb keeper who came to kill him in the inner space inside. The other party was not afraid and attacked frantically, and actually shattered the sealed door. However, The falling sealite became stronger and stronger, and began to erode his body. He raised his head, and his pupils shot out petrified light, but he could not stop the momentum. The Tomb Keeper is going to lose. Many people saw this scene and said secretly, and their hearts were stirred. Jiutian's sealing ability was so powerful that the domineering and invincible Tomb Keeper of the ancient tomb could not do anything to him. As everyone predicted, the Tomb Keeper continued to attack strongly, and Jiutian just wore him down. Finally, the Tomb Keeper gave up resistance, admitted defeat, and was extremely decadent. In this battle, Jiutian was still victorious. A mid-level immortal emperor once again showed his super strong fighting power. Compared with his weapon refining methods, Jiutian's martial arts power was not weaker at all. Xiahou was shaken in his heart, and the eyes of the palace master of Lihou Palace showed a strange light. Jiutian was so powerful. If he continued like this, he would really be able to impact the top 10. Next, the battle continued to break out. In each battle, someone was eliminated. Jiutian's victory over the Gravikeeper shocked many people again. When another round of battle ended, unknowingly, there were only 15 people left on the high platform. As long as 5 more were eliminated, the top 10 seats would be born. Helen Yunshin's heart trembled, and he whispered, maybe he can enter the top 10 with just one battle. Top 10. A strange light flashed in Helen Qiuyu's beautiful eyes. Then, the battles broke out continuously. What surprised the people of the Helen family was that no one challenged Jiutian. In a blink of an eye, there were only 11 people left. The 11 people on the high platform were silent. No one took the initiative to come out. Only one person was eliminated, and the top 10 would be born. If no one challenges Jiutian in this battle, he will directly enter the top 10 without a battle. P.S. Thank you for the tip from beautiful Yao Yao. It seems that Mu Fang also became popular before. Thank you. Here are 2 more updates. There will be more updates in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1617, Strong Suppression. There were only 11 people left on the vast battlefield, and the void fell into silence again. The current situation is that the remaining 11 people are all extraordinary immortal emperors, either top immortal emperors who have been famous for a long time, or peerless geniuses, unparalleled figures. If the least famous person among the 11 is Emperor Yan, who is in the middle-level immortal emperor realm, but even Emperor Yan is still very famous in Lihou City. Except for Emperor Yan, the other 10 people, without exception, are all strong people cultivated by the forces of Changsheng City. It is conceivable how powerful Changsheng City is as the absolute center of the Changsheng realm. Here, all the strongest sects and forces are gathered, and those powerful figures naturally come from here. The remaining people are very proud and confident, but they are not arrogant. They also know each other's strength. Except for a few who are absolutely proud and think that they don't need to fight and no one dares to challenge them, the remaining few are not absolutely sure of defeating others. Now they are only one step away from the top 10, and they only need to eliminate one person. At this time, of course, they play it safe and don't act rashly. Although there is only one ranking difference between the top 10 and the 11th place, the meaning is completely different. This feast will only select the top 10, and the Lord of the Longevity Realm will only reward the top 10. As for the 11th person, he will only be a loser and be forgotten. Even if he still attracts the attention of the Longevity Hall with his strong strength, his name will eventually be forgotten in history. This once-in-a-century feast will not have his name, and his resume will be missing an important part. After a moment of silence, no one spoke. Only Zuinigan Xiangang of Zuinigan clan said, "Silence is not a solution. After all, 2 people have to go out to fight. Do you really want me to go out and challenge one person? In that case, don't blame me if I challenge anyone." This voice was very domineering and direct. Obviously, Zuinigan Xiangang was very confident and thought that he should not be eliminated. In fact, he was also the top figure, super scary. Most people here understood that if Zuinigan Xiangang came out and picked them, they would be out of the game in all likelihood. Therefore, it was best not to let Zuinigan Xiangang fight, and no one knew who he would choose. That's right, go out by yourself. Jian Lizzie of Jianhan sect also spoke. He spoke with his eyes closed, but the domineering tone in his voice gave people a feeling of incomparable confidence. Among the 11 people, the one with the lowest realm should come out by himself and challenge anyone at will. If he wins, he will be in the top 10, and if he loses, he will be out. Xianlong Shengzi, the holy son of Xianlong sect, spoke. Although he did not mention any names, who would not know who he was referring to? Among the 11 people here, only one is a mid-level immortal emperor. The person with the lowest realm is obviously Jiutian. He asked Jiutian to take the initiative to choose someone to fight. Jiutian opened his closed eyes, glanced at the holy son of Xianlong, and said, "Why don't you come out and choose someone yourself? Why do you have to ask others to come out? If you want to pick me, I don't mind." This is already a provocation. The holy son of Xianlong looked like a demon, domineering and unparalleled, with eyes like the eyes of a dragon. He said, "I gave the initiative to you, but you don't know what's good for you. In that case, I have to thank you." Jiutian sneered. Before, several people thought that they should be eliminated because of their low realm. What happened? Now, you still have such an idea, so I will fulfill your wish. As he said, Jiutian walked out of the light curtain. His eyes shot directly at the holy son of Xianlong and said, "It's you." The eyes of the holy son of the heavenly dragon shot out a terrifying and strange light. Among the 10 people except Jiutian, he was definitely not the weakest. I believe Jiutian himself could see that Zuinun Xiangang and Jian Lizi had already spoken. The domineering Jiutian directly named Jiutian and asked him to pick someone to challenge, but he didn't expect that Jiutian would be so impulsive and directly choose him. Could it be that he didn't know the danger of doing so? Or, he didn't care about the top 10 position? Master Jiutian, you are really proud. Helen Yunhe sighed. Yes. Helen Yunchen nodded slightly, and his brows suddenly frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Of course, he knew that Jiutian was a very proud person. This can be seen from the turmoil he caused in Lihoro City. Even Zhao forced him like that, but he didn't let him give in. The whole city was in turmoil, and the scandal of the commander's mansion spread throughout Lihoro City. Later, Helen threatened Jiutian and finally made Jiutian compromise and stand on his side. At that time, he was quite proud. In addition to his friendship with Jiutian and his relationship with Helen Qiuyu in recent days, he seemed to have gradually forgotten how he forced Jiutian to surrender. But as he got to know Jiutian better and better, and he showed his strong talent and fighting ability, Helen Yunchen suddenly felt something was wrong. It was too simple. It was too simple for Jiutian to compromise with Helen. This shouldn't be the case. Such a proud person, a genius with extraordinary refining ability and super cross-border fighting ability, even if he was in Changsheng City, he could easily choose a superpower to join, and become a core figure and be trained. It didn't matter if he abandoned his deep pavilion. He didn't need to bow to Helen, unless he had important things to do in Lihoro City, and he could only rely on himself. Thinking of this, Helen Yunchen frowned even more tightly, glanced at Helen Qiuyu beside him, and said, "Qiuyu." Helen Qiuyu was paying attention to the battlefield. When she heard what Helen Yunchen said, she turned her eyes and asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Looking at the strange light in Helen Qiuyu's beautiful eyes, Helen Yunchen felt that his granddaughter was about to fall into it. Not to mention Helen Qiuyu, even he almost fell into it. Thinking of this, he felt terrible in his heart. As the head of the Helen family, he should not lose such judgment. Nothing. Helen Yunchen hesitated and said, "Watch the battle." Yes. Helen Qiuyu nodded gently. Although she was a little confused, she soon forgot it and looked at the battlefield nervously. There, the son of heavenly dragon burst out with monstrous demonic energy, and terrible demon dragons were summoned, covering the sky and the sun, huge and incomparable, and demons came to the world. However, Emperor Yuan also released his star soul. The light of the stars fell down, and extraordinary demons came from the sky. One after another, powerful demons, real dragons, Suzaku, Qilin, Dapin, Chaos, and divine elephants, and other extraordinary demons descended. For a time, the whole world was in turmoil. The holy son of Xianlong frowned slightly. Emperor Yuan could actually summon demons to fight. He snorted coldly, and a huge dragon tore down from the sky. The golden claws tore through the void and hit Emperor Yuan's body directly. The demons around Emperor Yuan's body surrounded each other. The 8 demons gathered together and turned into a terrible demon domain. With a roar, the sky and the earth were swallowed. Endless shadows of demons appeared, like a dark vortex, rising up and swallowing the huge dragon bit by bit. There was a miserable howl inside, and then it gradually dissipated. The terrifying power of demon blood flowed through Emperor Qian's body, transforming into terrifying blood-colored brilliance. He was so arrogant that he looked like a demon god. Wearing a mask, he looked even more mysterious and terrifying. The demon god protected his body. Emperor Qian's figure flashed and disappeared. A sealed door descended, with an extremely deep space inside. It directly blasted towards the son of Heavenly Dragon, trying to seal him into the sealed door. The son of Heavenly Dragon shouted angrily, and the terrifying demon dragons madly attacked and killed, like a number of divine dragons, madly colliding and bombarding the big demons surrounding Emperor Qian. The terrible storm ravaged the world and annihilated everything. Emperor Qian's eyes shot out, piercing through the eyes of the Heavenly Dragon Saint. Soul attacks, holy will attacks, and the light of the seal came and exploded at the same time, more domineering and powerful than before. He seemed to have transformed and become stronger. The Heavenly Dragon Saint kept shouting, feeling an extremely strong threat. He was actually severely suppressed. The star soul shone, the light was dazzling, and the body of the Heavenly Dragon Saint was like a dragon, becoming extremely huge, but Emperor Qian's eyes became more and more terrifying. His sealed star soul appeared, sealing everything. Endless seal lights flew out, one demon dragon after another was sealed, the rules between heaven and earth were sealed, and even the power in the body of the Heavenly Dragon Saint was also sealed. He resisted frantically, but the seal light was endless, sealing everything, and no one could stop it. Emperor Qian's eyes were very scary. The 8 demons were surrounding him. He was overbearing and arrogant. He stepped forward and punched coldly, as if a demon god had descended to the world and crushed everything. With a loud bang, the son of Heavenly Dragon was hit, screamed, blood gushed out, and flew out. After blasting the son of Heavenly Dragon out, Emperor Qian swept his eyes around the others and said, "Anyone who is not convinced by a person of my low realm standing here can speak up. I will challenge him directly." The overbearing voice made everyone look condensed and speechless. The son of Heavenly Dragon was so powerful, but he was crushed by force. This Emperor Qian became stronger and stronger in the battle, as if he was a bottomless pit. They didn't know how powerful he was. Naturally, they would not take action easily. Seeing that no one spoke, Jiutian restrained his aura and returned to his position. He thought to himself, "I was a little impulsive. Although this is the ancient fairyland, I still have to be careful." The ability he released was exactly the same as Qin Wentian's ability before. If it was in the Qingxuan fairyland, people would definitely know that they were the same person. Now, the paths taken by this deity and him are completely different, especially after this deity cultivated the star soul, the gap is even greater. Even if the attributes are similar, there are differences in strength and weakness. There is no exact similarity. Even if he takes off the mask, I am afraid that others will not believe that they are the same person. However, no one in the ancient fairyland knows him, so it doesn't matter if he is exposed once, just be a little more careful in the future. P.S. Everyone search on Wechat to follow the Wechat public account of, and it will be updated in the evening. Chapter 1618 Top 3. As the battle came to an end, the top 10 seats were announced. Emperor Qian, with the realm of a mid-level immortal emperor, made it into the top 10. The lord of the Changsheng realm smiled and looked at the high platform with an interested look, and said to the person next to him, "I heard the voices below. It seems that this person is not from the big forces of my Changsheng city, right?" Lord of the realm, Emperor Qian came with the people of the Helen family, from Lihoro city. A leader of Lihoro city had a conversation with him before, and it seemed that there was a slight contradiction. I also paid attention to the discussions of Lihoro Palace and various parties just now. This Emperor Qian seems to be a master of refining. People from Lihoro city don't know that his fighting ability in martial arts is so strong. A person next to him said softly. The Lord of the Immortal Realm smiled and nodded. "Where do you think he can get? It's hard to say. Now I feel that he hasn't tried his best. Maybe he has a chance to be in the top 3. Then let's keep watching." The Lord of the Immortal Realm smiled. He didn't expect that such an interesting person would appear in Lihoro city. Looking at the face of the Lord of Lihoro Palace, he didn't seem very happy. It seemed that the conflict between him and the Helen family was still the same as before. Helen Yunshin didn't feel the joy he had before because of Jiutian's victory. He was still thinking about the previous problem. Why did Jiutian compromise with the Helen family? He could even defeat the son of the heavenly dragon. With such talent, what was his purpose in staying in Lihuo City? Helen Kui next to him was unaware of it. There was a smile in her beautiful eyes. He won again. He was simply a miracle. He made it all the way to the top 10 and would get the attention of the Lord of the Realm. The top 10 characters, no matter where they ranked, could be rewarded by the Lord of the Realm. It is conceivable that they would leave an impression and the Palace of Immortals would also pay attention to them. At that time, they would probably use Jiutian, which would be of great help to Jiutian's future. This Master Jiutian is not simple. Zuinidan Hao whispered in the direction of Zuinidan clan. Both the weapon refining and martial arts are so terrible that they can be called evildoers. Not only the onlookers sighed in their hearts, but even the strong men who remained on the high platform were also shocked by this duel. The domineering attitude shown by Jiutian before was still fresh in their memory. If anyone was dissatisfied with his low realm, he would directly challenge the opponent. No matter who it was, what a confident demeanor this was. Now, it is obvious that he can no longer be treated as a mid-level immortal emperor. The top 10 are out, but the battle still has to continue. The rules remain unchanged. It is still a free battle. Whoever is eliminated first will be ranked behind. Although this may not be so fair, this feast is to add to the fun of martial arts, and it is not to divide the ranking absolutely fair. Next, it depends on each person's means. Ziyang Immortal Emperor came out. He challenged an extraordinary immortal emperor. After tens of thousands of years of practice, Ziyang Immortal Emperor had a terrifying cultivation base and forged a terrible rule field. He defeated his opponent with a strong attack and the 10th place was born. Afterwards, the disciple of the Book Saint of Sunset Academy challenged the young master of Sun Moon Villa and defeated him, and the 9th seat was decided. After that, the disciple of the Poison Saint defeated an opponent and the 8th seat appeared. The continuous fierce battles were dazzling and people were amazed. None of the eliminated people were weak. They could only say that they were unlucky and their opponents were stronger than them. Jian Lizi also came out. He glanced at Jiutian, but he did not choose Jiutian as his opponent after all. Instead, he chose Duo Xin Guangzi. The two fought, the sword energy was crisscrossed, and the rules were obliterated. In the end, Jian Lizi defeated his opponent with his amazing swordsmanship, and the 7th seat was born. The remaining people were more and more terrifying. These 6 people were Zuinidan Xiangang, Jian Lizi, Ziyang Xiandi, the disciple of the Poison Saint, the disciple of the Book Saint, and Jiutian. There was silence again. The next 6 people did not take the initiative to come out. They seemed to be waiting for others to come out and challenge. Now, even if they did not participate in the battle, the auction could move forward. After the battle that made him into the top 10, Jiutian had already directly entered the 6th place. Of course, without the real awe-inspiring strength, it would be impossible to stay until now. If you were really weak, someone would have challenged you and eliminated you. Why did Jiutian stay until now? Because he crushed all those who questioned him and wanted him out, including the son of Heavenly Dragon. If you can't do it, you are out. Therefore, being able to reach the auction now is definitely not something that can be summed up by the word luck, but real strength. There are 6 people left. Let's fight each other. The top 3 can go out. Zuinidan Xiangang said casually, meaning that all 6 people need to participate in the battle. 2 people fight each other, just 3 groups, and 3 people will be eliminated. No one spoke. Jiutian walked out first. His eyes fell on the disciple of the Poison Saint. The other party immediately knew what he meant and walked out slowly. The Poison Saint disciple was dressed in white. There was no trace of poison on him. He looked elegant and his clothes were clean. No matter how you looked at him, you could not tell that he was a master of skill, and a top-level immortal emperor. Once you ignored him, it would be the most fatal. Emperor Tian was very confident about this battle. The reason why he chose the Poison Saint disciple was simple, because he was immune to all poisons. Although the invisible air flowed through the air, it was almost imperceptible. Facing a master like the Poison Saint disciple, if you still simply thought that the poison must be dark and black fog, you would die miserably. His poison was invisible and could erode into the body, the internal organs, and even the soul without you noticing. Emperor Tian's face changed at this moment. He felt a paralyzing force, and his blood seemed to stop flowing. The power in his body could not flow smoothly. Obviously, the poison had already eroded into his body without him noticing. You dare to be so careless to challenge me? The Poison Saint disciple looked at Emperor Tian and said. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying poisonous gas enveloped the world. The invisible poisonous gas seemed to have drilled out of the air and became gloomy and terrifying. In just a moment, the normal flowing air turned into a world of poison. Moreover, the poisoned saint disciple had already felt that the poison had invaded Emperor Tian's body. Seeing the change in Emperor Tian's expression and the black marks on his face, the poisoned saint disciple raised his palm and a terrifying black hand appeared. He flashed and swept out with monstrous poisonous gas. He instantly descended in front of Emperor Tian and then stamped forward to kill. In an instant, all the poisons burst out at the same time and rushed into Emperor Tian's body. The poisoned saint disciple couldn't imagine that this proud mid-level immortal emperor genius would be so careless and be taken down in such a vulnerable way. But at this moment, the poisoned saint disciple suddenly felt something. There seemed to be an invisible white light in the opponent's body, which could burn and destroy all poisonous gases. The poison that rushed into the opponent's body was evaporated and turned into nothingness in an instant. His face suddenly changed. Then Jiutian's hands came down and hid his body. In an instant, the terrifying sealing rules rushed into his body like a chain, sealing all the power in his body. In an instant, the poisoned saint disciple's face became particularly ugly. Since you know that I am challenging you, how dare you be so careless? Jiutian returned the opponent's words. His eyes were sharp and terrifying, and the sword energy raged in the opponent's body, causing the poisoned saint disciple to groan and spit out blood. He said in a low voice, "I admit defeat." With a puff, the word "admit defeat" fell, and his body was directly shaken out and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his cold eyes swept Jiutian. He stood up and turned back to his seat. The fifth seat appeared. If everyone fights as Jiutian said, then 2 people will be eliminated next. Jiutian is not among the fighters, which means that Jiutian will be among the top 3. This battle seems to be his easiest one, but it is with this battle that he will be among the top 3. Emperor Tian returned to his position and closed his eyes to rest. Next, he would face the final decisive battle, which would also be the most dangerous battle. Jian Lizi flashed and walked out directly. He challenged the disciples of the Book Saint. This scene made Ziyang Xiandi look stiff. Jian Lizi got there first. He also wanted to challenge the disciples of the Book Saint, because dealing with the disciples of the Book Saint would obviously be easier than dealing with Jiutian. Jian Lizi obviously thought so too, so he got there first. This made Ziyang Xiandi curse secretly. Jian Lizi was really cunning. He was still immersed in the battle between Emperor Tian and the disciples of the Poison Saint, but the other party had already seized the initiative. This battle was still extremely fierce. The sword energy and the scroll stretched between heaven and earth. The stars were shining, and the swordsmanship was endless. The sword souls of the sages seemed to come from ancient times. The scrolls contained the great Dao and the myriad laws, and the power was infinite. Even if they didn't want to face Jiutian, the disciples of the Book Saint would not be weak. The 2 fought extremely fiercely. In the end, Jian Lizi narrowly won. This battle was the most thrilling battle so far. After this battle, the disciple of the Book Saint was placed in 4th place. Then, Jiutian came out, and Jiang Immortal Emperor also came out. Since they all agreed, they had to fight for glory. It was another super strong collision. This battle was extremely violent and fierce, even more domineering than the previous battle. However, it was not so evenly matched. Although it was domineering, it was less intense. Jiutian had the advantage from beginning to end. In the end, he defeated Jiang Immortal Emperor with a domineering attitude and advanced to the top 3. The last 3 people left were Jiutian of the Jiutian clan, Jian Lizi of the Sword Soul sect, and Jiutian of Lihoro City. The first 2 were not too surprising. Jiutian has always been a super prodigy who was famous in Changsheng City. Jian Lizi has been famous for a long time. In the Sword Soul sect, he is as famous as Xiaoyu, the first commander of the Northern Territory. It is not surprising that the 2 of them entered the top 3, but Jiutian, a mid-level immortal emperor who is not unknown before, actually came to this step. It was simply shocking and a miracle. Being able to stop at the 3rd place is already enough to be proud of. He should be proud, everyone thought. Not the top 3, but the specific ranking, 3rd, they think that Jiutian is in this position. P.S. Today is the 4th update, isn't it cool? Chapter 1619, Become Stronger When Facing Stronger. Jiutian, Jian Lizi, and Dishan, Each of them occupied one side. Only the last 2 duels are needed, and the top 10 ranking will be completely determined. You go down. Jianlezi glanced at Dishan and said, his eyes were sharp, as if there was a flash of sword intent. Dishan glanced at him. Jianlezi had similar abilities to Xiaoyu, and Qin Wentian had experienced it before. He said lightly, you are not my opponent. If you don't want to go down, challenge him. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Oh, many people were stunned when they heard Dishan's words. This guy is too arrogant. Jianlezi asked him to admit defeat, but he said that Jianlezi was not his opponent. Asking him to challenge Zuin and Xiangang is simply crazy. Jianlezi's eyes narrowed, and cold light burst out. His figure flashed, and the sword energy surged. The supreme sword power lingered all over his body, crushing everything. He looked directly at Dishan and said, since you said so, I have no choice but to let you go down. Dishan stepped out. It seems that he still needs to face 2 battles. Are you ready? Jianlezi asked, sweeping his eyes over Jiutian. Go ahead. Jiutian nodded, and Jianlezi's eyes were like a sharp sword, like a sword soul, piercing directly into Jiutian's eyes. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a sword was born, splitting the void, and directly slashed out, like thunder and lightning, crossing the void and slashing towards Jiutian's body, domineering to the extreme, cutting the space in half. Although his words were arrogant and full of momentum, when he really made a move, Jianlezi was merciless, wanting to kill with one blow, and the double attack came at the same time. Jiutian's eyes were terrible, and he stared at the opponent without showing any weakness. The sword energy turned into holy will, penetrating through, and struck out like a soul attack, colliding with the opponent. The reason why he dared to say that Jianlezi was not his opponent was because he understood the opponent's ability, and he could restrain the opponent. At least at the level of soul attack, the opponent could not take the slightest advantage. As for the overbearing sword might that was coming to kill, a terrifying demonic aura curtain appeared around Emperor Yan, surrounding his body, flowing with terrifying demonic might. With a puffing sound, the attack tore through the defense, but it also disappeared. However, after the sword was slashed out, Jianlezi did not hold back at all. He flashed and descended over Emperor Yan like lightning, holding the sword in both hands and slashing down. One after another, terrifying sage sword souls were born, killing and rushing straight to Emperor Tian. The space was filled with suffocating sword might. Emperor Tian's sealed armor shone, and a terrifying huge illusory figure appeared, with amazing seal light shooting out of his eyes, sweeping across the world, and covering the sage sword soul. 10,000 soul sword technique. Jianli's body turned into a phantom, shuttling through the void, with starlight shining. He became illusory, slashing out thousands of sages' sword souls, and those sages' sword souls slashed out the 10,000 soul sword technique. Emperor Yan's body was full of infinite killing sword power, and there was no place to dodge, so he could only withstand this extremely domineering attack. Emperor Yan formed seals with his hands, and the stars behind him followed him. A mighty sealing power descended, filling the sky and the earth. The sealing light and the sealing scroll shot out crazily, floating between the sky and the earth. At the same time, a pair of extremely terrifying sealing handprints, like the palms of gods, grabbed the 10,000 souls and directly sealed and destroyed them all. HMPH. Jianlezi's eyes darkened, and his expression was extremely domineering, as if a holy sword had descended and stood before his eyes. One after another, the sword souls of the sages seemed to come from ancient times and attach to his body, as if the sages were possessed. The sword intent on his body floated, crisscrossing the battlefield. His long hair and the robe on his body were as sharp as swords, and he exuded a super strong sword intent, which was endless. When Emperor Yan saw this scene, the starry dharma behind him seemed to become more terrifying. The starlight falling from the sky gathered on it, and evolved madly. One after another, the dazzling and incomparable swords of the great Dao appeared, clanging. Go! Emperor Yan stretched out his hand and pointed, and in an instant, thousands of swords were fired at the same time. From the Dharma, the sealed swords gathered seemed to have transformed into the swords of the great Dao, directly breaking through the air and killing, with a constant sound of dong dong dong. The sealed swords directly pierced the world around Jianlezi. In an instant, that piece of world seemed to be sealed, and the sealed swords seemed to be combined into one, sealing the void. An extremely bright sword light burst out from Jianli's eyes. His long hair flew up, and with a loud shout, The sage sword soul possessed in his body shot out the might of the sword, killing Jiutian and competing with the sword of the seal that the other party came to kill. The two collided and collapsed directly, but the sword of the seal seemed endless. The sword of the seal that was stabbed in the void was combined into one, turning into the power of the avenue, like a super strong formation. Gradually, a sealing light curtain condensed from the extremely terrifying sword of the seal appeared, turning into a super strong seal barrier. The sage sword soul stabbed it, but it couldn't break through, and its power was constantly weakened. Jiutian's action still didn't stop, and the sword of the seal was still shooting out in an endless stream. The sword barrier became more and more perfect and indestructible. Jianli was actually trapped in it and couldn't extricate himself. I said, "You are no match." Jiutian spoke indifferently, slapping his palm forward, and the endless sharp swords on the seal barrier pushed forward. Jianli's face was as pale as paper. Although the sword intent on his body was still extremely powerful, he knew that this battle was doomed to fail and there was no way to turn the tide. I admit defeat. Jianli's eyes became decadent, and he admitted defeat. In an instant, he seemed to have aged in an instant with a sharp aura all over his body. His long hair was no longer as sharp as before, but fell there weakly, moving with the wind. Jianli, a super swordsman of the Sword Soul sect, was defeated by Jiutian's attack before he could show his superb swordsmanship, which shocked everyone. Could it be that this intermediate-level immortal emperor from Lihoro City wanted to take the first place in this banquet martial arts battle? Jiutian waved his hand, the seal dissipated, and released Jianli. Jianli was extremely decadent and walked to the side. Jiutian turned his eyes and looked at Zuinian Xiangang, saying, "There's only one last battle left." Zuinian Xiangang stepped out and looked at Jiutian with a bit of surprise, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the person who would fight me in the end would be a mid-level immortal emperor. It's hard to predict the world. If everything goes according to everyone's expectations, then it would be too boring." Jiutian said lightly, and everyone agreed deeply. Perhaps, such an unexpected battle makes people feel more novel. People in the world like to see the rise and birth of Xianjiao. If Jiutian becomes a big figure in the world of immortals in the future, then this battle will become the beginning of a legend and his battle of fame. However, some people are happy and some are sad. Some people in Lihoro Palace, such as Xiahao and Fairy Xiao, don't like this unexpected situation very much. With Jiutian's strength, if you were placed in Lihoro Palace, except for the palace master, I'm afraid no one can suppress him. Haha, that makes sense. In that case, you have to be careful in the next decisive battle. I will go all out. Zuinian Xiangang looked at Jiutian. He was domineering, and the incomparably bright starlight descended from the sky. In an instant, a terrible wind blew around Zuinian Xiangang, tearing everything apart, forming a super strong body protecting Xiangang, which was indestructible. The power of Jiutian's previous battle with Jianli was still there, and it did not dissipate. He directly challenged Zuinian Xiangang again. The terrible seal light shot out crazily, and one seal sword after another came out. Zuinian Xiangang raised his palm, and in an instant, the body protecting Xiangang on his body bloomed with an incomparably bright golden light. In just a moment, the sky full of divine weapons burst out and hit those seal swords, shattering everything. Between the two, there appeared a burst of light. Accompanied by a dull sound, a sharp and piercing sound came from the sky and earth. Emperor Tian saw Zuinian Xiangang blast out a metal fist. This punch was thrown out, and thousands of divine weapon fragments destroyed everything. With a fist light, it blasted out, tearing the world apart, indestructible, and domineering to the extreme. His fist attack was comparable to the attack of divine weapons, with infinite power. Burning. Emperor Tian's blood burst out crazily, and the terrifying demonic energy was rampant. Zuinian Xianggang's attack was too domineering and could destroy the sealing power. He had to fight against the opponent with absolute strength. In an instant, his whole aura surged again, which shocked the onlookers. How many cards did this guy have? He became stronger when facing a strong opponent. The same punch was thrown out, like a dragon roar, and the power of a divine elephant suppressing the heaven and earth. The phantom of the pig demon crossed the domineering and sharp divine weapon space and was torn into pieces, but Jiutian's fist still collided with the opponent's domineering fist light. A shocking dull sound broke out between heaven and earth, and the void seemed to explode. A terrible sealing force rushed directly from the fist light into Zuinian Xianggang's body. Similarly, A divine weapon power that destroyed everything rushed into Jiutian's body. Jiutian's eyes were extremely terrifying, and the star Dharma behind him kept shooting out sealing swords and sealing scrolls. Zuinian Xiangang's momentum was also domineering to the extreme. He stretched out his big hand, and a terrible divine weapon field appeared between heaven and earth. The divine weapon that destroyed everything turned into a terrible vortex, covering Jiutian in it, and the space was about to be torn apart. Jiutian kept condensing seals, and seal doors appeared one after another. This time, it was no longer a simple seal door, but a row of them. I saw Emperor Jian put his hands together, and the seal door merged into a huge seal door, from which endless seal light shot out, and all the magic weapons that shot at him were sealed in it. Boom! With a loud noise, Emperor Jian shot out the seal door, and the huge seal door rushed directly towards Zuinian Xiangang, releasing an extremely bright seal light. Zuinian Xiangang shouted and slashed out the heaven-destroying axe, but it was directly sealed by the seal door. No attack seemed to be able to destroy it. Zuinian Xiangang stepped back, but saw Emperor Jian stretched out his hand and directly imprinted the huge seal door into the palm of his hand. The big handprint that looked like a god imprinted the seal door, and rushed directly towards Zuinian Xiangang, leaving the opponent nowhere to hide. Chapter 1620, Realm Lord's Reward. This terrifying handprint was like the hand of a god, destroying everything. The palm seemed to contain the avenue. It was a huge sealing door that sealed all power. When countless divine weapons blasted towards the handprint, they were all swallowed into the sealing door and sealed, unstoppable. Zuinian Xiangang's body retreated again and again like lightning, but a phantom of a big rock appeared on Jiutian's body. The rock spread its wings and the sky rock was fast. He instantly crossed the void. The godlike handprint was simply unavoidable. It blasted down directly and enveloped Zuinian Xiangang. Zuinian Xiangang shouted loudly, and a vortex of divine weapons was born between heaven and earth. Endless killing intent swept out. The dazzling and sharp divine weapon stabbed into the palm print frantically. The palm print was like a bottomless pit, able to seal all existences, killing gods who stood in its way, and crushing down on Zuinian Xiangang's body. The protective Xiangang on Zuinian Xiangang's body was released to the extreme, and it possessed an incomparably terrifying destructive power, cutting through everything and colliding with the big palm print. The chaotic space was raging with destructive airflow, and the indestructible palm print was shattered at this moment, but the protective Xiangang on Zuinian Xiangang's body also collapsed. But at this time, Emperor Tian blasted out a big handprint again, crushing down. Zuinian Xiangang was a little desperate when he saw this scene, and sighed, "I lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful handprint stopped in the void and then disappeared. Emperor Tian's figure flashed and retreated to the original place. He nodded to Zuinian Xiangang and said, "I won by luck. Winning is winning, no need to save face with me. In fact, you are in the middle level of the Immortal Emperor. I have already lost from the beginning. This is an unequal battle. I am very curious about who you are." Zuinian Xiangang said frankly. He was arrogant and thought he was extremely talented. He was the top figure in the Zuinian family's Immortal Emperor realm. Even in the entire Changsheng city, there were not many Immortal Emperors who could defeat him. Perhaps only a few extraordinary commanders could fight him. He did not expect to be defeated by a middle-level Immortal Emperor. Leaving Fire City, Emperor Tian responded, and then did not say anything more. Excessive modesty is pride. Since he is the winner, there is no need to say too much. With Zuinian Xiangang's defeat, the martial arts battle finally ended. The previously quiet crowd suddenly burst into heated discussions. When the light curtain on the battle stage dissipated and the formation disappeared, they looked at the masked man standing on the high platform, and they couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. A mid-level Immortal Emperor actually won the first place in the martial arts battle of the Longevity Feast. This is simply a miracle. Zuinian Xiangang and Jian Lizzie were both defeated by him. No matter who he was, as long as he could get the first place, there was absolutely no fluke or luck, it must be absolute strength. This means that Liu Changdishan, a mid-level Immortal Emperor, has already stood at the peak level of the Immortal Emperor realm, and it is difficult for anyone to compete with him. Grandpa, he got first place. Helen Qiuyu's beautiful eyes were full of excitement, as if she was excited to get first place. Helen Yunshan sighed in his heart and had to admire the terrifying Tian. A mid-level immortal emperor had already stood at the top of the emperor level in terms of refining weapons. Now, he was shocked to find that Jiutian also stood at the peak of the immortal emperor in terms of martial arts. Even he was not Jiutian's opponent. However, if it was before, he might be very happy, but at this moment, it was like a big stone was pressing on his heart. Before he understood Jiutian's purpose, he was afraid that he would not be able to do it like before. Not bad, I didn't expect Master Jiutian to have such talent. There is no one in the top 10 seats in my Helen family. I am ashamed. Helen Yunhei said. Get a good relationship with this Jiutian. Helen Jiangshan ordered, and Helen Yunxian nodded thoughtfully. Over at Lihoro Palace, the master of Lihoro Palace looked quite embarrassed. This master of refining weapons who came together with the Helen family showed amazing talent today, but he was getting closer to his opponent, the Helen family. Thinking of this, he glanced at Xiahao coldly, causing Xiahao to shudder and turn pale. Did the palace master vent his anger on himself for Jiutian's closeness to the Helen family? Xiahao looked at Jiutian on the high platform with a cold look in his eyes. This bastard was so strong. The beautiful Xiao next to him kept smiling, her eyes were seductive, and her eyes looking at Jiutian were full of brilliance. I didn't expect that Jiutian was so powerful. I'm afraid he is not weaker than Qin Wentian. The Lord of the Longevity Realm stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Jiutian and said, there are indeed many geniuses in my Longevity Realm. The most outstanding person in today's martial arts battle is only at the middle level. It really opened my eyes. Jiutian from Lihoro City, right? It's the junior. Jiutian nodded and looked at the Lord of the Longevity Realm. I said that the top 10 seats in this martial arts battle will all receive my rewards. Of course, I have prepared it for you, but in view of your performance, I decided to ask you, do you have any requirements, do you want any rewards? The Lord of the Longevity Realm asked with a smile. I have an unwelcome request, but I don't know whether I should tell you. Emperor Jian said. You can tell me. The Lord of the Immortal Realm nodded. Although I won the first place in the martial arts competition, I am more interested in the way of refining weapons. Moreover, I created a force called Emperor Pavilion in Lihoro City, which mainly refines weapons, then auctions them, and then developed intertrading pavilion in an auction house. However, in the process of development, I encountered many obstacles, and even the unreasonable difficulties of the commander's mansion, which gave me a headache. Emperor Jian spoke slowly. When he finished speaking, Xiahao felt his whole body stiffen and his face turned pale instantly. This bastard wouldn't take this opportunity to complain to the Lord of the Realm? Oh? There is such a thing. Is it the commander of Lihoro City? How did he make things difficult for you? The Lord of the Immortal Realm asked. Back then, a certain commander of Lihoro City wanted me to refine weapons for him and made things difficult for him without any reason. At that time, a mysterious force was causing trouble in my Emperor Pavilion, but the commander's mansion turned a blind eye, making it almost impossible for my Emperor Pavilion to continue. Now when I think about it, I feel a little scared. I am not here to complain, but I just hope that I can concentrate on developing my own power in the future and not be troubled. Jiutian said politely. Hearing this, Xiahao wanted to kill Jiutian on the spot. Is this not considered a complaint? The eyes of the palace master of Lihoro Palace also condensed slightly. Although Jiutian's words did not involve him, as long as the realm master thought about it, he would be able to associate it with him. Did Jiutian do this intentionally or unintentionally? You have such an outstanding talent in martial arts, but you say that you are more interested in refining weapons. How many people have you mocked with this sentence? The Lord of Changsheng Realm said lightly, and everyone nodded secretly. This guy is too good at pretending, and he is still serious. However, the people of Lihoro City know that Jiutian's ability to refine weapons is indeed very powerful. I should have rewarded you heavily this time, but since you mentioned this, I will make a statement. From now on, your Emperor Pavilion will be unimpeded in the Changsheng Realm. As long as you do not violate the rules of the Nine Realms Palace, if anyone dares to make trouble, you can go directly to the Palace Master of the Nine Realms Palace. In addition, to make up for the difficulties you have suffered, the Emperor Pavilion will not need to pay tribute in the future, and everything will be exempted. The Lord of the Changsheng Realm said lightly, which shocked many forces. It was indeed the Lord of the Realm who took action. This reward was really heavy. His words ensured that the development of the Emperor Pavilion in the Changsheng Realm would be unimpeded in the future, and the tribute would be exempted. The tribute of the current Emperor Pavilion for 10 or 100 years is nothing, but what if it lasts for thousands of years? What if the Emperor Pavilion develops and expands into multiple forces? Then, this will be a terrifying number, surpassing the reward that could have been obtained this time. Of course, this is still nothing to the Lord of the Realm. Once he is happy, this reward is just a drop in the bucket. This Emperor Qin is smart. When Qin Wentian heard this, his face froze again. With the Realm Lord speaking personally, even if Jiutian turned against them, the Qin family would not dare to embarrass Jiutian. This was simply a golden ticket to immunity from death. Also, I grant you the status of Lihoro City Supervisory Commander. If you encounter the things you mentioned again in the future, and the commander's office dares to make things difficult for the subordinates without reason or violate the duties of the commander's office, you will report directly to the Lihoro Palace Master. If the Lihoro Palace Master does not deal with it, then you will report to the Changsheng Palace. The Realm Master spoke again, which shocked everyone again. At this moment, Commander Xiaohao's face was as ugly as it could be. After the Realm Master said this, the major commanders of Lihoro City would have to act according to his face in the future. Otherwise, if he found out something wrong with them, they would report directly to the Changsheng Palace for handling, and could skip the Lihoro Palace Master. This power is extraordinary. It seems that the Realm Master promised Jiutian benefits before to pave the way for this moment, and promised him an official status to pave the way for reusing him in the future. Everyone's mind was as clear as a mirror. The Realm Master wanted to use Jiutian. In the future, this Emperor Qin will have a promising future. Some people are very optimistic about Emperor Qin's future. He performed outstandingly in this battle and has been favored by the Realm Master. In the future, as long as he can reach a higher level, he will surely rise to prominence and become a hot figure in the immortal realm. Qin Wentian was shocked again. He himself did not know what the situation would be like when Emperor Qin returned to Lihoro City. Now, I am afraid that the Palace Master of Lihoro would be quite polite to him. Thank you, Realm Master. Emperor Qin bowed and thanked him. Then, do you accept it? The Realm Master smiled. Emperor Qin will live up to the Realm Master's kindness. Emperor Qin responded with a smile. If he refused such a good thing, he would be stupid. The words of the immortal Realm Master just now were enough to make him walk sideways in Lihoro City in the future, and no one dared to provoke him again. P.S. I saw that there are 2 more leaders in Book City and Jiutian. Thanks to Quanhui Yidu and the year 275. There are almost 40 leaders on both sides. Thank you everyone. Chapter 1621, Battle of the Realm Palace. The fact also confirmed everyone's guess. Except for Emperor Qin, everyone else in the top 10 seats received rewards one after another, but no one was treated as Emperor Qin. The World Master personally asked him what reward he wanted. Even Zuinig and Xiangang did not receive such treatment. What kind of person is the World Master? The Master of the Changsheng realm, a person standing at the top, he himself is a peerless figure. What kind of genius has he not seen? Even if he is a transcendent immortal emperor, what can he do? It is a great honor to be rewarded by him. There are definitely not many people who can be appreciated by the World Master. This Emperor Qin crushed the strong with the realm of the intermediate immortal emperor, won the first place in the martial arts battle, and was also a master of refining. It is no wonder that the World Master treats him differently. If he doesn't use such a genius, who else can he use? After this battle, the name of Emperor Qin will surely spread throughout Changsheng City, and may even spread to the main city of the 9 Realms Palace, especially Lihoro City, which will definitely get the news, and there will be a big sensation. After receiving the reward, everyone returned to their seats. Jiutian returned to the crowd of Qin clan. Qin Kui looked at him with a smile and said, Master Jiutian, you hid yourself really well. The word master was pronounced deliberately. Her bright eyes were smiling, and she was charming and amiable, so touching. I have never hidden myself. Jiutian smiled and sat down. Qin Wentian was not as excited as he imagined. His heart was fluctuating, but there was a smile in his eyes. He said, Master Jiutian, after this battle, the pavilion will soar to the sky. If you have any need for Qin clan in the future, just speak up. Before, Qin clan wanted to control Jiutian, but now, he obviously would not have such an idea anymore. Now, no one can control Jiutian anymore. The Lord of Changsheng realm has personally spoken, and the Lord of Lihoro Palace can't even think of dealing with him. Well, in this case, I may have to trouble Helen clan in the future. Jiutian naturally heard the meaning of Helen Yunqian's voice, and also felt a slight change in the other party's attitude, but he remained calm, as if he knew nothing. It's okay. My Helen family and the master are friends. What's more, there is also the relationship with Qiu. Helen Yunqian said with a smile, which made Helen Qiu's beautiful eyes flash. She glared at Helen Yunqian and said, Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about again? Really? Who is there so excited that she stood up just now? I am a mid-level female immortal emperor, and I am the daughter of my Helen family. It's not worthy of my status. Helen Yunqian laughed. Helen Qiu's face was blushing and she was so beautiful. She was already very beautiful, and now she was very charming. She pretended to be angry and glared at Helen Yunqian fiercely. Emperor Tian smiled lightly. This Helen Yunqian was leaning on him. He was clearly using Helen Qiu to make a fuss. The purpose was self-evident. I am very pleased to see the style of the immortal emperors in my Changsheng realm. Let's drink a cup together. The lord of the Changsheng realm raised his glass and smiled. Suddenly, everyone raised their glasses in the direction of the lord of the realm, all with smiles on their faces, and chatted casually at the same time. Although the previous battle was extremely exciting, the real top immortal emperor in my Changsheng realm has not yet made a move. Do you think that's right? An elder said with a smile. He was the leader of a large force and was at the same level as the palace master, a half-step world master. That's right. If everyone joins the battle, it will be even more exciting. Someone echoed. In that case, I'm afraid that few of the top 10 in the martial arts battle will be left. Everyone laughed and talked casually. Of course, everyone knew what they were referring to. In the martial arts battle just now, many immortal emperors did not participate, and many of them were extraordinary immortal emperors. The immortal emperors under the seat of the Changsheng realm master did not participate in the battle. Haha, it seems that you can't wait to see their strength. The Changsheng realm master said with a smile. Those people nodded one after another, and someone said, Realm master, their battle will surely be more exciting, as has always been the case. I hope Realm master can open our eyes sooner. Okay. The lord of the longevity realm nodded with a smile. My longevity realm governs a vast and endless territory. Except for the longevity city, the endless territory is managed by the Nine Realms Palace. The emperors under the Nine Realms Palace lead the way for me, which makes the longevity realm prosperous. I will only summon everyone together once today, which happens once every 100 years. It's a good opportunity to take a look at everyone's strength. I hope the palace masters have no objection. The palace masters of the Nine Realms Palace said at the same time, I obey the orders of the palace master. Well, although you already know your subordinates very well, you can also take a look at the strength gap between the palaces, and urge the realm palaces you lead to become stronger and better guard the territory for me. The lord of the longevity realm continued, come on, all the commanders of the Nine Realms Palace and the major emperors, get ready, let me see the heroic style of my longevity realm guarding a part. Yes, realm master. Many people shouted loudly. For those who are strong, they know that the opportunity to show off has come. Being able to leave a good impression in front of the realm master is of great significance for the future. As for those who are weaker, they are a little nervous. After all, the Nine Realm Palace Master has many strong people under his seat. It is not the first time for them to experience it. If they are not careful, they will be embarrassed. I believe everyone knows the rules. The 9 Palace Masters of the Nine Realm Palace will dispatch. Let's start. The Lord of the Longevity Realm said calmly. Suddenly, the 9 Palace Masters of the Nine Realm Palace sitting on the throne stared at each other, their eyes were full of sharpness. This time it was a contest between the subordinates of the Nine Realm Palace. The 9 Palace Masters did not want their subordinates to embarrass themselves in front of the Lord of the Longevity Realm. Jiutian sat there quietly. He saw a strong man stand up in the direction of the Nine Realm Palace. Then, 9 figures broke through the air and headed towards the central high platform where he had fought before. 9 people will fight many times between them to determine the winner in the ranking. The person who walked out from the direction of the Hero Palace was Emperor Helen. He wants to give up the first battle. Emperor Tian's eyes flashed. Although Emperor Helen was an extraordinary immortal emperor, he could fight against high-level immortal emperors with the realm of a mid-level immortal emperor. However, the other immortal emperors in Jiutian Palace were not ordinary immortal emperors. They were at the top level of immortal emperors and their combat power was extraordinary. Emperor Helen was absolutely at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Desolate Heaven Palace, the leader of Desolate Heaven City, Location. Xuaneng Palace, Emperor Xuaneng. Everyone successively reported their origins and names. All 9 powerful men did so without exception. Then, they stood in a position and began to fight in turns. In the first battle, the leader of Desolate Heaven City, Location, challenged Emperor Helen, seemingly taking advantage of Emperor Helen's low realm. Although Emperor Helen was powerful, he was still crushed by Location and was directly defeated. In the second battle, Xuaneng also challenged Helen Emperor, which made everyone stunned. It seemed that this was to bully Helen Emperor because he was a mid-level immortal emperor. The outcome was naturally Xuaneng's victory. In the following battle, everyone was speechless to find that everyone challenged Helen Emperor, which made the people of the Helen family feel very embarrassed and ashamed. The face of the Lihiro Palace Master was also very bad. The immortal emperors of other palaces in the 9 Realms Palace did not give him any face. He sent Helen Emperor to this battle to embarrass Helen Emperor. He gave up this battle, but he still did not expect to be slapped in the face like this. Now, it is not only Helen Emperor who is embarrassed, but he also feels ashamed. The battles of the strong men were all to the point, without hurting Helen Emperor. The rules also allowed for continuous challenges to the same person, so the final result was that Helen Emperor lost all 8 battles and was directly eliminated, locking in the bottom place in advance. He was embarrassed, but he still had to stand on the edge of the battle stage and watch the battles of others. The Lord of the Longevity Realm glanced in the direction of the Helen family, but only for a moment before moving away. The battle continued. This chaotic battle was naturally very exciting, especially the confrontation between the 3 extraordinary immortal emperors of the Desolate Heaven Palace, Xuaneng Palace and Xiangxing Palace. It was simply earth-shattering, and the might was comparable to the previous top 3 battles in the martial arts battle. In the end, Location of the Desolate Heaven Palace ranked first with a record of 8 wins. The extraordinary immortal emperor of the Xiangxing Palace ranked second with a record of 7 wins and 1 loss. The extraordinary immortal emperor of the Xuaneng Palace ranked third with a record of 6 wins and 2 losses. Lihiro Palace was at the bottom. From the first battle, Emperor Yuan could vaguely see some clues. The strength of a palace in Jiutian Palace could be reflected not only in the palace master, but also in the subordinates of the palace master. This was the first round of battle. After the 9 masters returned to their respective positions, another 9 people from the direction of Jiutian Palace went up to the battle stage and started the second round of battle. Similarly, this round still had to be ranked specifically. In the end, the ranking of this Jiutian Palace martial arts battle would be determined by adding up the results of the battles of Jiutian Palace. The second round of battles was still extremely exciting and violent. Emperor Yuan did not know the people from other realm palaces, but Lihiro City sent out Zai Hao, the commander of the central city. Although Zai Hao was domineering and proud, his fighting ability was indeed very strong, and he was an extraordinary immortal emperor. But even so, he still only won a record of 4 wins and 4 losses for Lihiro Palace, ranking in the middle, 5th place. It was not very glorious, but it was not shameful. In the second round of the battle, Xiangxing Palace won a city and ranked first with 8 consecutive victories. The battle process was still hot. As the battle continued, everyone entered the state and watched this wonderful duel. Many people chatted while watching and discussed the battlefield situation. This time, Lihiro Palace is in trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the first place again. Helen Qiu whispered. It is difficult to get the first place. There must be a super immortal emperor who can shock the field, but Lihiro Palace does not have one. There is no such person. This is also normal. Which of the realm palaces of Huangshan Palace, Xiangxing Palace, and Xuaneng Palace is not super powerful, and the immortal emperors of their realm palaces are naturally very powerful. Lihiro Palace wants to defeat the people of the major realm palaces and take the first place. It sounds simple, but it is actually as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lihiro Palace does not have a palace master or emperor who has such ability. Helen Yunchen said. You said that the one who didn't come, can he do it? Helen Qiu suddenly remembered that proud and handsome face, and asked for some reason. P.S. I want to add more chapters tomorrow. I will give you updates while playing a game. There will be 2 chapters tomorrow as normal. Today, For every 10,000 followers of the WeChat official account, I will add 1 chapter tomorrow. For 20,000 followers, I will add 2 chapters. For 30,000 followers, I will add 3 chapters. Just search for my pen name Jing Wuhan in WeChat and follow me. The name of the official account is Jing Wuhan. Don't follow the wrong person. It's up to you all how many chapters I can add. Wuhan is working hard on typing. Chapter 1622 The Miserable Lihiro Palace. Of course, Helen Yunshin knew who the person who didn't come mentioned by Helen Qiyu was referring to. In fact, they brought Yuqian from Lihiro Palace here just for the person who didn't come. Although Lihiro Palace intended to conceal the news of Yuqian, it was obviously impossible to conceal it. After these people returned to Lihiro City, the news would have reached his ears. Of course, Helen Yunshin knew how powerful the person who was stopped by Lihiro City was. With the realm of a mid-level immortal emperor, he killed all the immortal emperors in one battle at Gu Auction House, including several top immortal emperors, which caused an uproar in Lihiro City for a while. He was unparalleled in his talent. Even in such a battlefield, he would still be able to fight. Helen Yunshin couldn't help but compare Jiutian with that commander. Jiutian, a top-level refining master, was also top-level in combat power. He won the first place in the martial arts battle, and it seemed that he was even more outstanding than that person. Even that person couldn't do it. The immortal emperor he killed at the Gu Auction House back then, even if there were top immortal emperors, they were still ordinary top immortal emperors after all. What are these people in front of us? They are extraordinary immortal emperor leaders of the 9 Realms Palace. Each of them has top combat power. Is Zai Hao, as the central leader, powerful? However, in his round of battlefield, he only got the 5th place. You can imagine how terrible this battlefield is. Helen Yunshin said in a low voice. The battle between the emperors of the 9 Realms Palace leaders was much more intense than the previous martial arts battles. They were all elites. Brother, who are you talking about? Helen Yunhei beside him asked with a smile. A leader under the seat of the Lord of Lihiro Palace, he captured the daughter of the Night Emperor and imprisoned her in the Lihiro prison in order to control that leader to deal with us. This time we transferred Yiqian to Changsheng City to create a gap between them. Helen Yunshin said in a voice transmission. So it was for a commander. Is he that powerful? Helen Yunhei asked curiously. Lihiro City already had a master emperor. Is there another commander that is so powerful? Very powerful. He is also at the intermediate level of the immortal emperor. He has killed more than 10 immortal emperors in one battle. All of them are intermediate and top-level immortal emperors. As for how strong he is, we don't know yet. He has not exerted his true strength at all. Interesting. Helen Yunhei smiled and said, look at this battle of the 9 Realms Palaces. Which realm palace can rank the best? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same as in the past. The Desolate Heaven Palace has the best overall ranking. After all, they have won the best title for 300 years in a row. Helen Yunshin whispered. Yes, the Desolate Heaven Palace is too strong. The Palace Master of the Desolate Heaven Palace is not only strong, but also very strict with his subordinates. Those who are selected to serve as commanders and emperors must first be the top in terms of combat power. He personally selects them, and if a stronger person appears, he can replace him at any time. Under such competition, the commanders and emperors under his command are all the strongest in combat power. However, the disciple of the Realm Master seems unwilling to give up. This time he came prepared and seemed to be heading for the Desolate Heaven Palace. Helen Yunhei smiled. The Xiangxing Palace did perform very well this time, and the Zuanitan Palace is not weak either. The Gemini Palace and the Dragon Rider Palace are not here to play. You see, the commanders and emperors they send out are all very strong. It seems that the 3 major realm palaces, the Lihiro Palace, the Kanshu Palace and the Zhengjin Palace, will be at the bottom again. Helen Yunshin laughed. The foundation of these 3 palaces has always been relatively weak, and the status of the palace masters is not so stable. The Helen clan had been eyeing the position of the Lord of Lihiro Palace, but they dared not even think about it in the Desolate Heaven Palace and the Xiangxing Palace, and even in the Dragon Rider Palace, the Gemini Palace, and the Qian Palace. The battle continued, round after round, and it was extremely fierce. In the battle of the 9 realm palaces, each realm palace selected 14 people to participate in the battle. Without exception, all of them were the commanding emperors. Therefore, There were 14 rounds of battle. When the battle reached the 9th round, the desolate Heaven Palace had already won 3 first places, 2 second places, 1 third place, 1 fourth place, and 1 fifth place. With such a terrible ranking, it was undoubtedly the strongest in the 9 realm palaces. The second was the Jiutian Palace, and then the Jiutian Palace, the Gemini Palace, and the Dragon Rider Palace. The Jiutian Palace won 2 first places, and the Jiutian Palace, the Gemini Palace, and the Dragon Rider Palace each won 1, dividing the 8 first places. The other 4 realm palaces did not win a first place. In this 9th round of battle, they still seemed to have no hope. The face of the Lord of Lihoro Palace remained sullen and not looking good. Although he knew that the situation of the Battle of 9 Realms Palace was not optimistic, he still did not expect it to be so bad, worse than before. In such a situation, with the Lord of Realms watching from above, he could not smile at all, and could only keep a sullen face. Moreover, before that, there was Jiutian's eye-catching performance. He won the first place in the martial arts battle as a mid-level immortal emperor. It would be strange if the Lord of Lihoro Palace was in a good mood. Jiutian, you go out in the next battle and see if you can strive for the first place. The Lord of Lihoro Palace whispered to the commander-in-chief beside him. As the commander-in-chief of Lihoro City, Jiutian was directly in charge of 5 commanders. Obviously, his strength was very strong. Subordinates will definitely do their best. Jiutian said. The Lord of Lihoro Palace nodded and glanced at the Lord of Realm. The Lord of Realm's expression did not show any abnormality. He still had a faint smile on his face, watching the battle of his subordinates. The Battle of Jiutian Palace was regarded as a military parade in the Changsheng realm. It was more valued by the Lord of Realm than the previous martial arts battle. These people were all his subordinates. The Jiutian Palace of Changsheng realm and all the people under Jiutian Palace were all people who worked for him. In the 9th round of the battle, the first place was won by Gemini Palace. The commander who came out of Gemini Palace was very strong. Now, Gemini Palace won 2 first places, the same as Jiutian Palace, which surprised many people. 9 people came down, and another 9 people went up. On the side of Lihoro Palace, Jiutian went to fight. The reason why the Lord of Lihoro Palace arranged Jiutian in the back battlefield was to catch him by surprise. Other palaces were trying hard to compete for the glorious ranking in the front. In the 10th round, the people sent out should be relatively weak, but he sent out the most powerful commander. But as the battle broke out, the face of the Lord of Lihoro Palace changed quickly. Obviously, 3 of the other 4 realm palaces that did not take the first place sent out powerful figures, all with the same idea, to fight for the first place. In the end, Jiutian was defeated in the battle with a supernatural emperor of Jiutian Palace. That emperor was extremely powerful and the strongest figure in Jiutian Palace. Sure enough, the first place in the 10th round of the battle was taken by Jiutian Palace. Now, only the 3 weaker palaces of Lihoro Palace, Kanshu Palace and Zhengjin Palace have not won the first place. The faces of the 3 palace masters are slightly ugly. In total, there are only 4 rounds of duels. If you can't get a first place in 14 rounds of battle, it will be embarrassing no matter how you look at it. As long as you get a first place, it will look better. Jiutian walked down the stage and came to the side of the Lihoro Palace Master. He bowed and said, I have failed the Palace Master's trust. The Lihoro Palace Master waved his hand and said, It's not your fault. Sit down. Jiutian nodded, but he was still a little depressed. He was defeated. This time, he was aiming for the first place. Palace Master. The 2 beauties, Xiaoyu Xiandi, beside the Lihoro Palace Master also looked at him with frowns. In the future, it might be difficult for the Lihoro Palace to get the first place again. Yinqiu, you go. The Lihoro Palace Master waved his hand. In the 11th round of the battle, Yinqiu only got the 6th place, a very poor ranking. As for the first place, it was taken by the Kanshu Palace. The Lihoro Palace Master glanced at the throne of the Kanshu Palace. The haze on the face of the Kanshu Palace Master instantly dissipated, revealing a very bright smile. He was happily welcoming his subordinates to return triumphantly. Finally, he got the first place. In this way, he didn't have to be so embarrassed and his face looked better. The expressions of the Palace Master of Lihoro and the Palace Master of Zhengjin became more and more ugly. They were the only 2 palaces left, and they stood out even more. The battles of the 12th and 13th rounds broke out one after another. The Lord of Lihoro Palace sent out 2 powerful emperors to fight, but without exception, all of them failed. What made the Lord of Lihoro Palace even more embarrassed was that in the 13th round, Jiutian Palace won the first place. Now, among the 9 realm palaces, only Lihoro Palace did not win the first place. As for this last round, as the finale, it is a must-win for those powerful realm palaces, so there must be a powerful person left to fight. Even the Lord of Lihoro Palace himself understands that in the last battle, their Lihoro Palace has no hope. The Lord of Lihoro Palace has noticed that many people look at him with a bit of sympathy and a bit of irony, especially those palace masters, who do not hide their mocking eyes. Yi Kong, try to win this battle. The Lord of Xianxing Palace said lightly, you only have a few opponents. After all, some people are just making up the numbers. After this, the face of the Lord of Lihoro Palace became even uglier, but facing the Lord of Xianxing Palace, he could not refute. Yi Kong is going to fight. 100 years ago, he was already a very dazzling figure. Lihoro Palace is indeed just making up the numbers. A top force whispered. I remember that Lihoro Palace didn't win the first place in the last session. I didn't expect it to be the same this time. Helen Jiangshan of the Helen clan laughed sarcastically, and the eyes of the Lihoro Palace master became gloomy. In the direction of Jiuji Palace, figures headed towards the central battle stage. Those figures were all ethereal. Not only did Xianxing Palace send out the top figure Yi Kong to fight, but Huangshan Palace and Zuinitan Palace also sent out their top figures. Lihoro Palace master glanced at Xiao Miran, who had not yet fought, sighed helplessly in his heart, and whispered, Xiao Miran, go. Yes, Palace master. Xiao Miran bowed slightly and smiled sweetly. She didn't care much about making up the numbers. Being able to fight with the top figures of Jiuji Palace was also an experience. Just make up the numbers. Many people looked at Lady Xiao for a second time. Someone said with a smile, is Palace Master Lihoro planning to use the beauty trap to cheat someone to be the first? Haha. Many people laughed, their eyes scanning back and forth over Lady Xiao's sexy body. Lady Xiao's face also changed slightly. She snorted lightly, said nothing, and continued to move forward. Lady Xiao, wait. At this moment, a voice came out, causing Lady Xiao's footsteps to stagnate and stop in the void. She turned her beautiful eyes and looked at the person who spoke. Then, a very seductive look flashed in her beautiful eyes. This guy actually came. P.S. Sweat, there are less than 10,000 followers. Are you considering Wuhan and worrying that Wuhan will be tired? Search Jing Wuhan on Watch It to follow. If there are 10,000 new followers, one more chapter will be added tomorrow. Although I will add more chapters tomorrow if there are really no more. I gave everyone a chance to let me spend a lot of money, but no one, haha. Chapter 1623 Requesting for Battle. A figure walked out of the crowd. He was dressed in a white robe and had black hair like ink. His eyes were deep and bright like stars. He was handsome and charming. Just standing there, he gave people an extraordinary demeanor. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. His temperament was extremely outstanding. Lady Xiao looked at the figure that appeared, her beautiful eyes smiled, and her charming smile became more and more brilliant. This guy came at the right time. He actually showed up. You know, the Lord of Lihoro Palace did not allow him to come and deliberately kept him in Lihoro City, but now, he still came, and appeared here at the critical moment. When the Lord of Lihoro Palace saw the person coming, his eyes flashed, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, which was a little cold. He actually violated his orders and came to Changsheng City privately, and appeared here. The eyes of the people of the Helen family also froze there. Looking at the person who appeared, a sharp light flashed in Helen Qiuyu's beautiful eyes. This proud guy actually came. Who is he? Helen Yunhei asked. Lihoro City Commander Qin Wentian is the person we just talked about. Helen Yunhei responded. The person who came was Qin Wentian. On the 10,000 feet stairs where the Lord of the Changsheng realm was, there were many figures with sharp eyes. Even several commanders had the aura of roaring out. Among them, Xiao Yu, who was known as the first commander of the North City District, was the leader. His eyes were terrible, shooting out lightning swords, extremely sharp. It seemed that there was a sword intent roaring on his body, and it was about to penetrate his body. His fists were clenched. It's him. How could Xiao Yu not recognize the person who came? The person who challenged him strongly and defeated him, made him lose all his pride, and made him embarrassed in front of the Lord of the Realm today, actually came and appeared here. Among the crowd, there were also people who witnessed a battle in the North City District. Many people whispered and made discussions, causing the Battle of the Nine Realm Palace to stagnate for a short time. The appearance of this person seemed to affect many people. "Who are you, disturbing the martial arts competition at the Jiutian Palace?" A cold voice came from Yi Kong, a powerful man from the Xianxing Palace who had already walked to the central battle stage. "Lihiro Palace can fight or not. If not, then retreat on your own. We are just making up the numbers. It doesn't matter whether we fight or not." The strongman of Lonqi Palace also spoke sarcastically, making Lihiro Palace Master's face look even worse. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, "I ordered you to stay in Lihiro City and guard the area. Don't cause any trouble. Who told you to come to Changsheng City privately?" Qin Wentian saw the coldness in Lihiro Palace Master's eyes. He certainly understood that since Lihiro Palace Master imprisoned Yi Qianyu to control him, it was destined that the other party was just using him. Now that Yi Qianyu appeared in Changsheng City, if Lihiro Palace Master could not use Yi Qianyu to completely control himself, he would worry about causing trouble. What's more, this is the feast of Changsheng City, and the Realm Master is here. If he is too outstanding and attracts the Realm Master's attention like Jiutian, it will be even more difficult for him to control himself. Lihiro Palace Master obviously didn't want to see him out of control. "Palace Master, the matter of Lihiro City has been properly handled. I heard that the Realm Master personally held a banquet in Changsheng City to entertain the Nine Realm Palace and the heroes of Changsheng Realm. I admired them and came to see them. I hope the Palace Master will forgive me." Qin Wentian bowed slightly and said, showing a very humble attitude. Then he said, "I didn't expect to come here and see people from other realm palaces bullying my Lihiro Palace because there is no one." Qin Wentian asked the Palace Master to let Lady Xiao come down. "I will fight this battle." Qin Wentian opened his mouth and everyone knew his identity. It turned out that he was the leader of Lihiro Palace and wanted to fight. However, what can he, a leader of the middle-level immortal emperor, do? The strong men on the central battle stage had a stronger irony in their eyes. This is simply ungrateful. Lihiro Palace is really just making up the numbers. Nonsense, you are a middle-level immortal emperor, why are you joining in the fun? Come and sit down. This battle will be handed over to Lady Xiao. The Palace Master of Lihiro scolded, obviously not wanting Qin Wentian to participate in the battle. "Although I am not talented, I cannot bear to see these people insulting my Lihiro Palace. Qin Wentian is asking for a fight again. I hope the Palace Master will help me." Qin Wentian said loudly. "Palace Master Lihiro, your subordinate is really interesting." The Palace Master of Xianxing Palace said indifferently. "Are all the leaders of Lihiro Palace so weak? In the previous battle, Lihiro Palace only won the second place. Now, a mid-level immortal emperor has come out, as if he can't do without him. It's ridiculous." Someone else said sarcastically. "Maybe, Lihiro Palace really can't produce anyone." On the high platform, the people from the various palaces were very unhappy that Qin Wentian interrupted the last round of the battle. "I have challenged 4 commanders in the northern region of Changsheng City and won all 4 battles. Although the commander of Changsheng City did not participate in the Battle of Jiutian Palace, you should ask yourself, can you win against the commander of Changsheng City? How dare you be so arrogant and look down on others? What's the level of the middle-level immortal emperor? What realm was the first in the previous martial arts battle? Have you forgotten it so quickly?" Qin Wentian waved his sleeves and spoke proudly. In an instant, many people showed their sharpness. The crowd below was talking louder and louder, and gradually there was an uproar. "He is the mysterious man who challenged the 4 commanders in the northern region. This man also defeated Commander Xiao Yu. He is very strong. I witnessed that battle with my own eyes." Voices came out one after another, and everyone's eyes were sharp. Countless eyes looked at Xiao Yu at the same time. Even the people in Lihiro Palace showed sharp eyes and looked at Qin Wentian in shock. This guy had actually come to Changsheng City before, and challenged the 4 commanders of Changsheng City in succession, including the genius commander Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's face was somewhat embarrassed. One after another, he looked at him, making him clench his hands and feel extremely ashamed. "Do you dare to fight again?" Xiao Yu's eyes penetrated the void and looked at Qin Wentian. His eyes were extremely terrifying. He stood up. This voice undoubtedly acquiesced to the voice just now. The mysterious strong man who defeated the 4 commanders of the Northern Territory was the person in front of him. What was even more shocking was that he was just a commander of the Lihoro Palace, at the intermediate level of the Immortal Emperor. Why didn't the Lihoro Palace Master let such a strong man fight? How could it be him? Helen Qiuayu's beautiful eyes condensed. Not long ago, Jiutian won the first place in the martial arts battle. At that time, she thought that Qin Wentian could no longer compare with Jiutian. Jiutian was a master of refining weapons, the first in the martial arts battle, and he was only at the intermediate level of the Immortal Emperor. However, Qin Wentian appeared, and he had another identity. He defeated the 4 commanders, including the mysterious strong man of Xiaoyu. When they came before, they also discussed this matter. That mysterious man turned out to be the proud and annoying commander of the Lihoro Palace. Helen Yunshin's face also changed. He was very shocked. He not only underestimated Jiutian, it seems, he also underestimated Qin Wentian. Asshole. Lihoro Palace Master cursed in his heart. While being surprised at Qin Wentian's strength, he also felt something unusual. This Qin Wentian seemed to have been prepared. He must show up in front of the Realm Master today. Otherwise, there would be no challenge from the Northern Territory to the 4 commanders such as Xiaoyu. He already felt that this Qin Wentian was gradually trying to get out of his control. Xiao Hao, Yin Chu, Helen Emperor and others all looked unhappy. None of them had a good impression of Qin Wentian, and they even had a lot of conflicts. Only Lady Xiao was happy. When she heard the news, her eyes lit up when she looked at Qin Wentian. This guy had actually defeated the 4 commanders of Changsheng City. No need. There is no need to fight again. If I have offended you, I hope Commander Xiao will not be offended. Qin Wentian spoke calmly to Xiaoyu, which made Xiaoyu look even more embarrassed. Palace Master, Qin Wentian wants to fight. Qin Wentian bowed to the Lord of Lihoro Palace. The Lord of Lihoro Palace looked at everyone. He saw that the Lord of Changsheng Realm had his eyes on him. He knew in his heart that in this situation, he couldn't stop Qin Wentian from fighting. It was unreasonable. Qin Wentian, it seems that your strength has improved again. In this case, you can go. The Lord of Lihoro Palace's face became gentle at this moment, and he smiled and said that since the decision had been made, he should just do it. Thank you, Palace Master. I will do my best for Lihoro Palace. Qin Wentian said, and then he flashed and headed for the central battle platform. When he passed by Xiao Miran looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "You are so brave." Qin Wentian did not respond and walked past her. It was indeed a risky act to disobey the order of Lihoro Palace Master to come to Changsheng City privately against the order of Lihoro Palace Master. Lihoro Palace Master must be unhappy. In addition, he could not control Yuqian as before after losing him. Then, he did not know what attitude he would have towards him. But seeing Yuqian appear here with his own eyes, he had to take a risk. Although he had made some plans before, he had always acted according to circumstances. Lihoro Palace suffered a disastrous defeat, and it was the best time for him to stand up. When Qin Wentian arrived, the other 8 realm palaces' extraordinary immortal emperors all looked at him. Although they had some contempt for him because of his realm before, they had to pay some attention to him after hearing that he had defeated Xiaoyu. However, they cursed in their hearts. During the previous martial arts battle, a demonic figure of a mid-level immortal emperor appeared. Now, in their 9 realm palace battle, another one appeared, and they all came from Lihoro City. What's going on with Lihoro City? In a remote corner, there was a group of women there. Yuqian was among them. She was bright and beautiful, and she just kept looking at that figure. Is it him? Someone next to her asked Yuqian softly. Yes, it's him. Yuqian nodded, and the fairies of Hongqian Immortal Palace all looked at Qin Wentian. Was it this young genius who made Yuqian trapped in the Lihoro prison? They also wanted to see what kind of talent he had. What kind of person is he? Someone asked. Yuqian blinked her beautiful eyes, then smiled brightly and said, I thought he had changed, but I didn't expect him to be still as stupid as before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1624, Conquering 5 Cities. On the central platform, 9 figures each occupied one side, and each of them was a top-level immortal emperor. This was the last battle, the final battle. The powerful boundary palaces such as the desolate Heaven Palace and the Heavenly Palace were determined to win, hoping to end the battle perfectly. Therefore, the lineup of this battle was definitely not weaker than the first battle. In this battlefield, no one had to fight against all 8 other people, and finally competed for the record to determine the ranking. This means that there is no luck, and everyone needs to fight one battle after another until the end. 9 people, each reported their position and name. Qin Wentian, Lihuro Palace, North District Commander. Soon everyone knew exactly who he was and where he came from. This mysterious strong man who also caused some turmoil in Changsheng City, he came from the North District of Lihuro Palace. Moreover, this Lihuro Palace North District Commander actually defeated Xiaoyu, the first commander of the North District of Changsheng City. It sounds a bit ironic. Changsheng City is directly under the jurisdiction of Changsheng Palace. Its subordinate commanders are all absolute elites. They don't even participate in the Battle of Jiutian Palace. They have a transcendent status. It is understandable that the weakest commander of Changsheng City is weaker than the commander of Jiutian Palace, but Xiaoyu is the strongest commander in the Northern Territory. He is not even as good as the commander of Lihuro Palace who lost face before. It seems a bit different. Is it that Xiaoyu, the commander of Changsheng City, is too weak, or is Qin Wentian, the commander of Lihuro City, too evil? I believe that we will see it soon and see the true strength of this mysterious commander. Since Commander Qin of Lihuro Palace has such a brilliant record in Changsheng City, then I will learn from him first. Only a voice came out, and an emperor of Jiutian Palace challenged Qin Wentian. Each of them had to fight all the people of the other side. In this case, he was quite curious about Qin Wentian's strength, so he simply fought with Qin Wentian first to see what the commander of Lihuro City was capable of. Please teach me, Qin Wentian said calmly. The other 7 people temporarily withdrew and gave up the battlefield. The Emperor of Jiutian Palace emerged with super strong gold attribute rule power. The dazzling golden light had the power to penetrate everything. Above the sky, the stars were shining, falling down and descending on the opponent. A golden cloud appeared in the void, and the rosy clouds were thousands of feet high. Every ray of rosy clouds was like a golden spear, directly piercing through the void and killing Qin Wentian. Feeling the terrible fusion power, Qin Wentian's body bloomed with dazzling light. The supreme power of light was brighter than the sun and the golden light was more dazzling. Every ray of light seemed to turn into a sort of light. The crowd felt that their eyes could not look directly at the light. The golden light and the light of light intersected, and the defeat and annihilation dissipated bit by bit. When the endless light shone into the void and descended on the golden clouds, in an instant, the clouds dispersed and the golden rosy clouds quickly disappeared. Under the light, no other power can exist. Qin Wentian was like a god of light under the light, and he seemed to be perfect. He bathed in the light, stepped out, and punched out. Then he saw the endless light turned into the fist of light, and directly hit the Emperor of Jiutian Palace. The Emperor of Jiutian Palace gathered a strong golden fist and blasted out. The golden fist light penetrated the void, leaving a golden fist shadow, colliding with the fist of light. Qin Wentian's attack had just begun. He stepped forward step by step. With each step, the pressure became stronger. The terrifying spiritual will was about to crush people. His fist of light was no longer a fist, but an endless fist light, penetrating the world. He was like a god who dominated everything, illuminating the world with light. The Emperor of Jiutian Palace released a terrible aura, and a dazzling golden shadow appeared behind him. They blasted out fist light palm prints together, gathering supreme power, and also gave birth to a terrible golden ancient shield, which rotated in front like a millstone to block the attack. But the light is all-pervasive. Qin Wentian's attack even went straight ahead, bypassing the defense and blasting towards the opponent's body. The Emperor of Jiutian Palace seemed to be gilded all over. His body was made of gold and his defense was super strong. One after another phantoms were attached to his golden body, like a super Dharma body. However, no matter what kind of power the opponent used to resist, Qin Wentian still used the light fist, punching out one punch after another, as if it was endless. All kinds of spells could be broken by one method. How domineering! Under the light, the extraordinary Emperor of Jiutian Palace was blasted back and defeated before he could hold on for too long. The eyes of the other powerful people watching the battle flickered. From beginning to end, Qin Wentian only used one attack, the Fist of Light, and relied on this kind of magical spell to defeat an extraordinary emperor. It can be imagined that he was able to defeat Xiao Yu, and it was not in vain. The eyes of the other 7 commanders of the Emperor also became more solemn. "Which two will fight next?" asked the commander of the Desolate Heaven Palace. "No need. Since we are here only to fight for the first place, winning all 8 battles will be the first place. Someone humiliated my Lihiro Palace before. Since I am here, it would be meaningless if I don't fight for the first place for Lihiro Palace." Qin Wentian, dressed in white, said lightly, "So, let's continue with the second game. Commander of Kanshu Palace, please teach me." As soon as Qin Wentian finished speaking, everyone's eyes froze on the spot. The other 7 commanders and emperors all had dazzling eyes. Qin Wentian, is he going to challenge them one by one and want to end this battle with a complete victory? Is this treating them as nothing? In the previous martial arts battle, the middle-level immortal Emperor Jiutian was not so arrogant, right? Are the extraordinary middle-level immortal emperors now so arrogant? On the battle stage, there are also the top demon emperors of Huangshan Palace, the extraordinary figures of Shiangxing Palace, and the peerless immortal emperors of Jiutian clan. However, they were all ignored by Qin Wentian. He was alone, ready to fight one by one. The immortal emperor of Kanshu Palace was the first to be called to fight. He stepped out with a cold face. He was a very powerful emperor of Kanshu Palace. He was in charge of one side and exuded the bearing of a superior. However, Qin Wentian looked at him with indifference, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. "I would like to ask you about your strength." The eyes of the Emperor of Kanshu Palace shot out a terrible cold air. With a hissing sound, the space around Qin Wentian seemed to condense into ice. Qin Wentian's clothes were instantly covered with a layer of white frost. A breath so cold that it was suffocating suddenly descended without any signs. Qin Wentian's eyes shot out a terrible light. In an instant, a pair of true and false eyes seemed to appear in the void, and the true and false space field appeared. At this moment, the Emperor of Kanshu Palace only felt that he had entered the world of pupil skills. He saw the figures of Qin Wentian floating in the air, all of whom released the power of great light and rushed towards him. The face of the Emperor of Kanshu Palace turned ugly in an instant, but he still released amazing cold and dark power. In an instant, the world froze, and everything solidified. Qin Wentian's thousands of phantoms condensed at the same time. This was an absolutely frozen power. On his body, there was a super strong cold and dark rule aura. He was like a cold and dark emperor, invincible. "You have no hope." A voice came from the void, and then, the figures of Qin Wentian appeared again, and the light bloomed. Those frozen phantoms all disintegrated to cold and dark power. The endless light pierced the eyes, dazzling and boundless. Qin Wentian's phantoms not only did not decrease, but increased. The Emperor of Kanshu Palace knew that this was an illusion. He entered Qin Wentian's rule field, but he knew it was an illusion, but he had no way to break it. Then, the outcome of this battle seemed to be doomed. He was actually trapped in the rule field of a mid-level immortal emperor. Admit defeat. Endless swords of light bloomed, and it was impossible to tell the real from the fake. The Emperor of Kanshu Palace didn't know which sort of light would turn into a real sort of killing. He had been in a high position for a long time, and was in the realm of an extraordinary emperor. However, at this moment he felt a little decadent. He shook his head and said, "I lost." The field of rules dissipated, and the commander of Kanshu Palace looked ahead. Qin Wentian stood there, as if he had never moved, but he was trapped. "Real or illusion?" asked the Emperor of Kanshu Palace. "Real is also illusion, illusion is also real," Qin Wentian said. The Emperor of Kanshu Palace nodded, and then withdrew. Many people's eyes froze. This battle seemed to be easier than the previous victory. Qin Wentian took down 2 cities in a row. "Please give me some advice, Commander of Jiutian Palace." Qin Wentian continued, challenging one by one, without even taking a break. The leader of the Red Yuan Palace came out. At this moment, his eyes were much more solemn when he faced Qin Wentian. The 2 major boundary palaces were still defeated. There was no doubt that this had proved Qin Wentian's strength. How could he dare to be careless? The true illusion eye reappeared, and the pupil technique space field could not resist at all, unless it was broken by a powerful rule attack. However, Qin Wentian's star soul was extremely strong. Although he was in the middle-level fairy emperor realm, his attribute rules were much stronger than those of others. In addition, his comprehension and the pupil technique space field he created were not so easy to break. So, in the pupil technique space, The leader of the Red Yuan Palace, who was trapped inside, was attacked frantically by Qin Wentian. He did not hold on for long and was defeated again. Then, the Dragon Rider Palace, and then the Gemini Palace. The 5 major boundary palaces were defeated by Qin Wentian one after another. Qin Wentian did not rest for a moment after winning 5 consecutive battles. Although many people had achieved 8 wins and 0 losses before, no one had ever done what Qin Wentian did. He completely ignored the duels between other people and challenged the 8 realm palaces on his own. Many people thought it was impossible before, but as the battle progressed, he defeated 5 realm palaces, and everyone was a little shaken. Now, the only ones standing in front of him were the Desolate Heaven Palace, the Xianxing Palace, and the Zuinitan Palace, which were also the 3 most powerful realm palaces. Qin Wentian, if he wanted to win the same streak as before, it would not be so easy, right? Chapter 1625 Invincible Posture. The Lord of the 9 Realms Palace and the people around them stared at the battlefield, somewhat surprised. Before, everyone thought that the Lihuro Palace was destined to be at the bottom. In this battle, the Lord of the Lihuro Palace would only be a spectator, just making up the numbers. The grand finale should be supported by the powerful realm palaces such as the Desolate Heaven Palace, the Heavenly Palace, or the Zuinitan Palace. However, this was indeed a grand finale. A middle-level immortal Emperor Lord appeared in the Lihuro Palace. He went up and fought against the lords of the 5 realm palaces in a row, crushing and defeating them all, winning 5 consecutive victories. Moreover, he did not rest for a moment, and seemed not to give up until he won 8 consecutive victories and won the first place in this battle. The Lord of the Lihuro Palace was in a very conflicted mood at the moment. He did not want Qin Wentian to come to Changsheng City. First, he did not want him to know that Yuqianai was already in Changsheng City. Second, he did not want Qin Wentian to perform here, so that he could better control Qin Wentian. But Qin Wentian still came, and he was more outstanding and dazzling than he expected. However, Qin Wentian appeared just when he was embarrassed, to save face for Lihuro Palace. The Lord of Jiuji Palace looked at him sarcastically. If Qin Wentian won the first place in this battle with a strong attitude after 8 consecutive battles, Lihuro Palace would undoubtedly have more face, and he would also have a bright face. Therefore, he was conflicted at the moment, thinking about how to treat Qin Wentian in the future. Xiaohao's face was as gloomy as always, and so was Helen Emperor. This insignificant figure back then was already much stronger than him. Behind the Lord of Lihuro Palace was Wuxin Emperor, who was the commander of the Imperial Guards in Lihuro Palace. It was he who dealt with Qin Wentian and Yi Qianyu back then. If Qin Wentian gained power, it would definitely not be a good thing for him. The faces of the Helen clan were also gloomy. Helen Yunshan had once invited Qin Wentian to a banquet to seek peace, but the other party said that it was impossible to make peace as long as Helen Emperor was alive. Therefore, the Helen clan transferred Yi Qianyu away from Lihuro Palace, hoping to create a gap between Qin Wentian and Lihuro Palace. Now, they have indeed achieved their goal. The Lihuro Palace Master and Qin Wentian have begun to be suspicious of each other. Qin Wentian even came here against the order of the Lihuro Palace Master. But Helen Yunshan was not as proud as he imagined, because Qin Wentian's performance was too outstanding, and he was a figure comparable to Emperor Yan, and he was likely to be favored by the Realm Master. On the battle stage, the only ones standing in front of Qin Wentian were the Desolate Heaven Palace, the Xianxing Palace, and the Zuinitan Palace. His eyes fell on the leader of the Zuinitan Palace and said, "Please teach me." Before, Emperor Yan and Zuinitan Xiangang of the Zuinitan clan had a big battle. The leader of the Zuinitan Palace was also a member of the Zuinitan clan, and his abilities should be similar. The leader of Zuinitan Palace walked out, staring at Qin Wentian. In an instant, an extremely sharp aura permeated, and a terrible rule domain appeared between heaven and earth, the domain of divine weapons. Endless divine weapons were born between heaven and earth, turning into a terrible domain vortex, which contained endless divine weapons that could destroy everything. The Zuinitan family controlled the largest divine weapon trading market in the immortal world. There were many weapon refining masters among them, and their ability to control divine weapons was like the king of weapons. They could control any divine weapon and turn it into their own attack, and they were even good at such rule power. On Qin Wentian's body, the Vajra Saint Will was born, and the Buddha's light shone. He seemed to have transformed into an ancient Buddha, casting an indestructible Buddha body. The power of Buddhism. Everyone's eyes were sharp. This Qin Wentian, the Buddhist technique was so exquisite, it was simply unfathomable. Kill. The leader of Jiutian Palace shouted coldly, and the magic weapons and magic methods killed everything and rushed towards Qin Wentian's Buddhist body. But at this time, a terrible golden light body appeared, like a brilliant Buddhist light curtain, blocking the magic weapons. However, under the strangulation of the endless magic weapon rules, the Buddha's light defense was broken, and those terrible attacks continued to kill. But on Qin Wentian's Buddhist body, countless arms appeared, like a thousand-handed Buddha. Each arm was shining with brilliant golden light, flowing with different rules and power, and thousands of magic spells were born, and they attacked the killing magic weapon at the same time. Many people showed shocked expressions. The huge Buddhist Dharma body, thousands of arms, each arm actually issued a different attack technique, as if thousands of magic spells were erupting at the same time. In an instant, the killing magic weapon field attack was all shattered, and then the terrible Buddhist arm broke through everything and shattered the field power. Qin Wentian's body was dazzling, like an ancient Buddha, with his hands clasped together, his eyes closed and standing there motionless, but his Dharma body was 100 feet tall, with thousands of arms swimming, and then stretched out at the same time, attacking the leader of Jiutian Palace, and all kinds of magic spells bloomed together. How terrible the power was! The leader of Jiutian Palace resisted frantically, gathering infinite magic power to devour everything, but it was still useless. Qin Wentian's attack was too domineering, all kinds of magic spells complemented each other, bombarded all the way, smashed his attack, and destroyed his defense. With a loud bang, the leader of Jiutian Palace was injured and retreated. Thousands of arms were suspended in the sky, wandering in the void. Qin Wentian's treasure was solemn, the light of his Dharma body was still dazzling, and he said, "Shianxing Palace Yikong, please fight." Yikong looked at Qin Wentian, who was boundless in Buddhism at this moment, and his face was a little stiff. He was very confident in his own strength, but now he was no longer so confident. This guy is too powerful. This Buddhist Dharmakaya is extremely terrifying. It seems to be a super powerful Dharmakaya forged by the Star Soul. And this one for magical attack, I don't know where it comes from. It's just a monster. If Commander is not confident, fight with the commander of the Desolate Heaven Palace, so as to avoid another battle. Qin Wentian spoke calmly. The commander of the Desolate Heaven Palace and Yikong both froze and looked a little unhappy. A mid-level immortal emperor dared to challenge their two extraordinary immortal emperors. Everyone also took a breath and showed a look of shock. This guy is really too arrogant, but this commander from the Lihuro Palace is really strong. It is very likely that the previous number one in the martial arts battle, Jiutian, is not as strong as him. Even now, it is impossible to see through his full strength. Just look at this Buddhist Dharmakaya in front of you. The one-foot attack is simply an unsolvable offensive technique, extremely domineering. Since he has spoken, both of you should attack together. If he loses, it will be counted as a victory for each of you. At this time, the Lord of the Changsheng realm said with a smile. His eyes were as calm as ever, and unfathomable. Everyone knew that it seemed that the Lord of the realm also wanted to see how strong Qin Wentian was. It was obvious that Qin Wentian had attracted the Lord of the realm's attention, otherwise, the Lord of the realm would not have spoken. Fuzan of the Desolate Heaven Palace and Yikong of the Heavenly Traveling Palace walked out together. Since the Lord of the realm had spoken, they naturally had to attack. Their eyes were very scary. Fuzan seemed to have a terrible thunderous sound coming from him, shaking the eardrums of many people. Even when he was standing there, it was as if there were wisps of terrible sound waves bursting out, as if there were layers of nothingness constantly attacking, and the thousands of arms on Qin Wentian's body seemed to be shaking. On Yikong's body, peerless sword intent bloomed, and he kept talking. The two men looked at each other and then attacked. Fuzan took a step forward, and his body turned into 100 feet long, like an ancient war god. A terrifying invisible sound wave force seemed to come from the ancient times, shattering everything. Qin Wentian's Buddhist arms were shattered and annihilated under that force. Yikong also attacked. His body was as fast as a meteor. His sword skills were as fast as his body. When the sword came out, his arm was broken. After images kept appearing. In an instant, many of Qin Wentian's Dharmakaya arms were destroyed, but what was shocking was that his arms were destroyed and reborn, immortal. Many arms gathered into a terrible Buddhist handprint, and at the same time, they were sent out to kill in front of them. The power was infinite. Fuzan roared, and he blasted out a terrible ancient war god fist. A dark storm appeared and continued to expand, turning into an ancient destructive airflow. All the forces blocking the front were torn to pieces and destroyed. Yikong's body was like lightning. He broke through the direction of Fuzan's shattered arm, and penetrated the Buddhist arm like lightning, shooting towards Qin Wentian's original body. When the Buddhist arms blocked him, Yikong's body turned into nothingness, crossed the void, and almost descended in front of Qin Wentian. He killed with a sword, as fast as a ray of destructive light. Fuzan's attack is overbearing, and Yikong's attack is extremely fast. The two complement each other and are simply invincible. Everyone was shocked. Fuzan smashed everything with one blow, and Yikong killed directly in front of Qin Wentian's body. All this was just a thought. The cooperation of the two was terrifying. At this moment, Qin Wentian opened his eyes. At a glance, it was dazzling and boundless. Yikong felt that he was instantly defeated and entered the pupil space. He did not hesitate and slashed out with a sword. Lightning split the sky and broke the pupil field. However, there was no figure of Qin Wentian in front of him. Only arms like vines came around and buried his body. Yikong released a super strong sword power, and a phantom was born. In a moment, it seemed that he cut out a series of lightning swordsmanship and split a gap. His body rushed out instantly, but he saw a series of arm palm prints crushing him. He slashed out with a sword in his backhand and retreated to the outside. He and Fuzan were suspended in the air, looking at the figure in front. This Qin Wentian is too difficult to deal with. How could a mid-level immortal emperor be so difficult to deal with? You are quite powerful, but you are doomed to lose on this battlefield. In this battle, I will win the first place for Lihiro Palace. Qin Wentian spoke proudly. In an instant, thousands of arms moved at the same time, as if they were united as one, sealing the void, like a huge and boundless handprint, sealing the heaven and earth in it. At this moment, the light of the stars in the void could not fall, and was cut off. Fuzan and Yikong looked solemn. The handprint that sealed the void actually gave birth to different rules and powers, and dropped infinite destructive power, as if it had turned into a super formation, launching a fatal attack on Fuzan and Yikong. P.S. 3 consecutive posts. I said on WeChat yesterday that even if not many people pay attention, I will still add more today. I just want to stimulate myself to let everyone pay attention to the additional updates. If you want more updates, there will be more tonight. Search and follow me on WeChat to see how many updates are made every day. It's just a piece of cake. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.